Spit the 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by bowler. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 from his pinky boogers in my pinky ring. Spit the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Yes, diamonds from Africa. Akon boogers in my pinky ring. Two blue fade rollers on my wrist, I me. I start my bezel with a 50 piece. Purple Bobby Brown and wit. I been wing still going in my kit. Huh? Peacock diamonds on all of my bitches. Yeah, they go hard in the kid. In the kitchen whipping. Can you hear me now? Diamonds in my ear. Bitch wanna fuck with no queer. Turn the bitch on the real BB chandelier. Nigerian trafficker, diamond from Africa. Giuseppe Zebras on my feet is a shocker. Bitch, I'm a chopper, turn rap. Get you with the gas, throwing away the brick rap. Still with the get a nigga kidnapped. Put a bundle of blue hunters on a nigga 50 cap. Wrist make him go crush his stone. Looking like he got beat by Moses Malone. Fugazi Cubans in your Cuban link. Boy, your jeweler up be making diamonds at home. Hell is you doing? The fuck is you on? Sun outside got clouds in your stone. Spin the fit on your wrist and that bitch ain't a roller. But they treat your ass out a whole lot of guacamole. Long way. It on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by bowler. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spin the 50 from his pinky boogers in my pinky ring. Spin the 50 for the fruit of pebbles in the bezel. Now they call it boy bling bling. Diamonds from Africa. 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 Diamonds from Africa.
Giuseppe stepping in safari. Just straight from the plane. Hop in the Rari. Diamond shopping in the tropical forest. My life like a movie, just my money. Came a long way for chicken. Expect the cat to double law coming. With so many dead guys in my dump. Nigga better go call the go bus. Ain't even had to say nothing. She looked at my watch and she know I hustle. Damn nigga, I feel sorry for her. Your bitch in my line and I ain't gon' fuck. Plugging, no trust and no love. My neck and my watch is cuss. On the socket I go around plugging young niggas. They come to your hood and start dumb. So many diamonds I look like a rap. Me and Pee-wee, we gon' see the embassy. Come back with bricks, bam, strong. Nigga, you be flexed like a rush. Cut it. Diamond came in the nation. Rockin' my jelly to 50 that fashion. Got my name in them harassing. They keep seeing me throw away all these big rats.
The 50 on my right wrist and that bitch ain't even a roller. Spit the 50 on my left wrist and that bitch right there by bowler. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Diamonds from Africa. Spit the 50 from his pinky boogers in my pinky ring. Diamonds up forever. Diamonds up forever. Diamonds up forever. Diamonds up forever. Diamonds.
All right, what's going on, y'all? We should be here. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good to see you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. Please hit the like button on the way in. Absolutely support the show. What's going on, guys? I was supposed to do a show yesterday, but the internet was out. It's been wonky all week, as you guys know. Well, all weekend. So, I'm a day and a half behind, but we are here. I tried to give you guys some content yesterday, so if you guys head over to the Shorts tab, I could barely even upload anything. The internet was absolutely out. So, everybody here, my apologies, for no Sunday show yesterday. But we're here. It's Monday. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff happened. I wanted to cover, you know, um, you know, what's going on over there in Israel. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get to that on today's show. We're gonna talk a little bit about politics. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity in the building. What's going on, player? Good to see you. Shout outs to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. Yeah, man, I got that loaded up. I did a YouTube short on it yesterday, but there's no internet. There was no internet, so I couldn't even upload it and be on point with it. But some shorts that I had scheduled to come out, they came out, so that wasn't too bad. If y'all check the channel and stuff like that, y'all please hit the like button, support the show. I'll be, working overtime to bring you guys content. Just so much stuff going on. So yeah, like I said, my apologies yesterday. My internet wasn't working, so I had to, do some other things and put some other stuff together. But we are here. Shout outs to the cynical one in the building. As always, good to see you, love. Shout outs to Big Cap, Real Rap. Shout outs to my bro Big Cap in the building, man. Good to see the family is up early. And we getting to it like there's nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I am absolutely behind, but we're on time, a little bit under the weather also, got caught in the rain a little bit yesterday. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at the whole Charleston White Kodiak Red fight. Like I said, I reacted to a promo that they did. They kind of did like some weird weigh in and shit like that. And you know, um, like I said to the older cats, the older cats always got one good fight left in them, you know. Um, but yeah, I reacted to a video where Charleston White literally just walked up on Kodiak Red and like just like stuffed his fingers in his face. I'm like, damn. Oh yeah, old school ready to fight, you know. And you know, um Kodiak Red, he's supposed to be from Florida, he's supposed to be Cuban and shit like that. Like, so, he should have already been on point. But then again, I keep forgetting these kids are young. They don't know about they be steady trying to try older cats, but they don't know how older cats get down. Older nigga Charleston, I saw a little bit of it. Charleston was fighting dirty the whole fight. He was elbowing niggas. Young kids don't know nothing about that. They grew up in an era where boxing was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They didn't grow up watching De La Hoya fight. They didn't grow up watching all of these, legends and stuff like that. Sugar Ray Leonard and stuff. And the damn sure ain't do their homework and stuff. So, you know, then both of them niggas wasn't in shape for real, for real. You know, maybe they agreed to it at the last minute. Who knows? Who knows? But Charleston up there fighting the kid, and then it's like I don't know. It's a little bit different nowadays. It's the same thing with uh what was it, Logan Paul or Jake Paul? One of them Paul brothers. I think it was Jake Paul when he fought Mike Tyson. You fight older cats nowadays. You know, um, there ain't no winning. If you win, you beat up an old man. If you lose, you got your ass whipped by old niggas. It's like, god damn. So sooner or later, even if you're gonna take up boxing, y'all should know not to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. But hey, it is what it is, you know. Um, Celebrity death match. You dig? Now, y'all please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App. So much stuff to talk about. We got Trump. Like we were saying, he faked out a lot of people. He said, "Hey, I'm going to come up with a decision in 2 weeks," and then overnight, boom. But that's how war is, y'all. You know, stuff is overnight. You know, um, I don't know. We'll see how it pans out this week. I got a speech here from Barack Obama. He's always he's always bringing his frail ass up every time Trump makes a mistake or something, as if he could be the president again. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you know. Um, Let me see. Just a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. So we're gonna get into that. Okay. All right. Good. You guys can actually see this link that I put in the chat. Make sure you guys check out hempforfitness.com. All right. Let me see over on Rumble what we looking like. Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. All right. So yeah, we're gonna build this plane as we fly it. Again, like I said, I'm behind. Internet was down yesterday, but we are here. All right, let me fix Rumble real quick. I need to get used to going live on Rumble. All right. Um, some announcements. Definitely. We're putting funds together also. For the Xbox Fund. You know what I'm saying, which will bring more live streams and shout outs to everybody that that are into video games. You know what I'm saying? And want to talk about nostalgic stuff and geek out. If you don't got a friend or anybody to geek out with, we're gonna go back to doing the video game streams, as you guys know, even back in the day. When I used to do third shift, we used to do video game streams. So I'm working to bring those back. So if you guys can, please hit the like button, support the show. We'll be talking about everything: card games, RPGs, everything. Metal Gear Solid, all kinds of shit. So wrestling games and stuff. So definitely, making sure to bring that back, and also too, um, we could do tournaments and stuff where we game against each other. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a console and stuff like that, and you would like to play against me in 2K or something like that, yeah, hit me up. I'm down for it. You know, I would like to turn some of these live streams into, more interactive stuff. All these other YouTubers on in these streets, they've been boring the whole time. They revert back to being boring. Wow, me, you know, we gonna turn it up a notch. Um, and it's a good thing to do while I'm taking a break from studying. You know, so shout outs to everybody here. Also too. Definitely hit the like button, support the show to keep the show going. What's going on, Ghostman King? You said, yo, Kuda, has you ever I used VTuber already. Yeah, I've used VTuber, you know. I use VTuber. I got a lot of different weapons that I use. I've VTubed. You did. Shout outs to Ghostman Kang. Yeah, I got a VTube avatar already, but I use I when I VTube sometimes, as I've done on this channel before, I usually use I'm usually in portrait mode. You know what I'm saying? In vertical mode. So I'm gonna bring back vertical live streams also because that is a way to um up my audience. But yeah, I do VTube. I have VTube before. Yeah you know. And if we do video games, I might, do more, VTube stuff. I do want to play Katamari and some other games. You said I don't play much video games, but I'm an old school MTG kind of geek. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah. And I mean, look, if you haven't played video games in a while, y'all, and y'all want to get back into it, definitely those streams will be the one to motivate you guys to get back into it and stuff like that. And even if you don't have time to play video games, come kick it, hang out, let's have some fun. You did, you know. Um, I'm glad that that my internet is back up. They were working on the poles and stuff like that, and it's been raining, so it's been down. So everybody, I got to get back to everybody. You know, hmm, hold on, y'all. Oh yeah, Ghostman King, reach out to me. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I've been trying to do some custom ones and stuff like that, but it was goofy. What's going on? What's going on, Link? Shit, man, good to see you, bro. Man, I got mad as fuck at that game. I don't know. I used to be really good at games like that, but I really gotta sit down and pay attention to games like that or else I'll get frustrated. Recently all those Demon Souls and Demon Scrolls and those all of those games been making me mad. You know what I'm saying? I like those games, don't get me wrong, but it's like if you don't play it the way they want you to play it, it's like, there's really no there's really no room for style. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna lie, some of those games they will have you on the brink of your life, and then you make the wrong move and don't block at a certain time, man. That's it's over with. So those Demon Scroll games, man, I kind of once I kind of get into the gameplay, like sometimes I like when I download games like that, I do my research on them, but it's until I really like get a feel for the gameplay. I'm like, oh, this feels like a Demon Scrolls type game. Yeah, Soul games. Yeah, 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 yeah. The Demon Scroll, Demon Souls. It's like Lies of P. What you call it? Was it Sekiro and all them games, man? Them shits get on my nerves after a while. They start off good. Don't get me wrong. But then it's some random nigga guarding a gate and shit like that that's gonna take you all day to whip his ass. And then you gotta go on the internet and be like, man, what the hell? You know? Those are some what the helly games, man. You said I can't do Souls game. I tried Neo. Yeah, Neo was another one that made me mad too. Yeah, you gotta really. I ain't gonna lie. Them games you gotta play on Christmas Day. Them games you gotta really like sit down and don't be in no relationship playing them fucking games neither too. You gonna yell at your bitch for no reason. She gonna ask why. Why are you yelling at me? Like I can't I can't get past that nigga in that damn door. Are you getting on my nerves? Man, don't play them games when you in a relationship. If you don't, if you she your wife gonna come in the room and start saying little slick comments. You still fighting him? Then go in the other room, man. Yeah, like in your mind, you beat him. It's like, let me watch the ending story on YouTube, the ending credits on YouTube. Fuck it, I beat him in my mind. Fuck it, you know. Now, Sekiro sucked. Sekiro sucked because I am a fan of Japan. You know what I'm saying? Um, and you know, I separate my samurais and my ninjas because they're completely different. And what was I about to say? They messed up the what you call it, the what you call it, the Tenchu, Wrath of Haven. They messed up the Tenchu series. So they were planning on making another Tenchu game, but then they came up with Sekiro, you know. So it got into some goofy shit. A samurai will never fight you on a roof unless both of y'all climbed up there to have an honorable fight. And it just got dumb, you know. But maybe I got no, I'm not. I'm not. I don't need that type of stress in my life. Maybe later on, but maybe I got to play those games again at a different. Some games, I'm not even gonna lie. Some games fit the stage that you're going through in life. And at the time when I played those games, hell no. You know, I can't wait. They also got a Persona coming out on Xbox, so I'm really trying to save up and get an Xbox. So if you guys do support the show, just let me know, and I will separate. I will separate the support. One I'll put towards the channel, the other one I'll put towards the Xbox. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saving up also too for it on the back end. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity. I heard you said you were looking for like an extra job or work. Hit me up if you guys are looking for like an extra quick, side hustle. Hit me up. This is a hack that I found abroad, and also too, you can live abroad with this hack, but you definitely gotta put in a little bit of work, but it's actually not that bad. But when you actually get the job, you can work whenever the hell you want to. You know what I'm saying? But just make sure you do a little bit of work per month to keep your account active. And just be chilling. It's a nice little cool little side job, but you're not gonna get rich off of it. But it's nice, for a little bit of pocket money and some of the stuff you got to do. I wish I could do it a little bit more than I can, but I'm in between studying and doing that, and then doing working with you guys these long ass streams and shit, and just getting through the day while I'm awake. So hit me up. I'll show you guys a quick little hustle you can do, but you gotta hit me up. I'll walk you through the whole process. So if you're looking for quick little side job, Morbid, I got you. And you get paid twice a month, on the 10th and the 25th. So, you know, you used to cheat to beat Demon Scrolls too. Which was the one where you lost and you got to work your way out of hell and then got to get back up to fucking uh fight the boss that you get. That's some fucked up shit. You got to work your way back through the 7 layers of hell, and then you got to work to go fight the person you just lost to, you know. You said I mastered Dark Souls 1 and 2. See, something wrong with y'all. Maybe y'all got to get back on my Grizzly because those games, the newer games started to piss me off. Or maybe it's because don't tell War Master, y'all. Maybe it's because I played it on Xbox. Cause I don't know, for some reason I'm better at Demon Scroll games and Dark Soul games on the PlayStation. All right, don't tell War Master I said that now, y'all. I'm trusting y'all. All right. Shout outs to War Master. Um, you said the white space admitted that black space talking point hold weight last night on Hood Conservative channel. I've been telling y'all for years them white boys been stealing our shit. I mean, respectfully, you know, um, the white manosphere really have nothing to talk about. Like I said, the white manosphere comes from from a place of dominance. Comes from a place of dominance. So there's really nothing for the white manosphere to talk about when it comes down to it, because at the end of the day, to a certain degree, if they lady didn't go all the way left, you know what I'm saying? Um, White women respect white men. You know, white women respect white men. Even the feminist white women would go home to would go home to her white man. You know, you know. So I don't know why black people every other year try to run with that narrative. They always trying to say, "Oh, black people are trying to be like white people and shit like that." And it's like, bro, stop talking about shit you don't know about. You don't know what you're talking about. You know, they don't even know who all these niggas in here try calling themselves defending the manosphere and shit like that. They don't even know. Hold on, y'all. They don't even know what you call it. They don't even know the manosphere that they're defending. They have no idea what they're talking about. Hold on, y'all. They have no earthly idea of what they're talking about. And that shit is goofy. Um, Shout outs to Morbid Trinity. You said I'm down to hear about it. I tried getting one of those remote AI prompt checking gigs, but the instructions were too complicated. I kept feeling it. Man, them shits are goofy, bro, and they put you through too much to do regular shit. Um, Hit me up in the but you I'm gonna try to start giving y'all a game in the Discord, but I gotta figure out it's too much shit to reach out to y'all on, and I gotta put some stuff together. But hit me up. I got you guys. If you're interested in it, and I'll walk you through the whole steps. How to get it's a certification that you can take with you anywhere, and you can go traveling and do these jobs on the side. And they got places that pay you even more. But this one for sure you can get into within less than a month. You can get both things within less than a month. You'll have a job within less than a month, like a week or two. But I'll help you get your teaching certificate so you can teach anywhere. Your TEFL, teaching English foreign language, and then basically your job is going to be teaching Japanese kids, online. So you'll be teaching Japanese kids online. And you can charge as much as you want, but you got to get book classes. But the thing is that you can get what you call it. You can get standby classes, so you can log on to the website and just you know click your camera on and just wait. And yeah, you can get a bunch of you can make a bag that way. And then if the kids like you and stuff like that, or you deliver the lessons better or good, yeah, then they could pay your book class fee. But you got to make sure your schedule is open and you're at your desk at that time to be a teacher. And honestly, the classes are like 25 minutes a piece. They're 25 minutes a piece. And then you're a native English speaker, so you're gonna get more for the classes and stuff. And it's pretty cool because they're this month they're teaching sign language. And then I know how to speak Japanese and write Japanese. A lot of people don't know. I know how to speak hiragana and katakana, and I know how to write kanji and stuff like that. And you know boku wa sakana ga suki desu, or sakana ga suki desu. I know how to speak actual Japanese. I'm not one of these fake anime nerds out here that just put Japanese characters as they fucking avatar and don't know shit. Never even been to Japan before, or on a plane. But there's a lot of goofy niggas in the space. But yeah, I speak actual Japanese, so I've taken it 4 years in high school and shit. So just never had nobody to really practice it with. But they got Japanese classes, so it's cool. While I'm teaching them English, I can learn in my spare time. I'm gonna try to take Japanese. I'm gonna try to brush up on my Japanese this fall. You know, so because I do want to go to Japan still before I probably head back. So you said just max out your strength and grab the heaviest weapon you can find and smash anything. That's basically what I usually do, you know. You know what game I really want to play that was my shit back in the day, Ghostman King? Probably looks trash now, but it still was a fun game. Dragon Age. I love Dragon Age. Yeah. So shout outs to yeah, definitely been saying that. Yeah. Shout outs to my brothers in the building. If you guys wanna get your TEFL, hit me up, let me know. Um I do have a service that I'm offering, you know what I'm saying? And I will walk you through the course and will walk you through getting your job. But the TEFL is free. The TEFL is free, you know. The TEFL is free, you know. But the service that I provide is like $40, 20 to help you get your TEFL, get you set up and everything, and another 20 to help you through the hiring process with the company that I'm talking about. So it works out. You're gonna make your money back within the month. You know what I'm saying? So you said you took Japanese in high school. That's dope. Absolutely, yeah. And I missed out on going to Japan a couple of times because my teacher would take everybody to Japan. She would take everybody to Japan. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Shout outs to everybody here, but we're gonna talk about it. You said I took IT as my elective in high school. Didn't even finish the cert till this year though. I'm taking an IT cert right now. I got my Google cybersecurity certification. My IT certification, I should be done this week. But my internet was out yesterday, so I couldn't really do that much. But I sat down and read. And by hopefully next month, by the end of next month, I can go take my what you call it, because it gave me like 40% off or 30% off. I'm gonna go try to go for my Security Plus CompTIA. So none of what I'm doing is easy, and then at the same time, I'm balancing Player Talk Radio and giving y'all some really great shows. If y'all could please hit the like button and support the show, please hit the Cash App. You know, um, I got you guys on the entertainment. But yeah, I'm doing a lot. I'm spinning my wheels, y'all. You know, but it's just so much, man. It's so much to keep up with. IT is not that bad. Cybersecurity is fucking hard though. Keeping up with all them acronyms and stuff like that. I bought some flashcards the other day to you know. You said I got the Google IT support one. It's like a silver medal to the CompTIA A+. Yeah. Yeah. I I was gonna get the A+, but it's futile with what I'm trying to do. Um I was gonna spin the block and get an ITF because it just looks cool to have two CompTIA joints on your resume, but I'm gonna just hurry up and get the Security Plus. You know what I'm saying? And I just gotta brush up on the concepts and certain things. Yeah, Dragon Age definitely were fun games. Absolutely. Yeah, that stuff is not easy though, man. Ghostman Kang said Dragon Age was dope. I still haven't finished Inquisition. Inquisition was okay, but I liked the second one. I had this axe wielded midget. Boy, when I run up on you, it was game over. You know. I did want it to turn around. I think I did do a Dragon Age game where I had a elf. I tried to train like a dark elf. So I was like picking up all the robes and like the scrolls and stuff like that to try to, get good with magic. And he started getting strong. Like I started lighting niggas up from like afar. Like I stand on the hill and just start lighting niggas up. But um, you know what other game was good? What you call it? What was that game? Something of Mordor. That game was fire. What you call it? Something of Mordor. What was the name of that game? What was the name of that game? Yes, and there those exams are 300 plus. Absolutely. I think it's called Shadows of Mordor. I like that game. That's a good game. Shadows of Mordor. Where you like start fighting people and shit like that, and you gotta find the boss, and the boss is like just like walking around and shit. That shit is fucking awesome. Shadows of Mordor is awesome. You said, okay, I got the Google IT support one, yeah. But you get a bunch of mini certs though, which isn't bad. Like literally, you can literally do the on your resume, you can like do like the main cert and then the bunch of the under mini certs too. And then also, you know what I'm taking on there? I'm taking the CVS certification so I can try to find at least some remote work or something as a CVS call center. I'm trying to get an IT help desk job. That's what I'm looking for right now at the moment. And also I'm spinning the block on them and getting the Intuit what you call it bookkeeping certification. So I just been schooling all year honestly, and I'm just overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with a lot of stuff, you know. You said I spent years in and out of college learning art, but non-art classes are expensive, and I'm not really all that useful in my honest opinion. Man, art is something that you got to self-teach yourself. I tried to sit up there and read a art book and shit like that, and learn how to really do my thing. And I'm like, man, listen, I just eyeball it and redo it, and it end up being better. You know, so you're better off self teaching yourself art and then at the same time learning some of the major concepts anyway. You dig what I'm saying? Oh my God. Shout outs to Devin D. Devin, bro, you show up when I have that clip on my other other service. I don't have it on this service, bro. I was immediately about to say, yo, I was gonna man, listen. I gotta go find that clip now. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Good to see you, bro. As always. Shout outs to my brother Devin D. That's my twin right there, man. My treacherous twin right there. Yeah, Shadow of Mordor. That is a very good game. That is a very good game. I end up liking that game more than I thought I would. And end up buying it on two different platforms. I didn't know. I think I bought it on the PS3 and the PS4. Well spent. You know. You said unless if you know you got a fact that you're gonna pass that exam, please wait a while before spending that money. Yeah, but that's the thing, cynical. They ask the questions on there weird as fuck. Like the questions are weird, but honestly, it's really how you study. Like you should spend your first week, reading the concepts and stuff like that, and then I got Professor Messer's course, which is free on YouTube. I got Jason Dion's Udemy course, and then I got like people's notes. Like I got a couple of brothers' notes, and I was thinking about doing some stuff with Josh Madakor, doing like course careers and stuff like that, just really plunging into it because I really need some hands-on stuff to really, So I'm learning a lot. I'm learning how to use CM tools. I'm learning how to use Splunk. A little bit. I'm trying to practice on how to use Splunk this week, and then I created a repository with GitHub and stuff like that. So I'm doing like projects and things of that sort, and putting those things together. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really learning how to really, really put certain things together. You know, but I'm trying to figure out what path in cybersecurity I'm trying to do, and I have a path in mind, which is identity access management. You know, which should be a little bit easy. But yeah. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be as always. You said, yeah, I've been learning art via mentorship programs and inexpensive online school as well. If I got some resources, I'll send them to you, Morbid, because I like your work. I just don't want you to taint your work with other people's ideas, that could taint your creativity. But, you know best. Shout outs to Third Ward Colombian in the building. What's going on, player? Good to see you. Good morning, everybody. But yeah, we'll get into these convos a little bit later and geek out about it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you guys are looking for an extra side income that you can do on your computer, let me know. If you got a powerful tablet, you probably can get away with it, but I would just say have a laptop or a desktop that you can do it on. And you only need like two items and stuff. And like I said, you can also work remote. You can work all over the world as long as you got an internet connection and your laptop. You can work anywhere you want to in the world and stuff like that. So if you guys want that information, hit me up for $40 or for 20. I can show you how to do one or the other. You know what I'm saying? And I'll walk you through. I'll walk you through the steps. You know what I'm saying? And both are fairly easy. Like literally, you'll get back your investment in the month. Even if you want to take your time with both, nothing wrong with that. But you'll get back your investment in the month, and you'll get your certificate, and you can teach anywhere in the world. And also too, you get a digital. I hook you up with your first digital remote online job. You'll be teaching Japanese kids, Taiwanese kids, and maybe sometimes you get people from Malaysia, but you're just teaching them English. If you know how to speak English fluently, which you guys do, you know, come on, don't leave the bag on the table. All right. But shout outs to everybody here. Y'all know if I find a way, to a bag, I'm gonna put you guys on. You dig? You know. Um, let's get into it. Let's take a look at Charleston White versus Kodiak Red. This is goofy and horrible at the same time. But let's check this out.
Thank you, Big Ben. They call you Big Ben for a reason.
Are you ready?
Sorry, Reed.
This is what you've been waiting for.
By the two man.
In the blue corner, Kodiak.
This is sad. I mean, a young kid about to get his ass whipped by old dirty one-eyed man. That's some crazy shit. If this ain't no Mike Tyson punch out shit, I don't know what to tell you. I don't even know why Charleston boxing. I think if you get hit hard in the head, you lose your eye.
You're gonna clap it up for him? All right, yeah. Nobody really clap, but I clap.
I forgot 3 names.
What is going on?
Dude. This man crazy, bro.
It came out to NBA Youngboy.
They're replaying the, okay, replay team.
I'm very interested to see how he boxes this time, because when he was boxing his brother,
can't lie, it was pretty good, right?
It was pretty good.
Yeah,
the boys were going at it in there now. So I'm really eager to see what he does to Charleston.
And I thought it was going to be on some rig shit, but they were actually going at it.
They was going at it, bro.
Is this the one that won, though?
No, one that lost.
Oh.
Yep.
So do you think, if Charleston wins tonight, do you think he challenges the other brother?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, they were supposed to originally.
And in the red corner.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Charleston!
Let's go.
White!
Let's go. Come on, bro. Clap it up for my dog, bro. Clap it up for Unc, man. Look at Unc. Unc got too much swag walking out that bit, man. Look at him.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, Unc. Unc got to get guided to the ring. Look at his ass.
Look at all that swag, Unc got. Look at all that swag.
Yeah,
What's on the back of your robe? A rat?
It says, it's a snitch. It's like a rat and a snitch thing.
Oh, he
smacked him out
He
there.
just hit him.
Yo!
He just hit him. Yo!
He been pucking him the whole time.
Uh-oh.
Go take a point away.
Oh, look at me smiling.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event. It's in the lightweight division.
Yo,
it's
this
scheduled for 3
is crazy, bro.
rounds.
He's got aura.
And in the blue corner, wearing the blue trunks with the white
Production
trim,
showed it, yep.
Kodiak Red! And in the red corner, wearing the white trunks with the black trim, Charleston!
Bro.
It's that funny, bro. It's that whatever he do funny,
Hey,
bro.
Unc, let's fucking go. And you got Taylor in the corner. I like to see it. Let's go.
Why do you think the Island Twins?
Unc, I love you. You got this shit. Let's fucking go. And we go out tonight, party, bottles on me.
Unc, man, y'all gotta let me hang with Unc, bro.
Hey, he cool as fuck.
I never met him. I always wanted to meet him, bro, so I can just laugh, bro.
Fucking go, Unc. Come on.
He remind me of my uncle, man, all the way in South Georgia, dog.
I can't believe this is finally
They
happening.
gonna touch gloves?
No.
If they do, Unc gonna fake him out and then punch him.
Why he didn't bring his twin with him? How come his twin ain't in his corner?
He didn't want to come. Yo!
Look at Unc, man. Uncle corn-fed
Charleston
ass
White
dude,
versus
bro.
the Island Boy. Jack.
All right, y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Cause I don't know if they're gonna hit your boy for playing this. All right, y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Good morning. Y'all know we starting off with the fuckery this morning.
Here
all right,
we
let's
fucking
get it.
go.
Let's go.
Nobody's in fuck that. Final predictions.
And I wish I could stand up for this motherfucker here, bro.
No, we can't. Come on, fuck it.
Can we?
Just like crouch. Yep.
Okay, come on, Unc. Come on, Unc. Come on, Unc.
Wait.
What? Oh, this is horrible.
Come on, Unc. Come on, Unc. Come on, Unc. Come on, Unc.
I'm trying.
I'm mad Charleston White got the creative player.
I'm trying to time him out.
shorts
I'm trying
on.
to time him out.
Get
He
to
dirty
it, Unc.
too.
Come on, Unc.
Charleston
Loosen
White
up,
dirty all
Unc.
the
Loosen
time.
up, Unc.
He's a 48-year-old man.
Uncle Dog, you playing. He's choking. Unc doing UFC out that motherfucker.
What the fuck? This animosity.
Let's go, Unc. Let's go, Unc. Let's go, Unc. Let's go, Unc. Let's go, Unc.
I'm about to
Yo.
fall.
No, he good.
Oh, he getting out the way. He getting out the way. Oh, he loaded up. Oh, loading up the haymakers.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to get a cheap one.
Oh, you saw
Trying to
that?
get a cheap
You
one.
finna try to throw a sneaky
He's
uppercut.
old school. Come on.
I like this old school. Stay in there, Unc. Stay in there, Unc.
I'm throwing him straight. Oh.
You niggas running out of breath.
I'm having fun in there. He not moving his feet with him. He leaning over too much.
You see, he ain't even move. He just stood there.
Yeah. He's leaning.
Let's go, Unc. Let's go, Unc.
Good jab, Unc.
Oh, straight
down his neck.
Straight down. Straight down.
See, Kodiak, he don't know what he's doing because if you take a look at it, right? Charleston White fighting southpaw. You know, Charleston White fighting southpaw, so their lead hands are lining up. And like the thing is that when you fight somebody southpaw, it's like fighting in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? So when you go to, move forward, y'all lead legs are kind of clacking into each other. So you got to make sure the person that you're trying to hit for the most part is on the inside. You don't want to be on the outside, And then it's weird, especially nowadays, I don't know if you guys ever boxed before, but a lot of people that are right-handed, and I could say it's weird for me too because, you know what I'm saying, I'm left-handed, but I fight orthodox. And I've played around southpaw also. Sometimes I switch up. But usually when I switch up, you're about to get kicked. You know what I'm saying? But boxing wise, I really don't switch. But a lot of people that are right-handed, they actually fight southpaw. They fight with their dominant hand forward, and I don't know, it's logic to them. They feel that okay, well let me land with my dominant hand. They think their choices, their odds are better with their dominant hand forward. But some people just fight southpaw to really throw people off, and it throws people off a lot because it's like fighting in a mirror. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the coaches or your coach should tell you to look in the mirror when you're fighting, because that's kind of how it would be like to fight somebody southpaw. But you can't be on the inside. You got to be on the outside if you really want to throw. And then also, too, both of y'all dominant hands are lining up. Both of y'all dominant hands are lining up.
Come on.
I'm having fun in there. Oh.
Unc's nice with it. He's just a little old.
He's not moving.
He don't need.
Yeah, but there's some power and there's some years behind them punches, though. From an old nigga,
hey, bro, just come to me, bro. I'm just going to rest. Look at him. I'm going to chill. Come on. Come with it.
Ooh! That's a stiff.
And see, Charleston White's punches are slow but effective.
Come here. You got, 50 seconds, huh?
50 seconds.
50 seconds, huh?
50 seconds.
50 seconds, huh?
I can't believe this is really happening.
I can't believe this shit either, man. I got to stand up too now. Goddamn. This is a good motherfucking fight.
Catch him one more time.
Oh.
He's good.
Oh.
Yes!
Let him fly, Unc. Let him fly.
He said, let him fly, Unc. Unc ain't got too many to fly, bro.
20 seconds.
20 seconds, Unc. Let him fly. Win the round. Win the round.
Win the round, Unc.
10 seconds.
Let's go, Unc. Win the round. 10 seconds.
Win the round.
Nope. Ooh. So who won round one?
Wow, that was a close one. That's a close one.
Who won the round one?
Bro, I don't know. Chad, who won? Who won that one? I don't know who won that one.
I think 1-0 Unc.
Unc rocked him?
I think so. Yeah.
Chad, who won? Charleston won?
See, Unc punches were very noticeable. This fight is so funny.
I know.
Hey. Oh, boy.
That was a close one.
Let's fucking go.
Hey, Unc is gassed. He's really gassed.
No way.
Yeah, it's really bad. He's trying to hide it, but I can see it.
He's gassed?
He's gassed bad.
Yeah, he's tired.
No.
Yeah. He been smoking blunts and shit.
I know. And he just went drinking last night.
He went drinking last night?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
Charleston
Get in there,
dumb as
Unc.
He has
hell.
one eye.
He does have one eye, which is surprising.
He don't got.
but
He don't.
won
He don't
round
got the
I know.
Yeah, he won. Yeah, I
cardio.
So does one eye really like a disadvantage?
Yeah, for sure. He can't see like some punches, like wide punches. So the other boy, he's not that smart, but he should be throwing a lot of.
Yeah, throwing the opposite.
Oh. He knocked him. He knocked him. He knocked him.
He knocked him. You knocked him off.
He knocked him. 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 He swung him.
You got that Mercer. That Mercer punch.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Don't knee him. He about to knee him. Don't knee him.
Oh, do not get DQ'd. Oh. Hold him for about 15 seconds.
Like he was ready to knee him.
Unc, you win it. Let's go.
Hey, Unc, you winning, bro. On time, boy.
He tired.
On time, boy. Let's go, Unc. Come on. Oh.
Yeah, fights only last like 45 seconds, Ghost Man.
Take your time, Unc. Nothing. I'm worried that his eye will pop out. Is that possible?
It could. I don't know what type of eye he got in there.
That's what I'm thinking.
It probably could.
He's tired, bro. Is this where age comes in?
Yeah, age come in.
I hate that.
Yeah.
See, I don't see why the island boy ain't taking advantage of that.
What, like his eye or the age?
Breathing hard.
Both. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Unc's strong.
Yeah, I'm being tired. Yeah. You know, there's gonna.
Oh, he purposely threw it out?
Oh yeah.
You're okay, Unc? It's okay, 1 minute.
At this point, I take my eyeball out and throw it at him. Fuck it.
You got this,
He
Unc.
breathing heavy. Bruh, if Youngin can't finish him off
I
right
know,
here,
he
that's
is.
crazy.
He's 48 years old.
Seesaw. Look, he's stumbling towards him. Charleston can't even walk right. Yeah, he gassed, bro.
Oh, he off balance. Off balance.
Unc can't see, he can't see out his way. Oh!
Ah!
Yeah, come on!
Come on, get that second win.
30 seconds!
That second
Come on,
win.
Let's go, Unc!
Come on,
He's giving up.
He's giving up!
Ain't no timeout.
He's giving up!
It's over!
Ain't no timeout!
Ain't no timeout!
Ain't no fucking timeout!
It's
Timeout in
over!
boxing. Ain't no timeout in
Ain't no
boxing.
timeout!
He won!
Ain't no timeout!
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
He quit!
He quit! Let's fucking go!
How he quit?
Like trying to figure out.
Unc with the win! Yo!
Really? That nigga quit? He threw in the towel. Oh, you know Charleston bag, man. Listen, y'all know Charleston bag on Glad about to go up, y'all. You know he gonna do an interview after this if he talking shit. Grand opening, grand closing.
That's that aura shit right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner by technical knockout out of the red corner, Charleston White.
Fucking go. 48-year-old man did it.
Check, check. You know damn well I gotta talk to you. Come over here. Everybody give it up for Charleston White right now. Give it up louder, louder, louder. Bro, what the fuck? How you feeling, man?
Like a young nigga with a new body. Yeah, they doubted the old nigga.
So, I'm sure you don't be doing this. You're an old player now. So, how does it feel coming out of retirement to put them paws on them young brothers?
Oh man, I'm a Mac. My pimping is non-contact sport. Yeah, I ain't with taking punches and giving punches. I call the police on motherfuckers like throw punches.
And last but not least, what you got to say to all them motherfuckers that said can't fight, he just want to pepper spray niggas? How do you feel now?
Sign up for the next fight.
Fuck you talking about? Come on, man, come over here.
Oh, good sportsmanship.
Good fight. Hey, all right, you got in the ring today. That's commendable, man. Just let me know how you feel about the fight and what you feel like went wrong.
Man, it was a good fight. I feel like I hit too much nicotine, I smoked too much weed, and I gassed out. If I wasn't a gas out top of new stamina, you would have put third round.
Another fight? Who now?
How you
All right. Hey, calm down, brother.
Ooh.
Okay. Alright, so everybody gonna be talking about this. You know, y'all seen it here first. Hold on, y'all.
Yo!
Yeah, everybody gonna be talking about it, but yeah, y'all seen it here first. Nothing left to see. You know. That was interesting. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. Okay. Okay. I didn't know old boy quit. I make sure I sit here and watch it with you guys, first, Bro was walking into all kinds of hits, but hey, it is what it is. All right, hold on. Let me catch up on the chat. All right. So yeah, let's switch gears real quick. Y'all hit the Cash App, support the show. Where we at with it? Okay. We're gonna get into a little bit of politics. A lot of people don't agree. Let me do this. Do it on this tab. A lot of people don't agree with Trump hitting Iran. I'm seeing this I'm seeing this, split. I'm seeing this split uh Americans all over again. Because some people are like, yeah, you know, Trump is right to attack Iran. And some people are like, oh, this is gonna start World War III. Obama somewhere around here talking shit. All kinds of stuff is going on, right? And this is how I look at it, right? We can actually go over it on today's show, because shout outs to this is brother who was it Beacons? I forgot the other website. This is website, I think it's called Nebula or Nebulous or something like that. It's another website. And I was gonna do shows over there also, but I couldn't really figure out how it worked. There's this guy who dropped a cool documentary, and he actually made it available for YouTube, and I was watching it before the power, well, before, not the power, but before the Wi-Fi was getting worked on yesterday. And he was talking about the history of America and Iran. And crazily, they've backdoored each other multiple times. I didn't know that, U.S. and Iran backdoored each other multiple times. And it was a really good thing to watch. And he cleared up a lot of questions you may have, or it's like, oh, okay, I see why we're into it. So we're gonna check that out also. I do want the show to be a little bit educational, and we're gonna go over that also. All right, giving y'all more than what you came here for. All right, it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody that hits the like button. Shout outs to everybody that supports the show and will continue and will support the show today. And we got some good shit coming. So let's check out what's going on with this report. Donald Trump, I guess he's going to talk about exactly what's going on over, in Iran. What he's doing. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Hold on, y'all. I got like multiple tabs here open. But let's get into this breaking news real quick.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Margaret Brennan in Washington. We have breaking news out of the Middle East. President Trump is about to address the nation. Roughly 2 hours ago, he announced via social media that the United States has bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. CBS is reporting 6 B-2 stealth fighters dropped 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs on at least one of those sites.
Now, I talked about that. You got to have like Scud missiles and bunker busters and stuff like that. And we were talking about it. One of the brothers in the chat, they were like, or I think it was said in the article that I was reading that, they don't have that type of technology. Shit, even the Ukraine don't have that type of technology, America, we have that type of technology. Those bunker buster missiles are actually pretty interesting. It's like 2 missiles that drop, right? Like one missile is supposed to destroy the bunker, and then the second missile that comes right behind the first missile gets all up in that bunker. You know what I'm saying? So one missile destroys the door, or like the shell of the bunker, and then the other missile fucks up whatever in the damn bunker. So that's a crafty weapon right there. All right, so let's get into it.
It's the very first time that weapon has been used in combat. Today, it was to destroy an underground nuclear facility about 60 miles southeast of Tehran. The president said that all American planes are safely now out of Iranian airspace. These American strikes are in support of a war that Israel launched on Iran 9 days ago. We know tonight that the Israeli prime minister has spoken to the president, thanked him, and congratulated him on the strikes. We are awaiting word now from the President of the United States himself, who is expected to address the nation from the White House. As we await him taking the podium, I want to go to our White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang. Weijia, we know that the president returned to the White House in the 5 o'clock hour, around 6 p.m. He had a national security briefing. What do we know about what was going on at that period of time?
Margaret, that's right. He was in his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey, but came back this evening, which was actually always the plan, even when he took off for that. And right beforehand, he said had at maximum 2 weeks to try to reach a diplomatic deal. There was no indication at that time that he was going to follow through with the strikes. But of course, that quickly changed.
We see the president now.
The U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
You said, what's the temperature looking like? Where you at? Politics good there? A lot of weird stuff is going on out here. I really don't keep up with the news too much out here because, 1 minute you'll, they'll say one thing and then the next minute it's another thing. So they're kind of going back and forth. But as far as I know, everything's all right out here. Just with the exception of other goofy shit, everything's all right. On this side of the planet. You know, they give you guys a different story back in the States because, American people, they just got to give you guys a different story back in the States. It's chilling out here,
Here. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to him.
Honestly, sometimes, aside from other things, it's best to be in your own world. And then when the big shit happens, kind of pay attention to it. But it's best to be in your own world. All of that shit don't affect you if you're in your own world, Yes, Sirski. Yeah. I appreciate you asking, Link, And it's always good to see you. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Let's go.
America, death to Israel.
Yeah. I'll let you know if something happens. You know what I'm saying? Link, you've been rocking with me for a minute, so definitely I'll let you know if something happens. Nothing big is really going on out here, though.
Killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct.
And if my bad. My head is somewhere else. I'm thinking about politics. Temperature-wise, it's monsoon season. It's pretty warm, 80s, 90s here, but honestly, like late at night, midnight, like around 10 p.m., 9 o'clock, midnight, sometimes throughout the day, it's raining. So it's still monsoon season here.
Direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raising-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will.
Yeah, I was looking at Toya's live not too long ago, and it was still cool, like kind of cold where she was at. That's in Jersey. So I wonder. Yeah, 87 degrees in Maryland sounds about right. Especially probably out there in Silver Springs and not Potomac, but like Silver Springs, Rockville, Bethesda area.
Will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon.
War Master was saying it was like what 80 something or maybe 90 something in what you call it in Dakota. I think South Dakota. I'm not sure where he's at these days, man. But I'm like, damn, that's still hot.
And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's so. I also want to.
President of the United States walking away from the podium there where he had been flanked by the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, along with Secretary of Defense and his Vice President, announcing and congratulating the military on what he called spectacular military success in these strikes that were carried out inside Iran earlier today. He said the sites were, quote, completely obliterated. Now, he did seem in those remarks not to completely close the door on further military action. He thanked the U.S. military and said that he hopes that their services won't be needed again. And he said all of this was meant to erase the nuclear threat posed by Iran. To be clear, U.S. intelligence assessment has been that Iran was not yet building a nuclear weapon, but that they had been enriching nuclear fuel at worrisome levels. The international community had high degree of outcry on that point. Just a few weeks ago in Vienna, you had the Israeli strikes come the following day after that, in the midst of what had been a diplomatic effort by President Trump and his envoy, Steve Witkoff, to negotiate with Iran to get them to limit their nuclear program. Those did not result in an agreement, though up until today, I am told, the U.S. was trying to reach out. Yet, just a few hours ago, we saw these strikes carried out. I want to go over to the Pentagon now, where our Charlie D'Agata is. And apparently, Charlie, you'll be there early tomorrow, since the president just said there'll be an 8 a.m. Pentagon.
Now, a lot of people are afraid because they're thinking that, people from Iraq is going to start doing terrorist attacks in the U.S. And it is summertime now, so people are out and about, festivals, all kinds of shit is going on. So there's a lot of moving parts that's going on out here. So like I said, is y'all be safe. I've told y'all a million times to stay indoors, and you know what I'm saying, and be careful. And I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if Myron or somebody else, like I was saying a minute ago, because people are like, oh, do you watch Fresh and Fit? Because Myron, he's racist and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, he must have not been here during the Bush era. Because, during the Bush era, all them people that he called friends, or, a lot of those people that he clicked up with, they would have been, if you look Middle Eastern, niggas gonna look at you sideways. They would have been on his head top. You know what I'm saying? With them jokes and stuff like that. He would think twice about siding with them. But, just stay on the lookout. Don't, what's going on, UFO? Good to see you, brother. It's a lot of stuff going on in the world nowadays, man. Do what I'm doing, Go out, enjoy yourself a little bit, have a little bit of fun, but be somewhere studying, go learn AI, go do something, posture yourself so you guys are ready for 2030, So, I'm giving y'all the right information. Posture yourself for 2030. I can sit here and you said this is coming at a crazy time with the Mexicans and stuff. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. I'm seeing people, you know, uh going crazy about that. And why every time you gotta go to like a place here on YouTube, like black people are inserting themselves into this whole Mexican thing. It's like I don't know, it's weird. Like I didn't see Mexican people begging black people for help on the internet. But what I do see is black people saying, "Hey, don't ask for our help," like trying to insert themselves into it and then like try to run back to the internet and then try to again repeat Tariq Nasheed talking points and stuff like that. It's like do y'all really know your history or are y'all just repeating it to try to convince yourself that that's your history? You know what I'm saying? I'm like starting to get fed up with this whole Black History piece. Like I want to listen to people that if not even listen. I don't give a damn. I know my history, and I want to hear people that know their history if they're going to sit up there and subject you to a lecture on your history. I'm not trying to hear no regurgitated Tariq Nasheed talking points. Like, why the fuck would I listen to this person? I could just go turn on Tariq Nasheed. Then they be butchering his talking points. You know, if I was a foundational, since I guess I'm a tether, right? If I was a foundational Black American, I'd be fed up. I'd be mad as fuck what people are doing. You know? And then the funny part is that you think you're telling Mexican people your history when them people can fucking take your ass to Mexico and show you more of your history than you've ever realized. Black people are so fucking ignorant. It's not even a joke. I don't even want to hear niggas no more. I start hearing them Tariq Nasheed buzzwords. I cut that shit off. I'm like, y'all niggas don't know what y'all talking about. And you about to be a different ethnicity within the next 2-3 years. Watch. They're gonna be a different ethnicity in the next 2-3 years. I mean, I ain't no tether, but technically I am. Hey, I'm gonna just say that. I guess. UFO said Thai City was live saying Trump wasn't gonna do shit as the bombs were dropping. Hilarious. That's funny as hell. Trump psyched everybody out. I mean, it's like he said, "You don't know what I'm gonna do." Like he was supposed to tell that woman exactly his plans and stuff like that. You did. Shout outs to Devin D. I appreciate you, brother. You did. I'm gonna say this though. You know, y'all don't understand. Trump is unhinged, man. Stop trying to track or gauge the man. I didn't know Thai City was live though, saying that he wasn't gonna do shit as the bombs were dropping. That's hilarious. That's kind of funny as hell. Shout outs to Thai City. But yeah, man, I mean, element of surprise. You dig? We're gonna see America's relationship though with Iran because it's actually pretty interesting when you walk it back.
Press conference he will detail these strikes. The Secretary of Defense will. What do we know at this hour? I know Iran is acknowledging and saying that these strikes happened, but that it will not end their nuclear program.
Yeah, well, Margaret, we await that briefing tomorrow. We have had very few briefings here at the Pentagon, so it'll be interesting to see how much detail is shared there. But as it was already shared, 6 bunker busters on Fordow, that would have meant at least 3 of the B-2 bombers that we've already discussed, where they came from, when they were deployed. We were talking earlier today about whether they went from Whiteman, whether they were going to Guam. Maybe it was a head pump, maybe it was a head shake of where this was going to go and when it was going to happen.
Yeah, I was looking at, because people were talking about it with the B-2 bombers there. You know, I was looking at it like, you could tell by when, the last time we did the show, Trump was like, y'all should have made a deal. Y'all should have made a deal. It seemed like he already made his mind up. But I guess he couldn't show it in that press conference. But yeah.
Something like 30 Tomahawk missiles at 2 other sites there. They've been called massive precision strikes. I think what we need to know, and I'm not sure whether that is knowable at this point, is how damaging that was. If the White House is to be believed, whether it crippled and entirely took out Iran's nuclear capabilities at Fordow, Natanz, and Safran. He's calling it a spectacular success. But the other thing we need to be concerned about now is he mentioned when he took out Qassam, or the assassination of Qassam Soleimani when he was president. And we saw the retaliation then across multiple American targets. There are 40,000 U.S. service members spread throughout the Middle East, and they have come under attack before, and we've already known.
He said, imagine Kamala expecting Putin and Iran to take her more seriously than Trump. Yeah, she would have probably put on a goofy fashionista show. Man, we wouldn't be alive if Kamala was in the office right now, man. Everybody would leave the states. But
even leading up to this, because it was always a what if, but leading up to where we are now, we've been speaking to people here at the Pentagon, DOD, saying if there is an Iranian retaliation, how are we postured? How is the United States postured to defend against that? There are multiple. In fact, I can't remember how many times or the last time we've seen this many military assets flooded into that area in order to defend against a possible Iranian retaliation to protect U.S. forces there.
No doubt that force posture has been really built up in these past few days. At the same time, it was just this morning that we heard the U.S. ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, announce with detail for the very first time how Americans in Israel could actually safely get out. The U.S. government brought about 70 of them by plane to Greece, evacuating them from the area. The airspace over Israel has been closed for days, so it has made it hard for people to leave if they wanted to, because there has been this back and forth with Iran's retaliation against Israel, some of those missiles piercing their defenses, those U.S.-provided defenses in many ways. And I know it has been remarkable, Charlie, that whether we're talking to current or former officials, they all seem to say it's amazing we haven't yet seen retaliation. We haven't yet seen a strike against a U.S. base or U.S. assets. Now that the United States has entered this conflict in this way, that may change. And I've no doubt that there is a bracing for what could be coming next. I spoke to some diplomats in the region just within the past hour, and I was told there wasn't much of a heads up given to some of our allies there. Just to remind people, Charlie spoke about 40,000 U.S. military personnel in that region of the world. The 4th largest military installation America has in the world is in Kuwait, very close there to Iran. Very significant naval assets in Bahrain. A lot of American families stationed there. So it's not just Israel, it is the surrounding Arab countries that the U.S. is allied with who are holding their breath tonight, wondering if hosting those American forces also makes them a target. So we are going to be watching all those bases that you see there on the screen, as well as some of the other American assets in the region. I also just want to acknowledge here that while the president has been saying this was a successful strike, we don't yet know what the end game is here. We don't know that from the United States, and we don't know that from the nation of Israel either. The goal was stated to be destruction of Iran's nuclear program. Tonight, you have out of Iran statements from their atomic agency saying that this national industry, as they refer to it, will not be stopped. That you can't kill knowledge. There have been, of course, assassinations of nuclear scientists, as we know. We want to go now on the phone. We are joined by General Frank McKenzie, who was the...
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. Please hit the like button, support the show. If you got a comment that wants to be read, let me know. Hit the like button and support the show. Right, UFO. I was talking about the bunker busters, though. The bunker busters are crazy. You know, that technology is crazy right there. You know how you got the first bomb that drops and that destroys the bunker, and the second one's supposed to go into the bunker and destroy. I heard that's what actually took out the funny mustache man. Bunker buster. But yeah, those bombs are crazy too.
Commanding the combatant commander there in the Middle East for so many years, General McKenzie. I hope you can hear me now. I know you have literally gamed out this scenario for years when you were in the job. What are those U.S. military families? What are those soldiers and naval men? What are they bracing for tonight? What should we expect with the light of day?
To be with you tonight. I've worked on this plan for 15 years. It looks like a successful strike. As you noted, we'll know more in the hours and days ahead how successful it actually was. But what the Central Command commander right now is most concerned about is the possible Iranian response. What's it going to be? What are they going to do? And a lot of the thinking over the last few days, I'm sure, in the Department of Defense has been how to prepare for that inevitable Iranian response. And so we flowed forces in. We'll be ready for it. What we want to do is avoid a significant loss of American life that would then push us up the escalatory ladder. So we want to save the Iranians from themselves. We want to maintain balance in the region if we can. And that's what the CENTCOM commander is going to be working on right now. I would also note that Iran is gravely weakened as a result of their exchanges with Israel over the past few weeks, and in fact over the last year or so. So this is a very significant thing to bear in mind as we look at what the Iranians might do in response. The final thing I will say is this. The Iranians have held all the lower cards on the escalation ladder. But the simple fact is this. We hold all the higher cards on the escalation ladder, as does Israel, and the Iranians know that.
Well, General, to that point, I was speaking to an Iran analyst just a day ago who described this regime as homicidal but not suicidal, meaning they would restrain themselves from a head-to-head conflict with the United States. As you just pointed out, they are in such a weakened position because of the conflict over the past year or more. Does that had to have factored in to the calculation tonight? Do you think President Trump is being overconfident if he thinks this is one and done?
I think President Trump actually has unique and powerful credibility on this issue. He noted the strike on Qasem Soleimani, which I really believe was the correct action at the time. I was responsible for carrying out his orders on that strike and really began the arc of the trajectory that has taken us to this point where Iran is on their back foot and in a very grave danger of even surviving as a state. So I think that's something to understand as we take a look at it. I think we should remember that the primary goal of Iranian statecraft is preservation of the regime. At different times before, this regime has chosen to step back when faced with the possibility of regime destruction.
You know, people couldn't wait. They couldn't wait for Trump to do something like this. Now, you know, people are going to be salivating. Oh, my God, he's starting World War III. Oh, my God, blah, blah, blah. They're going to do terrorist attack. Oh, my God. People have been waiting for this. And then also too, Obama. Well, Obama gonna say something. Cause I ain't gonna lie, there's tweets and stuff of Trump, resurfacing of Trump saying that Obama is the one that's trying to attack Iran and blah blah blah, and he's gonna attack Iran, and you know what I'm saying? He said Iran has already moved to block the Strait of Hormuz. What's going on, DM? Good to see you, brother. What do you mean by that? Somebody was saying too that Iran, uh, you know, um, I heard some stocks are going up. I heard the S&P 500 went up. Somebody said that Iran didn't have its nukes at that site. They moved. They moved they moved their nuclear operation. People were just saying a lot of different things. You said this is another, they have weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, that's what they're trying to say. They got a picture of Trump morphing into Bush. Do y'all think this is going to turn into a war, or was this a strike? Because listen, man, the president be making a bunch of strikes that y'all don't know about. I mean, obviously he couldn't keep this one under wraps, but the military and the president, they be making strikes all over the place. Yeah, so I've heard. Yeah, so I've heard. Let me go look at the S&P to see if it's actually up. Give me like 5 minutes, y'all.
Destruction. I think they're rapidly approaching that point right now, and I think this measurably moves us forward to that end.
We have learned here at CBS.
You said Iran is cooked. There's only different degrees of losing for them now.
Yes, that there was some advance notice that was on past to Iran about these strikes. But as I said, there wasn't full diplomatic notice being given to all of the allies in the region. You ran that operation in 2020 when, as you mentioned, Qasem Soleimani was taken off the battlefield. How much visibility does the United States have for what comes next? How good is our intelligence in terms of the threat picture?
So, Margaret, our intelligence is very good. Penetration of Iran by human sources and other sources is very good. We're going to have a good feel for what the Iranians are thinking. The other factor that's out there is much Iranian leadership is dead now. And the Iranians have, because of their corrupt system of promoting officers and keeping them in place, they don't have a good succession plan inside their military. So people go into a job and they stay 10, 12, 15 years while they're growing rich from that job. So those people are now dead, but they haven't groomed a successor. So that makes it very hard for the supreme leader to formulate decisions and to transmit those decisions to the Iranian military. And that will further complicate Iranian responses, I believe, in the days and weeks ahead.
Thank you, General. And just to clarify for our audience, as we were talking about the killings of top Iranian officials, many of them have been military leaders. We were showing you a picture there of the supreme leader, we were talking about Qasem Soleimani. We were talking about the supreme leader just now, showing you a picture of him. We do not know his whereabouts at this hour. He has actually not been seen in public for a few days now. He had this video address that we are showing you. But he is at 86 years old, dealing with cancer, and all of our reporting is that he has been very hard to contact. In other words, the top levels of Iranian government aren't sure where their boss is. At this hour, we do not know his whereabouts. When we're talking about succession planning, that is the man, that is the main decision maker from which all things flow. And so this question of what comes next is going to be really important to think about as we look at who else may be able to give orders or not give orders.
So in this documentary that we'll take a look at, the U.S. backdoor, we'll wait till we get to it. You said the Marco Rubio interview with Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation gave more details on Iran nuclear weapons ambitions. Okay.
We want to speak to Samantha.
If you could drop the link in the chat, we'll probably go over that too, UFO. Shout outs to you. Thank you, bro.
The Vinograd, who I'm told is joining us as well right now, a national security contributor to CBS. She also joins us on the phone. She was a former assistant secretary for counterterrorism at Homeland Security. And Sam, I know you served before that on the National Security Council as well. There has been so much reporting around the threat in the United States over the past few years, the risk to officials involved with actions against Iran, the risk of sleeper cells here in the United States. When we talk about retaliation, should we be thinking about the homeland?
Here we go.
Margaret, I am deeply concerned about the potential for retaliatory attacks here in the homeland by Iran. Iran's nuclear program has certainly taken a hit. We will await the battleground assessment.
Okay, right here. It says Putin threatens to enter war. Russia warns Netanyahu. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Yeah, a lot of people want to see what Russia and China is going to do about this also. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Understand how deep that hit was. But we do know that Iran is likely going to
hit the like button on the way in, y'all. Please support the show. Give me 1 second. It's gonna get deeper as we go. Let's go.
Rely on its asymmetric advantage in this conflict with the United States and Israel, which is its proxies all around the world. Iran has for decades had the both intent and the ability to direct and inspire individuals to attack American, Israeli, and Jewish interests and assets all around the world. During my time at Homeland Security, we tracked myriad Iranian threats here in the homeland, as you mentioned, against former government officials involved in the strike against Qasem Soleimani, against dissidents, against journalists, against the Saudi ambassador during the Obama administration, and against everyday Americans. So right now, while
I didn't even check the chat. Jesus Christ, this chat is throwing me off. What's going on, party? Good to see you, bro. Welcome to the show. As always, good to see you, man. Shout outs to party in the building. Definitely want to get your opinion on what's going on. Link says, what does Ja Rule think? Right. You know what? I had a friend that used to think that they used to say that all the time. It's like, see, that's your problem. Nobody cares about Ja Rule, though. You know? What's Ja Rule's opinion? I have a friend that used to say that shit. That shit is hilarious. He would bring up Ja Rule out of nowhere. I didn't know you know those type of jokes, Link. Okay, we gonna have some more inside jokes going on. You know. Sometimes too, instead of Ja Rule, he'd be like, "What does Jeffrey Atkins? What does Jeffrey Atkins think about this?" That shit is funny. Party said China ain't gonna do shit. China ain't gonna do shit. You did? Party also says Russia ain't gonna do shit. Russia ain't gonna do shit. Oh shoot! I just got a text message. Oh, you get an extra $10 this week. Hey man, y'all might want to sign up to this. Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah, y'all might want to sign up for this website. After a while, they just be giving out money. All right, hold on, y'all. Okay. Yeah, shit. What? UFO Kamikaze was telling me that Ty City was saying last night that Trump ain't gonna do shit, and then he said it was while the bombs were dropping. It's like, god damn. Imagine saying somebody ain't gonna do shit, and then behind you, boom. You know, that nigga ain't gonna do shit. All right, hold on. Let's go. Let's get back into it. Hold on.
Iran has certainly taken a hit to its nuclear program and military installations, it is likely that they will rely on their asymmetric advantage in this context, which is their proxies, to try to send a signal to the United States and to the rest of the world that they just aren't going to take this hit without any kind of response. Now, how significant their reprisals will be is something the intelligence and law enforcement communities are likely looking into, but I am concerned about the threat here in the homeland.
Yeah, I'm looking at an email now from our Homeland Security correspondent, Nicole Skanga, detailing some of the law enforcement officials throughout the country who say they have not yet been given any kind of briefing in regard to possible downstream effects. But as you point out, that doesn't mean there isn't one. In fact, I was speaking to a U.S. official earlier today who said that this administration has shown a higher risk tolerance when it comes to things like this than past administrations. That was in reference to the security of Americans abroad. As we noted there, Sam, it was just earlier today that the U.S. ambassador to Israel announced the details of how to leave Israel right now with U.S. government chartered flights. Is that a little late in the game if you have an American family member in the region?
Listen, y'all. I ran, she ran, he ran. Quran, you know, Iran don't want these problems, but then again, America might not want these problems. You know, America might not want these problems. You know, I don't think Iran is gonna do no attacks on the mainland, but you know, you never know. I mean, these people in these places, they bluff, and believe it or not, Trump used the element of surprise. So let's see how this goes. You know what I'm saying? Let's see how this goes. I mean, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, all right, what you gonna do now? Get that bullshit up out of there. We said we don't want y'all to have no damn nukes. You ain't finna have no damn nukes. You sand niggas with nukes, this ain't finna happen. That's what old Trumpy boy is saying. And I'm saying this is splitting America down the middle all over again because some people are mad that was on Trump's side. Some people are mad that was on Obama's side or the Democratic side. And they like Trump now. Like flip-flopping Americans are at an all-time high. No nuke for you niggas. Shout outs to UFO. All right, let me check it out. But we're going to see where this conflict between America, just so you guys will be, you know, so we're not talking out the side of our ass. We could kind of be a little bit educated on where this conflict between Iran and America started. Because Iran and America used to be best friends, you know. But Iran has turned into our greatest op, our greatest Middle Eastern op. So let's run down where this started and just refresh our relations with Iran a little bit later on, okay? Let's finish this before we do that, though.
Right now, how worried should you be?
Well, Margaret, on your first point, law enforcement and intelligence professionals were already on heightened alert as it pertains to the Iranian threat, just based upon the strikes against Qasem Soleimani and just various Iranian threat streams that were around even when I was at DHS ending in 2023. So while they should get a briefing on downstream effects, they are already very aware of Iranian capabilities in this context and likely monitoring social media, encrypted platforms, and other sources to see if they can find any leads on specific threat streams following these military strikes. Now, I will tell you that we have had operational plans to evacuate Americans from the region for years, and certainly post-October 7th. Those operational plans were ready to go, and I was very surprised that they were not implemented sooner based upon Israel's strikes against Iran and what we knew to be potential strikes against Americans in the region. As soon as President Trump took the decision to launch these strikes, I would have expected him and his National Security Council to immediately begin to actively evacuate Americans, not just from Israel, but potentially from Lebanon, from Egypt, from Iraq. Iran is obviously more complicated. There's no.
What's going on, Andre? Good to see you, brother. Good morning.
Knowing.
Hold on. I got to get this thing ready. Shout outs to Andre. Andre says, as per usual, Kuda, Israel starts some shit because they're Israel. And Big Brother America has to come and clean up the mess. Well, I mean, they were saying that Israel got it. You know, they're like, oh, well, they control 85% of their airspace. They know what's finna happen, blah, blah, blah. But you're right. America has to come and clean up the mess, you know? Because it's in, I guess, because you know, we don't get told everything, rightfully so. But, I mean, I guess it's in America's best interest to clean up the mess. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, America's got their hand in a lot of different things. Israel said they got it, you know? Okay, we're going to look at that, and then we're going to get into the history of UFO. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Let's hit our show goal for today. Thank you, everybody. We are here. There's going to be an educational side of today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
That Iran will be looking for opportunities to harm Americans, whether that's through violence, through kidnapping, through harassment,
Sin,
and otherwise. So it wasn't a question of the operational plans not being ready. It was a question of the State Department deciding to implement those plans, the Department of Defense helping to operate them. And I think that is unfortunately too little, too late, based upon the cauldron that is the Middle East right now.
Right. Well, those are some cautionary words at this hour, Sam. We know that Americans were ordered out of U.S. mission Iraq a few days ago, but when it came to some of those other posts, there are still plenty of Americans working, living, and many of them with families as well. We're going to continue to track what's happening there in the region, and I want to go now to the White House, where we find White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, I know from the rundown here, we saw the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, a number of key advisors, including the CIA director. And there has been a very public back and forth that the president has had disputing publicly the findings of the intelligence community when it came to assessing whether or not Iran was actually making a weapon, or whether it was, as the U.S. intelligence community said, wanting to be a threshold state. In other words, give themselves the option to get a weapon, but not actually building one. All of it comes back to that question of why this military action last Thursday and why this action now.
And Margaret, we've been really trying to drill down on that very question during this past week because President Trump gave a very specific timeline. He said that Iran was just weeks away from having a nuclear weapon. And so I asked during the last White House press briefing, Caroline Leavitt, what he meant by that. Did he mean that Iran was getting close to having enough enriched uranium, which is required to build that weapon, to start making a bomb? Or
you said, if you haven't accepted yet, accept it now. America is an empire, and for it to work, it has to support Israel and its interests. Absolutely. That's what I said. America has its own, you know, dealings in it.
Is Iran just weeks away from actually finishing the production of a weapon? And she said that it would only take 2 weeks if the supreme leader gave the green light for Iran to have that weapon. And as you pointed out, that contradicts what we have heard from the IAEA, which of course monitors all the nuclear sites around the world, which recently said that Iran was not actively pursuing a nuclear bomb, and also flies in the face of what the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified. Now, she did talk about those high levels of enriched uranium. That is very different from saying they actually are close to a bomb. But that is what the president said. That is what this administration said. And so we will be asking for more details, because that is so important to answer the why of why now, Margaret.
Yes, and an important question many lawmakers will be raising as well. We know that lawmakers have not been briefed. They are scheduled to be briefed in the House and Senate on Tuesday by the Director of National Intelligence, along with military leaders, on exactly how all of this came about and the justification for it. We know as of this evening that the top leadership in Congress hasn't fully been briefed, or at least the Democrats who are in that so-called Gang of Eight, those who lead the parties in both houses and then also have oversight of the intelligence committees. The Republicans have told CBS that they have been briefed. The Democrats have not. That further, of course, will raise questions about any kind of politics here on such a significant issue of national security. This tonight, no doubt, has been the most significant national security and foreign policy decision the President of the United States has made in this second Trump term. We'll be tracking all of what comes next very closely, and we'll be bringing it to you here on CBS. Our coverage will continue on CBS News 24/7, your local news on this CBS station, and of course, first thing tomorrow on CBS Sunday Morning, and with me on Face the Nation. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Margaret Brennan in Washington.
Right.
Iran says it does not want.
Hold on, we're gonna get into that. Al Jazeera, they're gonna pick it up. Hold on.
Nuclear sites in Iran yesterday, following the U.S. bombing of three nuclear sites in Iran yesterday, Trump administration officials are breathing a sigh of relief that the highly classified bombing mission appears to have gone off without a hitch. But there is also concern now about what happens next when it comes to Iran. Operation Midnight Hammer involved top secret planning and a head fake as two strike forces of B-2 bombers departed the U.S., flying in opposite directions late Friday night. On Saturday, defense officials confirmed to CBS News that there were, in fact, B-2s headed to Guam, flying west from their home in Missouri. But those were decoys. A separate fleet of B-2s departed from that same location, heading east to the targets in Iran. Pentagon officials say the mission was an overwhelming success, but also concede it is too early to assess if Iran still has nuclear capability. 14 30,000-pound massive ordnance penetrator weapons, or MOPs, dropped on an underground nuclear facility in Fordow and a key uranium enrichment site in Natanz. Additional American Tomahawks struck a third site at Isfahan.
I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America and Missouri overnight, completely undetected over three of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear capabilities. We believe that'll have a clear psychological impact on how they view the future.
At the White House late last night, President Trump issued his own stern warning to Iran.
There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
And those words, go after other targets, have led to confusion and some concern about what is next for the U.S. role in this very volatile crisis. Secretary of State and acting White House National Security Advisor Marco Rubio now joins us. Mr. Secretary, I know it has been an intense few hours, but so far it does not appear that Iran has yet retaliated against the United States. What intelligence do you have at this point about their capabilities to respond, the intent of their proxies? Is there any kind of command and control structure left to activate them?
Yeah, well, we'll see what Iran decides to do. I think they should choose the route of peace. We've done everything. We have bent over backwards, okay, to create a deal with these people. Steve Witkoff has traveled the world extensively, met with them. Well, not even met with them, met through the Omanis with them and discussed back and forth. We even put an offer to them that they wanted elements of it in writing, and we offered it to them. Very generous offer, by the way. We've done it, and we're prepared right now. If they call right now and say, we want to meet, let's talk about this, we're prepared to do that. The president's made that clear from the very beginning. His preference is to deal with this issue diplomatically. But he also told them we had 60 days to make progress or something else was going to happen. And I think they thought they were dealing with a different kind of leader, like the kinds of leaders they've been playing games with for the last 30 or 40 years, and they found out that's not the case. So this mission was a very precise mission. It had 3 objectives, 3 nuclear sites. It was not an attack on Iran. It was not an attack on the Iranian people. This wasn't a regime change move. This was designed to degrade and or destroy 3 nuclear sites related to their ambitions, and that was delivered on yesterday. What happens next will now depend on what Iran chooses to do next. If they choose the path of diplomacy, we're ready. We can do a deal that's good for them, the Iranian people, and good for the world. Yeah. If they choose another route, then there'll be consequences for that.
Let me follow up on a phrase you just word, weaponization ambitions. Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I see that question being asked in the media. That's an irrelevant question.
No,
they have
that is
everything
the
they need
key
to build a
point
weapon.
in U.S. intelligence assessments. You know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
The political decision had not
I know
been
that better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But I'm asking you whether the order was given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain, 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury why do they have 60% enriched uranium? You don't need 60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons. Because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No, they're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but
so
that's
a question.
That's a question. That's a question of intent. And you know, in the intelligence assessment, that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use the public March assessment. And that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
But that's also an inaccurate
representation
of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world.
Telling you, when you sit there and try to talk about war with broads, they just show how anybody can overpower them. A random nigga with a book can overpower them. One drunk man is smarter than 3 women with PhDs.
No. Forget about intelligence. What the IAEA knows, they are enriching uranium well beyond anything you need for a.
Artie said he's been parroting the same message for 10 years. You said they just now realize he ain't capping. Now he wants to ask for details for real questions now. UFO said wrecked. Party said the Supreme Leader
for a civil nuclear program. So why would you enrich uranium at 60%?
Right.
If you don't intend to one day use it to take it to 90 and build a weapon?
Right.
Why are you developing ICBMs? Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things? They have everything they need for a nuclear weapon. They have the delivery mechanisms, they have the enrichment capability, they have the highly enriched uranium that is stored.
Yes.
That's all we need to see.
Right. Well,
especially in the hands of a regime that's already involved in terrorism and proxies.
She's not even listening. She's not even listening.
And all
to what
kinds
he's
of things
saying.
are on. They are the source of all
Yes, and
instability
no one's
in the Middle
disputing.
East.
No one's disputing that. I'm not doing that here. And they were censured at the IAEA for that enrichment and for violating their non-proliferation agreements. I was simply asking if we had intelligence that there was an order to weaponize, because you said weaponization ambitions.
Well, we
which
have intelligence that they have
weren't
everything
doing
they
it.
need to build a nuclear
Got
weapon, and that's more than enough.
Okay. I want to ask you on the policy front. There are personnel throughout the Middle East from the United States, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in other bases. If those countries are attacked by Iran because of their association with the United States, will the United States defend them?
Well, that's exactly why they're there. That's a great point, actually. Do you know why we have bases in Bahrain and Qatar and UAE and all these places? All of those bases are there because those countries are afraid that Iran will attack them. If Iran was not a threat to the region, if the Iranian regime, because I'm talking about the Iranian people, the regime was not a threat to the region, we wouldn't have to have any of these bases.
I mean, that's usually how it goes. You know, that used to be accepted in the past. It's like, yeah, you're cute, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just stay over there. You know? Nowadays, people want to make being beautiful synonymous with being smart, and it's like y'all haven't been around for yesteryear. That's not how it works. You said I don't talk about religion or politics with women because they just go off of their feelings. Right. They fold like a lawn chair when it comes to war. They never actually address the facts because most of the time they don't even know the details of the facts. Yeah. And then every once in a while you'll run up on a woman that's educated on the subject, you know. I can't really go off on women too much like that, but let's keep it 100. Get out
Those
the war
bases
room,
are there
sis.
because those countries are petrified that that the Iranian Shia clerics that run that country will attack their countries.
Will the United
As you
States
know, they've
defend
got
them
a
if they
very
are?
difficult history. Well, that's why we're there. That's why we're there.
So,
but
yes,
they'll
we
attack
will
us,
defend
is
them.
what they're threatening to do. So we'll defend our people, obviously. We'll defend our people. Well, but let's hope they don't choose that route. Let's all hope that they actually decide, okay, let's go negotiate because we want a diplomatic and peaceful solution. We have achieved our...
Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Thank you, bro. Shout outs to Devin D. Yes, please hit the Cash App, y'all. You said there are a lot of women who are very savvy when it comes to politics and religion. The fuck? Laugh out loud. No, there are. As I said, every once in a while you'll run into a woman that knows what the hell she's talking about. But for the most part, hell no. You know? And then the funny part is that when you do run into a woman that knows what she's talking about, that's cool. Okay, but is she gonna go out there and go shoot something? You know? Is she gonna go out there and a lot of times she's not gonna go put her life on the line, you know? But at the same time, what is war, y'all? War is a beef between a bunch of old niggas in a lot of cases, and young people die. You know? Young people die behind that. You know? Young people die behind that. A lot of young soldiers will perish behind some shit they don't know about or for other reasons that they haven't been briefed about, which is sad. You know? But you have a lot of war generals, right? That they will actually go out there and fight with you. You know, that's respectable. You know, obviously the president can't go out there and go fight with them people, but you know what I'm saying? They're not just sending people. You know what I'm saying? You say you didn't say all women, just her on this situation. Yeah. And I mean, if she gonna get on news and stuff, the news and stuff like that, just like Ted Cruz, If she gonna get on the news and stuff like that, she need to know this. You did.
Our objectives. We're ready to negotiate this in a peaceful, diplomatic way. We've been prepared to do that for days. They are the ones that played games, as they have done for 40 years, as they have done to multiple presidents. They tried to play games with President Trump, and they see what happens. This is not a game-playing president. When he says he's going to do something, he will do it.
I hear you saying here you want to de-escalate when you are talking about diplomacy. You are looking for Iran to pick up that offer that was put on the table you mentioned by Steve Witkoff. Can you just clarify, does that mean the U.S. would still allow for Iran to have a civilian nuclear program if it does not enrich on its own
Shout
soil?
outs to Gail at night.
Sure, but that's never been an issue.
Shout outs to Gail at night in the building. Good morning. Gail said, what y'all in here lying about today? In my Gail voice. Not much. We just somewhat lying and telling the truth about Trump dropping these bizarms, kizarms on Iran. She ran, he ran, we all ran, Good to see you. Good morning. Devin D said, I found the clip. Uh-oh. 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 Hold on. I gotta go check it out. Hold on if it is. Shout outs to Devin D. And there's a new clip with RDC that I tagged War Master, and I don't know if you see it. So we're gonna wait till a wild War Master appears on today's show, y'all. You said I was part in the political sector on Twitter. Oh, good luck, Sin. That's a toxic place. That's a toxic place. You said the age limit on the lovely lady's perspective and insight. If it ain't kitty politics, they stay totally absent-minded. Yeah, they don't be talking about this stuff too on their shows and podcasts. And if it does, it's just riddled with emotions, and it's just not worth watching. Third Ward said, and let's be honest, Kuda, when historically, whenever a country defeat another country in war, the women in the country who lost that war become Yeah, of course. They're the first people seized. Of course. Religion ain't my forte. I'm more spiritual than religious. Yeah, a lot of sisters are. You did? Nothing wrong with that. You said if they're old millennial, that's when the realism start and end. There's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Gail, and thank you, Devin D, in the place to be. You want to stay away from certain topics on the internet. I will say that. You want to stay away from certain topics on the internet. But now with the orange man in office, shit, people just don't give a damn. We talking about religion and politics, which you want to stay away from, you know? A lot of women are only interested in politics to keep themselves out of wars, too. Some women have to be interested in it so that they don't have to get drafted or be on the damn battlefield. You said you watch RDC too? We brothers, goddamn. I'm telling you, bro, they funny as hell. They funny as hell. I would love to do some skits with them. You dig? Thank you so much, Gail. Thank you so much, Devin D. Make sure you guys please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Shout outs to the wrench holders in the building. Wrench gang. All right. You said she does it almost every Sunday morning. It's like liberals pay her to ask ridiculous questions, hoping to score points for liberal viewers instead of informative reporting. Okay, so you saying she got a monkey on her back. She got a battery in her back. A lot of people are going in on Tommy Lauren too. And also too, there's this interview I want to show y'all too a little bit later on. Andrew Tate got into a debate with the woman that slept with like 1,000 dudes and stuff like that. It was actually interesting. No, he's talking about women being property. Is women they defect as soon as women go to the winners. You know, women jump side, flip flop, and go to the winners. That's what Third Ward is saying. Yeah, Tommy Lauren resurfaced out of nowhere. Haven't heard that name in a minute, right? Yeah. Yeah, shout outs to Gail at Night Wrench. Gang, 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 gang. Yes. But yeah, shout outs to the sisters that do know politics, because I'm not gonna lie, every once in a while you'll run into one that know more than a man, and they're more educated on it. They got their numbers correct, you know. But most of them got to stay out the war room. That's why I was like, if Kamala got into that chair, we're finished, you know. And if y'all historically go look back, every time there's a woman president or leader of a nation, they go to war. They go to war. Almost instantly they go to war. You know? And because a lot of women, by the time they get into that position and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? They always feel like they got something to prove. They come in everywhere with a chip on their shoulder. I haven't heard of Ann Coulter in a minute. Yeah, what happened to her crazy ass? All right, let's go.
Issue. There's countries all over the world that have a civil
But
nuclear
that's still the
program. No
offer
one
on
here
the
is saying
table?
that Iran can't. Sure, that's always been there. Any country in the world has a right to have
They
a
got a
civil
delay
nuclear program.
also.
What they don't have a right to do is to enrich it at 60%, hide it under a mountain, and develop long-range and short-range and mid-range missiles and sponsor terrorist proxies all over the world. They don't have a right to do that. And that's what they've been doing. And no one's dealt with it. And it's continued to linger. And they've played games with multiple presidents and multiple countries around the world, and they've gotten away with it for 40-something years. This is very simple. The president wants to resolve this diplomatically and peacefully. He gave them a chance to do that. They delayed. They had all these kind of delay tactics. They wouldn't even meet with us directly. We had to go through third countries. This is very simple. Let's meet directly. Let's work on agreements that are good for Iran, good for the Iranian people in particular, good for the safety and security of the world and the United States. That's always been our preference. But they're the ones that were playing games with this. And these are the consequences. We had to achieve those objectives. We had Natanz and Esfahan. We conducted a brilliant military operation under the command of President Trump, and obviously great credit to Secretary Kurilla and General Kane and all of what happens next up to the regime. Okay, the regime wants peace. We're ready for something else. They're incredibly vulnerable. They can't even protect their own airspace.
Well, clearly they could not. But what is the U.S. assessment of how much nuclear material at those sites was moved prior to the attack? There's been talk for days about.
We don't.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me catch up to the chat. I don't know what's going on with my damn signal. I'm not sure if she ever got married. That's a good question. Hold on, what the hell? Okay, I'm back. I don't know what the hell happened. Shout outs to everybody here. Please put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. My bad, y'all. I'm not sure if she got married. That's a good question. You know, I'm pretty sure somebody should have scooped her up. You know, she's one of the last of the ditzy blondes. You said Kamala would have a gag ball in her mouth. Man, y'all was cutting up that whole election year, man. Y'all was saying some wild shit I will never forget. Y'all was like, we don't need a president in the office who sucked the dick before. That shit was... Y'all were out of line that whole election year, man. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting, Sin. You might have to jump on the penna. The penna. Join some of these debates. I might, you know, do some debates this year. Third Ward said, honestly, I believe this country wasn't ready for a woman to be the leader of the free world. And I'm not saying that in a malicious way. Me neither. Sort of, depending on the day. All right. I'm just saying based off the voting numbers. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I'm just, when I hear them say some wild shit, I'm like, see, and this is why. Oh yeah, there's a lot of conservatives in the space. Thank you, Gail. Party said we'll never know. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Trump. You said she's married. She's married to. Not sure about Ann Coulter. I haven't been on the panel in ages. No, you don't have to. It don't got to be a debate. It don't got to be a debate, but it can be a discussion. You know, if properly moderated. You know. Well, a lot of people were saying that Obama would have been in charge if Kamala, you know, got in. Obama would have been speaking in Kamala's earpiece, you know. They said check her for an earpiece, you know. I don't know. They were saying that Candace Owens might run next, Third Ward. Did he smash her in a debate or in real life? Because I heard Tommy was on Tommy Lauren's bumper.
No one will know for sure for days, but I doubt they moved it because you really can't move anything right now, and they can't move anything right now inside of Iran. I mean, the minute a truck starts driving somewhere, the Israelis have seen it and they've targeted it and taken it out. So our assessment is we have to assume that that's a lot of 60% enriched uranium buried deep under the ground there in Esfahan, and that really is the key. What they should do with that is they should bring it out of the ground and turn it over. Multiple countries around the world will take it and downblend it. That's what they should do with that. And what they should do is say, we're not going to have any enrichment capability in our country. Instead, what we're going to have is a civil nuclear program like dozens of countries around the world have, where we build reactors that create electricity and we import enriched material. And we've made very general, I'm not going to get all the details of the offers, but there are other avenues here that...
That's hilarious that she let Tommy Sotomayor hit. That's funny, but hey. It would be entertaining to watch and funny. What was I about to say? I got Vance. You know, it would be crazy to have Vance as the first millennial
would be acceptable
president
to them. If that's what they wanted, if what they want is a civil, peaceful nuclear program, the route has always been there. The problem is that everything they're demanding has nothing to do with a peaceful program. They are all the things you would want if you want to retain the option of one day weaponizing the program, which has been their clear intent. To me, that's indisputable. I followed this issue for 15 years, including the intelligence on it for 15 years. Okay, I have followed it. And the intelligence, these are assessments, and sometimes they've been wrong. I've seen them revised multiple times. These guys want a nuclear weapon one day.
Okay,
to
that point.
And it isn't going to happen. Not while Donald Trump is president.
Understood. You've said this is not about regime change, but you are describing a regime that you have said for decades, I mean, for upwards of 40 years, has chanted death to America, has done all the things you just described. Isn't a diplomatic deal with them a lifeline? Aren't you offering to negotiate with the same people you're saying did all these things? So therefore, are you actually looking for regime change?
That misses the point. I don't like that they chant those things, but one thing is that they chant those things. Another thing is that they chant those things and they have terror proxies are all over the world, and they have long-range missiles that can reach the United States one day, and they have the potential to be one step away from a nuclear weapon. Yeah, well, one day could be tomorrow, could be a week from now, could be a month from now. You know, all it takes is the flip of a switch. By the way, they're not going to broadcast that to the world. By the time we figure out that they're doing it,
I heard Tommy was supposed to be supposedly hit Angela Stanton too.
you have all the pieces in place, okay? It's like you have a gun here and the ammunition. It only takes 1 second. We have other targets that we could hit, but we achieved our objective. The primary targets we were interested in are the ones that were struck tonight in devastating fashion. The ones that were struck, I guess, tonight over there, their time, in devastating fashion, and we've achieved that objective. There are no planned military operations right now against Iran unless they mess around and they attack American or American interests. Then they're going to have a problem. And I'm not going to broadcast what those problems are, but suffice it to say, know this. The United States flew halfway around the world, right into the heart of Iran, over their most sensitive locations.
Yeah, I heard about it.
These things got rocked.
I didn't know if it was true.
And then we left, and we were out of their airspace. We were over the ocean before they figured out what had happened. And there are plenty of other targets. We don't want to do that. That's not our preference. We want peace deals with them, and that's up to them to decide.
You said defend American interests. Would the United States military take action to keep, for example, the transit point, the Strait of Hormuz, open? If there are attacks on oil installations, would the United States consider that a direct act by the state, even if it was carried out by a militia?
Well,
what's going on, Larry Legend? Shout outs to you, man. Welcome to the show. Shout outs to everyone here. Please hit the like button.
I'm not going to take options away from the president. That's not something we're talking about right now in terms of being immediate. But if they do that, the first people that should be angry about it are the Chinese government, because they take a lot of their oil comes through there. So they should be the first ones that are saying if they mine.
Yeah, I heard about Michi X. Yeah, Tommy's OnlyFans run was diabolical.
Straits of Hormuz, the Chinese are going to pay a huge price, and every other country in the world is going to pay a huge price. We will too. It'll have some impact on us. It'll have a lot more impact on the rest of the world. It would be a suicidal move on their part, because I think the whole world would come against them if they did that.
Will the Chinese and Russians stop?
Oh, hell no, Sin.
Stop trading with Iran?
Hell no.
You have to ask the Chinese and the Russians.
You haven't
Probably
asked them?
not. I mean, they're getting, the Russians are getting a bunch of these, these drones that they're using are coming from Iran.
Exactly.
They're coming from Iran. So I saw the foreign minister, instead of meeting with Steve Witkoff, is headed to Moscow to meet with Putin, which was a pre-scheduled meeting, which is fine. They can go meet. And, the Russians at the end of the day, I mean, they buy drones from them. But look, this is very simple. We want to have an agreement with them, a diplomatic agreement in which they have a civil nuclear program but are not enriching and don't have weapons-grade material or weapons-grade capabilities laying around. That's that simple. That's our interest here.
Understood.
Who they trade with, who they deal with, those are other topics. Our objective here is very straightforward. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to get close to a nuclear weapon. They're not even going to be in the neighborhood of a nuclear weapon, because these people are dangerous. This is a radical Shia clerics who run that country, and they are the source of all instability in the region, all of it. Without Iran and this regime, there is no Hamas, there is no Hezbollah. Well, because we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but
that's the core objective. But I'm going through the things they've done, because that's why they can't have a nuclear weapon. Okay, they sponsor Shias. They sponsor these Shia militias, Hamas, Hezbollah, all these other terrorist groups. These people are never going to get anywhere close to a nuclear weapon. Not while Donald Trump is president.
For the Americans at home who are going, are we at war? I'm trying to suss out some of the facts.
Yeah, Michi built like a Pokeball. She built like a Voltorb. I hope that's the big one. What's the big one? No, Voltorb is the small one, the small Pokeball. She built like the big one, Electrode. Michi built like the big electric Pokemon. She built like a Magnetron. She built like a Voltorb. You said Princella gonna be the first. Hey, yo, y'all gotta chill, man.
Why would Iran agree to any peace deal if the United States has already pulled out of one that they had, as President Trump did in 2018, and now has launched 2 surprise attacks? Both Israel and the United States have done so. There is such a massive trust deficit there. How could you possibly come
to the trust deficit started with Iran.
I know.
Well, the trust deficit, the ones that shouldn't be trusted are the Iranians because they're the ones that sponsor terrorism. Did they forewarn us before they blew up the embassy in Lebanon and killed over 200 American servicemen? Did they forewarn
Not a
us before they built
Geodude.
IEDs and blew the legs and arms off of American servicemen in Iraq? I mean, these are the people that are doing this forever. They're the ones that no one should trust. They're the ones that have lied about their nuclear program.
But
They're the ones that have hidden things from the international organisms.
But that sounds like we're headed towards regime change, where the desire to get these people out of power.
No.
Are you?
No. A serious foreign policy is one that's focused on identifying what our national interest is. You don't have to like the regime. There are a lot of regimes around the world that we don't like, okay? But in this particular case, what we are focused on is not the changing of the regime. Okay, that's up to the Iranian people if they want to do that, but that's not what we're focused on. Our national interest is about one thing, and that is Iran not getting anywhere near the capability to weaponize and have nuclear weapons. They're not going to get anywhere near that capability. The president has made that clear from day one. Our preference for solving that problem, that very specific problem, is through diplomacy. We've said that. We've given it every opportunity. They played games. They tried delay tactics.
Yeah, I like Tommy. I definitely I like the idea of Michi X. You know, I've been around long enough to see her arguments and stuff fall apart. But angry electrode, yeah, she feisty. I like Michi X. I don't think she a bad sister, but you can't send her everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You said I fell back from Tommy's platform when he started doing OnlyFans. I can't follow another man who does corn. Seems questionable to me. Yeah, he kind of went full hypocritical, you know. I don't disagree, Sin. I think a lot of dudes will vote for her. Wildly enough, you know, wildly enough. You said Princella gonna put her strap next to the. Hey yo, come on, party man. She gonna put her strap next to the presidential nightstand. That's crazy. She gonna have B Simone as the not B Simone, B Taylor as the vice president. Her and B Taylor gonna hook up. Her and the vice president gonna be beefing every other week. It'll be interesting to see who's your top 10 YouTubers, Gail. Because you're well connected. That will be you should probably do a show about that. My top 10. You know, my top 10. Hey, look, Princella gonna be the first president to have a baby daddy. She's a baddie on my daddy. She gonna be the first president to have a baby daddy. Weapons of mass destruction will not be tolerated. I am going to shoot a missile at Iran that looks like a penis. It's going to look like a strap. Okay? Because weapons of mass destruction should not be
They're trying to lay tactics now on the Europeans because of the snapback provisions.
When did
and you
the
talk about the
president
JCPOA, that was a crazy deal.
When did the president make this decision? Because he said he was giving 2 more weeks of diplomacy on Friday, and on Friday, these jets took off.
Well, the president retains the opportunity to pull out of this at any moment, including 10 minutes before. But the president ordered options. Look, the decision, in my view, was made when he wrote a letter to the supreme leader, and he said, over the next 60 days, we want to do a deal with you and solve this problem of nuclear weaponization.
Yeah.
We want to do it peacefully.
Okay.
If after 60 days...
Amen.
We don't see progress or it isn't solved, we have other alternatives.
Right.
He made that very clear. I think what some people are struggling with here is that we today have a president who does what he says he's going to do. And that's what happened here. And hopefully the Iranian regime got that message.
We're going to hit a commercial break, so I have to wrap you there. Thank you very much for your time.
I want to show our viewers precisely, and this is something that NDTV has been putting out for the last 48 hours, and we've been proven right as to just how this bombing was actually carried out. Remember,
Look at that B-2 stealth bombers. Like, America's not even using their new planes. These planes are old as fuck. Like, these planes, I think these planes first came out in like the late 70s and the 80s and stuff.
The
But old
United
planes
States
are
has attacked Iranian entities in the past, but this is historic because what has happened today is the first ever American airstrike on Iran, ever. There has never been an airstrike of this kind, and they were conducted by B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. These are the Rolls-Royce of stealth aircraft as far as the United States strategic forces are concerned, and these aircraft are virtually invisible to radar. Now, there were 2 fleets of B-2s.
Now the funny part is that these airplanes are very wide and they're black. Like, you can see them, but they're cloaked in like this paint that like really doesn't come up on radars. You know, they're cloaked in like this paint that really doesn't come up on radars. You know, so these are no joke. You know, these joints are no joke. You know, these joints are no joke, and they usually have like a big payload missile on them. You know. Yeah, they didn't even use it. I mean, but I'm pretty sure these planes, you know, you gotta use them. You know, these planes can't just be sitting in the hangar. So you gotta fly these motherfuckers. But hey, bro, these joints are no joke.
One that
Alright.
came westward across the...
Yo, party, you gotta chill, bro. He said, wasn't Michael Obama lunch ticket not working at the White House? Sound like she was Michelle Obama, but he called her Michael. Sound like she was sneaky linking with Princella. Hey man, my money ain't like ain't like your husband's. That's funny as hell. Yeah, the Nighthawk bomber is old too. Listen, we got this documentary about America's history with Iran. You know, just to enlighten, my audience at least. I want to give y'all, some enlightening content today as always. Cuz we're learners here. But listen, man, America stay crashing helicopters in Iran. I don't know what's up with it, but they were talking about how America crashed another helicopter in Iran and lost the helicopter. I'm like, bro, one thing the U.S. gonna do, we're gonna lose helicopters in Iran. You know, they got money for the war but can't feed the poor. Party said yeah, Tupac was spot on with that. Party said, yeah, the war ain't even start yet. People forget Iraq invasion started. Motherfuckers want to say, or we're saying that we could have finished them quicker than the 4 days we took. Yeah. Yeah, party's
Pacific,
on one
the
today, man.
other that apparently came secretly from the east, and it is understood that it was the latter that conducted these strikes. The B-2 stealth bombers, they cost nearly $2 billion a piece. There are only 19 in existence. They have very, very reduced radar signatures, which would anyway not be compromised because the Iran air defenses have been sufficiently weakened already. What they used was this weapon, which is one of the most powerful, most aggressive non-nuclear weapons. This is what fell from packs of B-2 bombers flying over Iran. It's called the GBU-57. It's a massive ordnance penetrator. It's almost 20 feet long. It doesn't look very big in this image, but this is what Trump's B-2s actually dropped. It's a precision-guided bunker buster bomb. And in just a moment, I'm going to show you precisely what it did for sure to the Fordo nuclear facility. It weighs about 30,000 pounds. It's the biggest non-nuclear weapon ever built. It has a width of about 31 inches, but just look at the length. It's 20 feet long. It doesn't look very big in that image. So this bomb, called the GBU-57, was dropped from a B-2. We do know that at least 2 B-2s per site were actually used from a height. These bombs are dropped. They drop under gravity at extreme velocity using different kinds of navigation and targeting. They are made from performance steel alloy.
Okay, I wonder what this one does, because usually the bunker bomb that I know, it's 2 of them. But this one, I don't know, it might work a little bit different. So the first bomb is supposed to destroy the bunker or at least create a hole in the bunker. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then the second bomb is supposed to tear up whatever inside of the bunker. Yeah, I let this play because I'm like his accent lets y'all know that he's the real deal, you know.
Alloys which are
All right.
extremely strong, and you'll know why in a moment that they need
Shout
to be
outs to Gail and
constructed
Devin P.
with such strength, because they have to penetrate up to 60 to 70 meters into the earth, and this is what happened very likely at the Fordo facility. 200 feet, that's 61 meters, the Fordo nuclear site, which contains not just a crust of earth, but huge number, like a large width of reinforced concrete.
this one's
And it is
different.
under all that, about 200 feet of concrete, that you have the Fordo nuclear facility, where you've got the site entities, the computers, the nuclear enrichment site, etc. What this basically does, this bomb basically does, is penetrate all the way down to 200 feet, and only then does it detonate. 30,000 pounds worth of warhead on it. It is very, very accurate because it is GPS and inertial navigation system guided.
Dang,
And
I didn't know
therefore,
that, UFO.
as Trump just announced, these bombs dropped from B-2s, even though he didn't take the names of the specific weaponry used, carrying 2,267 kilograms. Just picture that for a moment. 2.2 tons of explosive material. Cost of the bomb about 29 crore each, which is a mere nothing when it comes.
Okay. So the one that I was saying was the old school one where it hits the bunker and then like a couple seconds later the other one comes in behind it and hit. UFO Kamikaze said this one has a delayed detonator to ensure penetration before explosion. That's what she said, bro. That's exactly what she said. You need to ensure penetration before explosion. All right. That's that's exactly what
Strategic
she
forces
said.
has been used. We don't know for sure exactly how many have been used, but at least a handful of these have been used to attack 3 different nuclear sites in Iran. I want to go back to Ankit now for just a moment. Ankit, the B-2 bombers, as you were entering Israel last night, these B-2 bombers were making their way across the Pacific from the United States to Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. We understand that a few of them were also possibly secretly stationed, not very far from where you are right now. They may have been there for months or even years possibly in the planning. These are extremely difficult operations, even though these are stealth bombers. So I'm actually picturing the possibility that you were getting into Israel just at the time that these B-2s were hovering over Iran.
Absolutely, no doubt about that, Shiv, that it must have taken a long time to in fact put this entire operation in motion. And what we are also, in fact, picking up the local chatter in the media is that
Trump said, "Hold on, y'all. I got this. I got this." So now Iran don't know whether to attack Israel or the U.S. next. They getting double teamed right
while
now.
the president of the United States was talking about 2 weeks, so and so forth, there were already preparations going on for this operation. Israel was quite convinced that the United States is going to, in fact, step up, their operation as far as the Iranian nuclear facilities are concerned.
And America been flexing on Iran for the longest fucking time because this is the thing. We showed them more than once. Like, bro, we can get through your little air defense. That shit don't mean shit to us. We'll get through your little bullshit air defense. We went in there. We got Osama bin Laden. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Black Savant. Hey, girl, you know what a bunker buster is? A bunker buster? Yeah. You got You ever been hit with some heavy
concerned.
artillery?
And like you mentioned, initially all those air raids which were carried out, the missiles which were launched or the attacks which were carried out by Israel were also to test, in fact, the air defense systems of Iran. And the United States jumped in at a very important, crucial time while attacking, in fact, these sites. Remember, Israel had also yesterday said that Isfahan nuclear site was attacked by the Israeli Defense Forces, but the question that people were asking at that point of time was because Israel does not have this kind of bunker busters, Shiv, as you described them just a short while back. The impact of this has only been on the surface because all these nuclear sites are hundreds of feet underground, and hence the United States.
You know what? I've been talking about that. I've asked War Master about that. I've asked everybody about that. Raven, Star P. I've asked them about that. Do y'all think that Trump is going to get that third term? I think towards I was saying towards like a year or two into his term, he might just get super petty and do it. Trump's almost 80, but he moves like a young nigga. There is no doubt about that. This old nigga won't go sit down. Trump is anything but old. Trump is anything but old. You dig? Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. You said Truth Only said so Trump was bunk break. Penetrate to your bus. Penetrate to your bus. Yeah, Trump was bunk breaking. You said nuck if you buck, hey yo. Ah! Shout outs to War Master. War Master said, "What? I just got here. We were looking for you earlier, man." Listen, guys, if you just got here, make sure you guys hit the like button. Y'all gotta rewind all the way back. I had a YouTube short coming out about it. We're talking artillery. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Oh man, we about to geek out. We about to geek the hell out. All right, War Master. All right, let's make sure you have your geek cap on today, because we were just talking about that. We got UFO in the building. We got War Master. We got Truth Only. Welcome to the show. Now let's talk about some real shit. Okay. Shout outs to War Master here. We got politics. We got a lot of stuff going on. All right. Hold on. And I got something that I want to run by you, War Master, that I tagged you in, but I don't know if you got a chance to see it. Okay. We were just talking about the third term. All right. We're going to get into it. All right. We're going to get into it. All right. Now, Devin D, we about to geek out, okay? Hold on, I gotta catch up on y'all comments. Y'all going crazy in the chat, all right? Let me put the comments back on screen so I don't miss you guys' comments, all right? Y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. We about to go wild. We about to go wilder than wild right now, okay? So, War Master, I was saying earlier that they sent some old ass airplanes over there. Now, technically I forgot. When did these stealth B-2 bombers first come out? They came out in like the late 70s, early 80s, right? Because I remember it was like I had a lot of toy planes of this plane, y'all, metal and plastic. Now, these planes came out a minute ago. These are some old planes. I know these planes were out before 93. I know that for a fact. Because these were the coolest looking planes ever. I never seen nothing like it. The color of them, I would think that, man, you can see it clear as day. These are like the wildest. It looks like a M. It looks like a big Tetris block flying across the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading game mode, right? But for some reason, radars can't pick it up. America has been hoeing Iran's missile systems, you know, and we just man, fuck your little radar. We just they can't pick us up. Whether it's helicopter, whether it's planes, you know. But I know these B-2 bombers have been around for a long time. So I'm like, damn, Trump sent them old ass planes over there. But these planes are timeless. And honestly, old planes hold up better than new planes, you know? And you gotta fly them. And these joints have been dropping. I ain't gonna lie. When you see one of these motherfuckers, run. I don't know where you gonna run, but run. When you see one of these shits, run. Cause at this point, whoever sent them is not playing. You know? I'd shit my pants. I see what if I see a damn hindy, I'm running. You know? Okay, hold on, y'all. All right, let me delete this. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta catch up on y'all comments. Hold on, y'all. Let me delete this. I'm behind the scenes working. All right. So yeah, so we were talking about how they send the older planes. UFO said that what was the helicopter that you named UFO? And you said that you said the Nighthawk is more of an angular like Cybertruck compared to the B2. Yeah, we gotta check out the Nighthawk. I totally kind of forget what the Nighthawk looks like size wise. Pause. Um UFO said this one has a delayed detonator to ensure penetration before explosion. That's what she said. Hold on, let me catch up. Let me catch up. Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. All right. You said Trump will get his third term through Vance either way. That's what I was saying. I was like, it got to be through Vance. War Master, and this is what War Master said last time. He said Trump can't get a third term. We would have to amend the Constitution. Yeah, that's what he was saying. And I was saying he might be the guy to do it if he gets that petty. But yeah, War Master is absolutely right. All right. You said this chat is hell. It's not even 12 over here. Oh, it just got started. Heavy hitters in the building, man. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Shout outs to Black Savant. Also, welcome to the show, brother. Black Savant says, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think people like Trump like that. I was thinking if he got the third term though, bro, it would have been like forfeited. You know what I'm saying? You said MAGAs and FWAs will feel betrayed. I guess how he plays this term, you dig? You said Trump gets his group on top. There's two factions on the inside. Him grounding troops destroys the old regime, and Israel gonna take the L, and Iran might be the Middle East big dog. They are the Middle East big dog. Bunka bunk. Badunk wait. Badunka bunk. Badunka bunk. I need my Rumbalinian emojis. Yeah, I'm about to take this video that I'm just putting up on YouTube about kayfabe. Y'all make sure I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Y'all make sure y'all follow me on Rumble. We're gonna be doing movie night over there very soon. And I'm about to put up a lot of shorts over on Rumble with this kayfabe. Y'all make sure y'all follow me over on Rumble. I'm putting up a wrestling Rumble right now, with the old match, vintage Kane versus the Undertaker. Kane looked like Sid Vicious. You dig? Now, Devin D said the 70s. I did not know. I never knew. I never knew. Party said Vietnam. I didn't know they had them in the Vietnamese War. And I'm over here. And I picked. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm tripping. I think I did see a picture. I got to go look at my video, y'all. I think I did see a picture of the B-2 in the bomb museum that I brought you guys to. Go check out the bomb museum on this page. I got ordnance in my hand. UXO, unexploded ordnance, you know? Yeah, I know they had upgrades since then. Yeah. You said our old shit is still more advanced than their best shit. Game over. That's the thing about the US military. I got to say that. You know, we be giving them our old shit, but you know, the world got our hand-me-downs, you know? Shout outs to Devin D. A lot of brothers don't know. A lot of brothers are into aviation, man. You said the SR-71 was the first of its model, I think. Yeah, it looks like they changed like the cockpit pause. You know, cuz the older ones looked a little bit more boxy and it had like a silver mesh on the cockpit. Looked really weird. It looks like a tarantula. You dig? Oh my god, shout outs to Cynical One. Thank you for sharing the Rumble. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. What's going on, Prince P? Oh, yeah, hella game being chopped up over here. Real heavy hitters in the building. Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. I got you guys. He said, this is how you know it ain't real. We've been giving away our old shit for the last 10 years, it feels like. Right, right. You said it flies above radar systems and capabilities. Yeah, so I've heard. You said they built the B-2s from 1989 to 2000. I'm pretty sure they had a version that's before this one though. Yeah, I know this plane been around ever since I was a kid. Yeah, all of our stuff goes to defense. All of our stuff goes to defense first. The SR-71 was just a spy plane. It never carried attack payloads. Probably to get soldiers in and out. Middle East big dog is Saudi Arabia. All right. Yes, y'all hit that link and follow me on Rumble. I'm doing an upload right now as we speak. Hit that link and follow me on Rumble. Okay? Thank you so much, Sin. Make sure you guys follow me on Rumble. All right? Let's get it. Hold on. Let's get back into this real quick.
States jumping in and with these three strikes at three critical, nuclear.
Oh yeah, these ones definitely
bases
look
as far
upgraded. Ooh, that's even more scarier. They got
Iran
tents.
is concerned, sites that Iran calls are being used for civilian, civil and energy
Damn, these joints
purposes
look quicker
only
too.
escalates matters from here. Yesterday as well, we had seen Israel announcing
Flying
that
saucer.
the commander of the Quds forces in Iran has been in fact killed, and now with all these strikes as well, there is anticipation that Iran is going to retaliate, but a heightened sense of preparedness as we speak in Israel.
Okay, Ankit, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. I want to play out for our viewers in just a second what Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, where Ankit is reporting from, has just said. Listen to his words very carefully, and I want to quickly draw our attention also to these pictures from the Situation Room. Well, pretty much the war room in the United States, where Trump and his senior military brass and advisors were basically watching the execution of what is a historic and unprecedented airstrike by the United States on Iran. Hopefully, we'll get some screens of what they were looking at later in the day. But these are publicly released pictures by the White House of President Trump and his top team watching the bombing of Iran. Now, here's Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. Listen to his words very carefully.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But the United States has But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Quick word with our man on the ground, Ankit Tyagi, who's in Tel Aviv, Israel, where the Prime Minister of that country has just spoken. Ankit, what did you make from the words of Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel? One often has to read between the lines to decode what the next steps and intent might actually be.
Okay, we're going to send this over to President Princella. Princella, what do you have to say about it? Well, we've bombed Iran, and we sent a missile over there that looks like a penis. They don't fuck with us no more. Let me stop. Let me stop. You said I live 7 minutes away from a commercial military airport and trained for my pilot's license at 16. I lived by an airport too. And I wanted to get my pilot's license at one point, but all they had over there was like old Cessnas and stuff. I don't know. I'm scared of single engine Cessnas, but they're actually pretty cool, you know. Critical, yeah. You said Trump ain't playing no games yet. Hell yeah, he done sent the B2s in. You know, hip hop, hooray! Ho! You said the plane's been launching around my crib, like a commercial airport gun range, going crazy too. Shit, party live on a damn military base.
How did that seem to you? Because right now the big question is what that triangle is going to look like. Is Israel going to come under attack from Iran directly, or is Iran going to, target United States units? How did it seem to you?
Well, Shiv, Iran has already been threatening that if United States jumps into this conflict, then of course United States assets in Middle East will be fair game as far as the Israeli, defense forces, the Iranian defense forces are concerned. Whether they would risk at this moment or not is something that we will have to wait and see. Shiv, very quickly, like you played out what Benjamin Netanyahu said, his statement, he's also put out a detailed statement in Hebrew for the people of Israel. And if you allow me very quickly, I will read that out for our viewers. He has said, "Dear citizens of Israel, my brothers and sisters, in Operation Am Kalvi, we achieved unprecedented achievement together in Israeli history. You remember from the beginning of the operation, I promised you Iran's nuclear facilities will be destroyed one way or the other. This promise was fulfilled." So largely, he's telling the people of Israel that the objective of the current operation at this moment has been achieved, with United States, in fact, bombing the 3 facilities in Iran. He also goes on to say a short time ago, in full coordination between me and President Trump, and in full operational coordination between IDF and United States military. All right, Shiv, as we speak, I can see some military helicopters already on the skyline of Tehran, just Tel Aviv, just behind me. A couple of military helicopters, hovering around. He has also, in fact, he goes on to say that I congratulate the people of Israel. And he says, in my name and on behalf of the people of citizens of Israel, on behalf of entire Jewish people, I thank President Trump from the bottom of my heart. We stand together, we fight together, and with
Operation I promise you some nigga shit. Hey, yo. Oh, man, I misread it, but look. He said, operate. Yeah, well, how can she slap? Why you slap? Oh, my God. Operation I promise you is some nigga shit. Nah, Operation nigga shit is hilarious. Yeah, Operation I promise you is hilarious, though. That's some Dune Coon fuckery right there. Shout outs to everybody joining the Rumble. Make sure you join the Rumble. Join the Rumble. That way you don't miss any shows. You said, I have a customer/client who's a former deputy director of RDU, Raleigh Durham International Airport. And if it flies, I've seen it and touched it. That's what's up. Shout outs to my brothers in the building that's into aviation. You dig what I'm saying? Shout outs to my brothers in the building that's into aviation. You know what I'm saying? Why you slap?
God's help, we win together. So basically, in fact, going on to suggest and tell the people here in Tel Aviv and Israel that the objective of this mission was to destroy the nuclear facilities, and United States and Israel has in fact done that with those strikes on 3 nuclear facilities of Iran. Now, everything that happens is only a defensive mechanism, is only retaliatory in nature. At least the objective which Israel set out for has been achieved as far as the president of Israel is concerned.
So my thing has what is Israel saying, and what the hell is Iran saying? Did old boy shut up, or he's like, say less? Did old boy in Iran, the Ayatollah, is he on some say less type shit, or is he shutting the fuck up? Uh-oh.
Okay, Ankit, I'm going to let you go for the moment, but we'll get you back in just a second. Remember that the suspense over what Iran's next move is going to be is the big question right now. The United States president has announced that the aircraft that conducted this strike, and here they are watching that strike taking place, those aircraft are safely out of Iranian.
I ain't gonna lie, that's gangster as fuck. Sitting back in your chair and watching an airstrike with a MAGA hat on. Hey, yo, that's a big gangster, bro.
And that they are safely on their way back home are the exact words that President Trump has actually used. I want to show you a map of the 3
said the Ayatollah left.
sites
He's
in
like,
Iran
fuck this.
that have been bombed by Trump's B-2
I ran, she ran, we all ran. Ayatollah, get the fuck
bombers
out of
this
here.
morning. Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. These are the
Said 304, Iran, bow down, no nukes for you. That's what
3
I'm saying,
sites
Prince
and their
B.
precise locations in Iran that have actually been bombed. And as you can see, Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan, which are basically top level, the highest level of nuclear facilities in the country, are not on the borders. They are deep inside the heart of Iran. Fordo is considered one of the most difficult ones to strike because it is, like I said, 7.
A lot of people are getting mad. They're asking people from the Trump party, is this what you supported? Right. Truth Only said your boy Ayatollah ran driving a cab in New York right now. Man, look. And in the back trunk is this guy.
All right, we going. What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm going to beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper because I'm asked what the what? What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay, okay, okay.
Y'all getting 10% off your next missile. 10% off the next missile, y'all. Don't sleep on it. 10% off the next missile. Let's go. Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the
70
money
meters
reside?
deep down under a massive mountain, these three nuclear facilities have actually been struck. I want to get you what President Trump has said. Once again, reading between the lines of what he has said, let's try and decode, after you hear what the US president has said, what the next steps might be. Here's President Trump.
The U.S. military carried out precision strikes on the three.
We got to look up modern weapons because I'm not gonna lie, that's the wrong way to be infatuated by something by getting hit with one. But they are infatuated with this particular bomb.
The president has said what the next steps might be. Here's President Trump.
The U.
That I ain't gonna lie, that bomb do look like it'll fuck some shit up. That bomb looks like an airplane.
U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime.
So they say Russia might be ready to go into war. With what might exactly? And they're saying China might be ready to go. But then again, y'all, they say a lot of things. Who is they anyway?
Natanz and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive
Where the missile
enterprise.
reside, right? Where the
Our
missile
objective
reside?
was the destruction of Iran's
Where the bombing reside?
nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. There's no...
Oof. You know, as Americans, we don't fall for the gimmicky talk, even though we do, because it sells a lot and Donald Trump knows how to sell it. But I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot scarier for foreigners. You know what I'm saying? Where he's like, listen, we gonna bomb if y'all don't act right. We gonna bomb the hell out of y'all. It's gonna be way worse and a lot easier. Damn, Rob Van Dam. That's crazy. You said the audacity of the biggest bully calling someone else a bully. I know, right? Yeah, I know, right, party. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they like how that sound, bro. A lot easier. Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know, y'all. Oh my God, truth only. Come on, man. Truth only said your boy Tyler Perry's a divester. Oh my God.
All right, we going. Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm asked what the what? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary Had a Little Lamb. Okay.
Oh my God. We're gonna talk about that. He don't seem too bothered by it neither, too. That's the scary part. He don't seem too bothered. You know? 260 million. 260 big ones. 260 buckaroos. Oh, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of ground to cover, y'all. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. It's Player Talk Radio. Oh, we got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. All right, let's get through it real quick. Let's educate ourselves, and then we'll get into the fuckery.
Military in the world that could have done what we did tonight.
I want to go across to James Bowden, who joins our coverage this morning. James, good morning. Thanks very much for joining NDTV's rolling reportage from the ground in Iran, Israel, and here in India on this unfolding situation in West Asia.
Shout outs to Devin D. Yeah, Trump is a goddamn gangster, bro. Trump is super gangster.
Of at least 3 nuclear sites in Iran.
He said he wanted his bunker busted. He wanted his bunk poked around.
First reactions to your understanding of what may have happened. We've just heard Trump speak. The Israeli Prime Minister has also spoken. Your first thoughts, James?
Several things come to my mind initially. Number one, just going back to some comments that have been made by some previous guests and you as well, just kind of reinforcing that what has happened is these B-2 bombers, I was actually tracking the arrival of these B-2 bombers that were likely used in this strike. They arrived in the region around the 1st or 2nd of April. And the ones that were reported to have been moved from the West Coast were then taken to Guam.
He said, new Tyler Perry movie, Be My B-2 Bomber and bunker bust to your butt.
And in consultation.
War Master says, Russia plus China equals Dookie. You said, think like a Jew, 1 and 2. Oh my God, y'all going crazy in the chat.
With
Lord have
experts
mercy.
and regional studies people for the Southeast Asian region, they believe that those were positioned there to ensure that China could not take advantage of the situation. Second of all, the bombs were dropped, and the reason why you had 2 was that you would have one that is dropped in there in order to create a hole, and then you have the second or even third one to develop the strike further and actually do the penetration. The final thing that I would like to comment on is what Iran.
So that's basically what I said. So this is the thing, y'all. I wonder if that's the case. I wonder if that's the case. Because the bunker buster that I know, pause, god damn. The bunker buster that I know, not I've never been bunker busted before, but the bunker buster that I know, it's like 2 missiles drop, but they drop in succession. Like one gives the first missile enough range and time to destroy the bunker, and then the other one comes after it. Now, mind you, this is from the same plane. I think the one that I know is the missile drops from the plane, right? And then there's another missile that drops from the other missile that drops down and is supposed to destroy the outer edge of the bunker or whatever. And then the other missile falls on top of that and destroys what's in the bunker. The one that this guy explained and the one that UFO Kamikaze explained is basically like this bunker drops and it looks like it penetrates the ground like a big ass pogo stick. And then it waits there for a minute to make sure, I guess it's measuring. And then I guess you say it detonates, right? We might have to we might have to do future weapons, go to future weapons and look at these things. So what it penetrates, like it stays in the ground for a minute and then it booms. Penetrate to your butt. The funny part is because I know how my microphone sounds on the other end of it, like how what y'all are hearing, and I know it sounds funny in this microphone. Penetrate to your butt, dig into your butt. Shout out to Steph is cold. You said diary of a bunk busted. The Ayatollah is in a bunker crapping his pants. What if they got him already? They do like to lie. What if they got him already? What if he was in one of those bunkers? So the Ayatollah is hanging out underground. Interesting. You said Hellfighter 2 is a different realm. Truth Only says, why did I get bunk broken? That's fucking scary that you're not even safe underground. What's going on, Chris G? Good to see you, brother. Welcome to the show. A family that bunker busts. Oh man, y'all giving Cornhub a bunch of new ideas, y'all. Yeah, you can't hide no bunkers under no damn sand, my man. You need some concrete. You said India approved China's weapons are like discount version of Timu. But the thing is though, War Master, China can mass produce them for the low ski woski. For the low ski woski, y'all. Dig into they butt. You said maybe those are V2 rockets. I keep forgetting what V2 rockets are. Those are those white rockets, right? V2s are white, right? What if Tariq and Tyler do Buck Breaking 3, a West Coast production? Oh my God. Super duper hyper pause. I know I've said a lot of crazy shit. Yeah. Super duper pause. You said we've been waiting to test that motherfucker out, right? We be using people as test dummies. Trump said no other military in the world could do what they did. Ain't nobody else said shit. Let that sink in. Damn, that is kind of scary. That is kind of scary, y'all. That is kind of scary. 3 hours and 44 minutes into the madness. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the like button. Support the show via Cash App. Support the show via PayPal. Please support good content. Man, I ain't gonna lie. Trump is right about that. Yeah, it kind of did what other military couldn't do. I don't know any other military that has bunker busting. I think V2s are those white rockets, if I'm not mistaken, Devin D. You said, I can do bunker busting all by myself. Lord have mercy. Medea's bunk protection. War Master says, Medea's bunk protection is diabolical, bro. Hold on, I had to read that one again. Medea's bunk protection? War Master says 14 bunker bust hers were dropped, and there were Tomahawk cruise missiles fired from an American submarine. I wonder if the cruise missiles created a diversion so that the planes could come in and bunker bust. Bunker buster. You said Chinese dudes already saying that the whole world can't beat us militarily if everybody teamed up. So anti-male propaganda in the United States. And we were gonna put a woman in charge of all of that. Fuck no. You said nah. Trump knew where he was and he let him live. You think so? Sometimes I would like to say this, right? And I want to get everybody in the chat. I want to get your thoughts on this, right? If you take out if somebody's tripping, right, and you automatically take out their leader, that's even worse, right? If you just take out their leader, that's way worse, right? You could just take out some of their targets, but I think if you take out their leader, that's even worse. I think they try to really get you up out of here. I think if you take out their leader, they're gonna really try to assassinate you. You know, low ski is not quality. No, China can mass produce a lot of Timu rockets. That's overwhelming firepower right there. Divorcing the bunker. Timu rockets is crazy work, War Master. Tyler Perry's bunk deeds. Medea goes bunker busting. Secret Service. War Master says, remember, India and Pakistan went to war a couple months ago. The weapons China sold to Pakistan were ineffective against their Indian force. They should have got their money back, but I'm pretty sure they're not. Medea's family bunk funeral. Tyler Perry is a fall from bunker bursting. This is the thing. I remember a couple years ago, and they made memes of this, and I haven't seen this meme go around anymore. Because I'm sorry, the crying Jordan meme is just gold. Tyler Perry got molested by a guy, I think, at some point, or a woman. So if he's gay, he could come out. He could definitely come out. Diary of a Mad Blast Weapon. Yo, what? The Hornets provided a diversion for the B-2s. Okay, now that makes more sense. I know you seen Roman candles explode in Negroes' hands. No, I haven't. Roman candles? Man, we got a lot of stuff to look up. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Let's get it.
Is likely to do as a response, as a retaliation. And my chief concern is actually a cyber attack on the United States.
Yeah, that's another thing, a cyber attack. You said if he's selling Hondas, he could come out.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna be about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the what?
Where the money reside.
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary had a little lamb. Okay. Okay.
Oh man. Best car salesman in America, y'all. Head down to Pilot Honda and go get you a damn Civic. You know, go get you a Accord. According to him, go get you a Accord. Okay? Now, Larry said something crazy, which is true. I don't think anybody ever thought Tyler was straight. You know? But I don't think him coming out right now would boost his movie sales or his sales. I guess. War Master said Trump said they knew exactly where the Ayatollah was. No American president wants to make it normal to assassinate a world leader. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I see what you're saying. The last part really makes a lot of sense. No, that's deep. No American president, y'all, wants to make it normal to assassinate a world leader. But in this documentary we're going to take a look at so we can educate ourselves. Hey, I don't know about then, Shout outs to JR in the building, the Knight and the Bishop in the building. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. JR, I need you to start producing some content, man. I know it's not easy. I know it's some hard shit, but you had some really good content I definitely a lot of people don't be hearing where you coming from. But listen, you've garnered up enough haters, JR. You know, I commend you for that in a in a weird content creator way. Start producing content. They're gonna watch your content. They're gonna watch your content and come around to what you're talking about. You did? So make sure you keep that on your mind, all right? Um you said War Master probably thinks Top Gun. No, War Master's an airplane guy. I am too. I like to play Ace Combat. We were talking about video games earlier too, War Master. War Master done missed some of the good convo, but he's here now. So that's good. Hold on, y'all. What the hell? What the hell, Fitzgerald? What the hell, May? You said it'd probably be in his best interest to come out the closet now. Y'all think so? Got nothing to lose. Honda just tested a rocket that takes off and lands like SpaceX's Falcon 9. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's going on new? Speaking of channels you should subscribe to, make sure y'all subscribe to Shaka Nulu's channel. Make sure you're subscribed to Shaka Nulu's channel. And also make sure you subscribe to Gale at Night. Okay, y'all got wrenches. Y'all are able to click and make what you click stick. Make sure y'all subscribe to Gale at Night. And make sure y'all subscribe to Shaka Nulu's channel. Please hit the like button and support the show. Yeah, I heard he offered to meet face to face with Iran's leader, and he got ghosted by Iran's leader. I did hear that. I guess they ain't never gonna meet up now. Uh-oh.
With Israel, but also with the United States. For a long time, we have heard warnings about sleeper cells, Iranian agents, Hezbollah, other groups that may be here based in the United States. But right now, I have been reaching out to relatives and to friends and other connections and urging them to have cash on hand because there may be attempts to shut down the banking system or to reach out to other infrastructure here in the United States through the internet.
War Master said Ace Combat was fire until the last mission. That commie stuff pissed me off, so I quit. Man, listen, I be skipping all of the goddamn. Sometimes it messes me up, but I be skipping all of the damn cutscenes in Ace Combat games. I'm like, just put me in the plane and have me shoot some shit. I just be shooting shit. I don't even be listening to the politics or anything in those games. War Master would love Metal Gear Solid. I gotta trick him into playing it. That's the mission for this fall, y'all. We gotta trick War Master into playing Persona, and we gotta trick him into playing Metal Gear Solid, cause he would love Metal Gear Solid, which is based off of Snake Plissken and based off of war stuff. Shout outs to DM. He said that I just read about that War Master Toyota also. What was that Ace Combat level where you had to fly your airplane into that thing into the ground? I remember I missed it and kept flying into the ground. You said DM, yep, Honda ain't no joke. No matter who jumps out the back of one, where the He said no matter who jumps out the back of one, where the money resides. That's funny as hell. I didn't expect. Oh shit! You said Trump was going to go to the Middle East to meet with him, and he still ghosted. Scary ass terrorist leader. Yeah, I guess he didn't want to be nowhere with him because he uh he he talks so much shit about Trump. He might be starstruck. About Americans. You said Kuda used to play a game with a Dyke. What do you mean, a dyke? You said remember that a butch hooker. Wait, what game did I used to play with a dyke? Uh oh, you scaring me. Oh yeah. Last of Us. Yeah. And we called it Less of Us. Yeah, man. That game made me so mad. Truth only. That game made me so goddamn mad because they killed off Joel. I would have played the game and it was good, but when they killed off Joel, the guy in the game, I was like, oh, this is some bullshit. I was gunslinging with that dyke too, you know. And then the sex scene, that shit turned me the hell off, man. One of them literally, they had the body, the body, the sprite, the body of a man. They literally had a body of a man. You dig? There's this mission on Ace Combat. It's either Ace Combat or something Skies. I forgot, but I think it's Ace Combat. I think 5, where you have to do this thing and you got to fly your airplane in this underground tunnel. And like you literally like you know how like you got to line the plane up to land it and stuff like that, which I love landing and taking off on those planes. That shit is so fucking cool. Um Especially when you got to land the plane on a carrier. But no, you got to fly in this tunnel at the end. And you got to fly in this damn tunnel. And literally, if you don't line your plane up right, because your wings are all the way out there, if you don't line that plane up right, that's why it's just better to fly on those airplane games in first person view. But you got to line that plane up. And if you don't fly it into that tunnel right, you go straight into the ground. Oh my God, War Master. I'm gonna figure out I'm gonna YouTube how to get out the Citadel. So I'm not stuck in the Citadel anymore. Okay? There is a ghost version of DJ Kuda stuck in the Citadel on Mass Effect. And that's because I went around and tried to talk to everybody. I got to a gunfight in the Citadel also. Was it Shattered Sky? Yes, Les of Us. I called it Les of Us. If you even type in Les of Us instead of Last of Us, my video will come up. It actually is some really good gunslinging and stuff, and I'm taking out clickers and all kinds of stuff. Now, mind y'all, I should have seen it coming because there's a zombie in that game that got a big ass tongue sticking out of it, and women are disgusting and they would like shit like that called clickers, So I should have seen it coming. Lick your tongue. Speaking of Pokemon. Yeah, the carrier landing is fire. You said Kuda needs to play something like Crimson Skies, aka a OG Xbox classic. I like a lot of the older playing games. They're really good. They're pretty cool. Yeah, I'm stuck in the Citadel.
Again, through the cyber domain and thus cause confusion and delay in that realm.
What do you think the immediate fallout is going to be, James? I know these are early hours at this point. There's not much to go on because we've already been talking about what the next moves could be, but it has happened now. So the dynamics slightly change because we have a situation where it is no longer about speculating about a strike. It has literally happened. How are you reading what the situation unfolding could look like?
Again, just looking into the future and what might develop. I know that there was a statement released that they would shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and that is definitely a possibility. The U.S. Fifth Fleet, which is based in Bahrain, from what I understand, was actually moved out of the Persian Gulf. And so there will be an opportunity to open it up and attack those Iranian forces. I've also been hearing the speculation that there would be some missiles fired at bases in the region. The United States has bases in Kuwait. They have a base in Qatar and in Bahrain. And those are definitely viable targets that could be hit by Iranian missile barrages. But we also know that the United States has put in the PAC-3 or the Patriot 3 missile system in order to defend against that. Now, this is a much more advanced system than what we saw deployed in the Persian Gulf War in 1990, 1991. And I definitely hope and look forward to seeing a much higher rate of success of interception by this system.
James, stay with me. Michael Patrick Mulroy, former United States Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for the Middle East, is also with me live at this point of time. Michael, welcome. Thanks for joining our coverage. Your opening thoughts in the initial hours after the announcement that Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, 3 principal nuclear sites in Iran, have just been bombed, very likely by stealth bombers from the United States. We've heard the U.S. president speak as well. Your initial thoughts, Michael?
Good to be with you and your audience. I mean, we obviously saw this coming.
Yeah.
Israel had completely dominated Iran when it comes to their capacity to defend themselves, but they could not get to the depth in these facilities to really do damage to the nuclear program. That required a specific type of munition, a massive ordnance penetrator, specifically the GBU-57. And only the United States had that and the capacity to deliver it, which was done by the B-2 Spirit aircraft. So I think that's where the U.S. had to step in to do this. Obviously, they've done that. We don't know what the damage was at these facilities. It was difficult to determine just how deep they were. These penetrators could get down to around 2.
Whoa! Slow, no homo. God damn. All right, hold on. Let me catch up on the comments, y'all. My bad. I'm trying to upload this video to Rumble, and Rumble not being humble, I might have to do these videos overnight. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. HBO special, help a brother out. It's Player Talk Radio. Support the show. Support the Xbox Fund. I got you guys. Let me catch up on these comments real quick. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Now, my bad, y'all. I am a day behind. My internet was off all day yesterday for like a day and a half. So I have to catch up. You said Trump been shot in the ear and was ready to pull up on Iran's leader who ghosted but kept talking shit. Trump got more heart than the coward niggas questioning him. I agree. And he was going to go over there, so he was going to put himself in harm. You know? He was going to put himself in harm. You said they just killed Joel off in the TV show too, see? So I guess he's just a killable character. Warmaster says someone with an accent like the reporter would be a hilarious comedian. That's funny as hell. Yeah, the Middle Eastern accent is crazy. They can't even hide it if they tried. You know? He said, I heard there was an aggressive finger banging in the show. Can you confirm? Oh, man, see? Even the show sucks.
200 feet below the surface and go right through hardened structures. But there's some indication that specifically in Fordow that these facilities went to 300. So they might have tried to put one on top of the other to get deeper. But I'm sure the U.S. intelligence community is is working hard
I'm gonna have to upload these videos on Rumble via computer than phone.
to determine just how much damage they did. But I think the estimation would be they would set these programs back many years, 3 to 5 years, and that's what they're looking at now. Of course, now we're looking at what Iran's going to do in response.
Iran has already said that they, in anticipation, Michael, of these attacks, they've evacuated these sites. They've said in some cases that not much damage has happened. These are placeholder comments that usually come in the face of an attack of this kind. There will be a measure of fog of war as well. So there's not much to go by apart from, the announcements that have been made. You've just said that it will take some time to recover from these strikes. What level of damage?
War Master says Trump is the first Republican since Reagan to push back the left. Oh, Reagan about to pop up soon. I got something to show y'all.
Knowing what we know about Fordo, Isfahan and Natanz and what goes on there, what kind of damage do you think is likely to have happened given the size of the weapons very likely used here?
So these weapons are massive. They're about 30,000 pounds, just to give you an example. Like the weapons, the JDAMs that were so concerning in Gaza because of the damage were 2,000 pounds. And it's believed that the U.S. has around 30 of these in their arsenal. So it's going to cause considerable damage. It's just to get down to the facilities. I mean, if it's cut off from being able to reach, then essentially it's destroyed. And of course, there is no way that Iran can defend its airspaces. They being the IDF, has essentially taken out all of their air and missile defense. So if they try to restart these facilities, they could be attacked again. It's not necessarily a one and done situation. The U.S. could bomb it again if they tried to essentially start rebuilding. So this is a big setback for the nuclear program, and likely that the U.S. is prepared to continue this if necessary.
Yes.
But the issue is we don't know what we don't know. Do they have other facilities that we're not aware of, and they could essentially be trying to enrich uranium to the point of weaponization, and then of course make it into a nuclear deliverable weapon.
Where do you see Israel's role?
Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Hit the Cash App. UFO Kamikaze says Trump left instructions for his administration on what to do if that meetup went left. If that meetup went on what to do if that meetup went left for him. You've never seen a president move like that before. Yeah, he a real dude, man. He gonna confront people. That's crazy. You said this dude has no idea what he's talking about. The military often understates the effectiveness of its weapon system. No reporter knows how deep the bunker buster busted for fuck's sake. Right. Unless they over there on the ground floor. Because they said that bunker buster plowed through some concrete. That's crazy. No homo. Something in that was pretty homo. But yeah, you know.
Right now, Michael, my final question to you, because we've heard Netanyahu, the prime minister of that country, speak as well. Do you think there could be more strikes from Israel right now? Do you think Iran could also target American facilities, establishments in the region?
So Israel, I think, has run their target list. They obviously can always come up with more targets, but they have done a lot of damage and really proven their superiority militarily. But to your other part of your question, that was a big concern of the U.S. There's around 40,000 troops at many locations throughout the Middle East. And they have been evacuated, for the most part, into other areas where Iran wouldn't likely target. Ships have been put to sea from Bahrain. Aircraft have been moved from Al Udeid in Qatar. And the troops have been moved. I can tell you, I'm in a hotel that's full of American troops right now. I'm not going to tell you where it is. But that was a concern. And I think the United States has prepared for that. But that doesn't mean we're completely secure. Iran has a network, an international terrorism network that could target diplomats and soft targets. One of the biggest concerns is that they're going to mine the Straits of Hormuz, which could severely disrupt trade, global trade, particularly energy. And that's something I don't think we can even stop them from doing. We could clear it, but it could take months. So that's one of the biggest concerns of the United States, and it should be for the region as well.
All right, stay with me.
All right. So yeah, like I said last night, I wanted to do a show on this while it was happening. I didn't know. Shout out to UFO. He said Ty City was doing a show saying that Trump ain't gonna do shit as the bombs were dropping. Okay, I didn't know all of this was going on because my internet has been out for just a little bit over a day and a half. So they were working on the lines out here, and then it was raining and stuff like that. So I've been out of the loop. I would have done yesterday's show, but literally I couldn't. So the only thing that went out were my scheduled uploads, and that was about it. Shout outs to everybody. I got you guys on the scheduled upload. So let's see what's going on. All right, hold on real quick. Shout outs to Devin D. Thank you once again for putting up the Cash App. Please, everybody, hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 12 minutes into the madness. All right. Ghostman Kang said, what's the U.S. gonna do if China and Russia deploy their troops to the region? Now what? Okay, that's a good question. Even though America has troops out there, that's a good fucking question. And they said that those troops would get targeted. Okay? War Master said Israel had commandos in Iran effing up the Iranian military. Bunker Buster, oh my God. Bunker Buster Rhymes, Jesus Christ. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Good to see you. Good to see you. I will be emailing you as soon as I get off air. I have not. I was out yesterday, and my Wi-Fi was out yesterday. So please expect the email from me. Good to see you. I'm glad you're doing well. Nicer comes through and says, a wise man once said, tricks are for kids, baby. Stop lying to that boy. That ain't his baby. That ain't his baby. Shout outs to Nicer. Yeah, tricks are for kids. It's funny. I'm up all the uploading I was supposed to do yesterday. I'm doing today. I'm uploading a video of a woman going off on the guy about being a stepfather. Women have been saying on social media that a stepfather is a guy she wouldn't date if she didn't have that baby. Damn. Speaking of tricks are for kids, Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Always good to see you. I don't have any sound effects here. I'm gonna have to turn on my Rodecaster, y'all. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. UFO says China and Russia ain't getting involved in this shit. They got their own problems to deal with. But what if Iran reaches out to them? What do you think? What do you think they're gonna say if Iran reaches out to them? If Iran reaches out to them and say, hey, we need some missiles, we need some help and stuff like that, I think the first person they'll probably reach out to is Russia. But then again, like I said, Trump struck the deal with China. Trump probably was going to meet up with the Chinese president if he did go to Iran first. Niggas with bunker. Okay, I done heard it all. Niggas with bunker busters. Oh my God.
Yeah, Michael, James Bowden, I'd like to quickly come back to you for a final word on this before we move on to our reporters on the ground. American unit.
You already know. Shout outs to War Master, Roadmaster Gang, and Roadcaster Gang. Let's get it. Uh-oh. Did I delete this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all.
It's American, targets coming under a retaliatory response from Iran. We do know that Iran's air defense capability has been significantly weakened, especially in the eastern part of the country. Do you see that happening? Do you see that as one of the early things that Iran might do?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What Iran's immediate retaliation is likely to look like? Do you think American military targets could come under attack?
I do believe that there is a chance that we could see a limited missile barrage. I mean, there could be a few missiles sent over to these Middle Eastern locations, maybe also a handful into Israel. But again, my greatest concern is that one of the earliest retaliations that we will see is something in the cyber domain. Again, maybe oriented towards Israel, but also possibly against the United States. That continues to be a concern, as well as the possibility of activating different sleeper elements or soft elements, as was just suggested a short time ago, to attack places of worship, let's say like Jewish synagogues here in the United States and other locations. So it's hard to 100% estimate what that response will be, because we do know that Israel has degraded Iran's electronic capability, and they have also throttled back on that because they risk exposing their positions and becoming targets themselves. I think that one of the great, one of the big check marks on Israel's list is actually taking out the governmental leadership. That Khamenei is one of the next targets on their list, and that they will go after him, eliminate that, and cause that chaos in the leadership.
Michael, I wanted to ask you one final question before I let the both of you go. On the Khamenei himself, that as far as Israel is concerned, as far as the United States is concerned, seems to be unfinished business, if I could use that phrase. Where do you think that's going, the leadership in Iran?
Well, a lot of it's been decimated, particularly the military leadership and the IRGC leadership, and of course the nuclear scientists and technician. If they know where Khomeini is, I don't think Israel would hesitate to strike. And they've proven very good at leadership decapitation strikes, not just in Iran, but with Hezbollah and Hamas. And I think they're going to look to do that. There's reports that President Trump requested that not happen, probably because of the instability it could cause. But if this continues, and certainly if the attacks happen on U.S. forces in the region, and if there's any casualties, that might change President Trump's calculus. So it might happen, which of course would cause the ultimate regime change, and then we'd have to see where we go from there. But right now, it's really in Iran's court to decide whether they're going to conduct these attacks. Cyber, I think that's also a good point. That could cause a lot of damage. And even if they just send missiles, they probably going to do something to try to save face. Whether it'll be effective at all is unlikely, but we'll see. You never know, and that could escalate this even further.
Michael and James, thanks very much for joining us on our continuing coverage. We're going to go to our reporters on the ground in a moment. We'll be joined by Ankit Tyagi, who is in Israel. We'll be getting our reporter from the ground in Tehran, Iran as well in just a moment. I'm going to go across to Mohammad Ghazali, who tracks foreign affairs for NDTV, and he joins me live this morning as well. Ghazali, any initial reactions? There's no official statement from India just yet, but any initial murmurs or sounds you're tracking from the Indian system at this point of time? They're obviously going to be looking very closely at what's going on.
Yes, certainly. India is closely watching the developments, Shiv, partly due to first reason that evacuation process is on from Iran. A flight is expected to land today as well from Iran in Delhi. The other is strategic importance that why India is keeping an eye on both Iran and Israel is that one, we have got a port in Haifa and we have got a port in Chabahar. And both of these ports, at least the city of Haifa has come under attack. The Chabahar port has not come under attack as of now. But the escalating situation certainly hints that now the focus of retaliation from Iran would be the naval bases. And we are getting reports that how there is a panic among the containers and vessels in the Strait of Hormuz right now. So India is certainly keeping an eye. And before, I should also inform that this evacuation process, which has been going on for the last 2-3 days, India is not only in touch with Iran, but also with Israel.
Ghazali, amidst this evacuation from Iran right now, even though the bombings have been taking place in nuclear sites, strategic sites in Iran right now, the concern as far as evacuation is concerned has become much more heightened, obviously. So there will be a sense of urgency within the system to make sure that they are able to get people out even quicker now.
Yeah, because there are still thousands of Indians stranded over there, and the bigger challenge is to assemble them at one point. Yeah. The internet is not working. There is restricted access to the internet connection over there, and that is why not just the students, but there were many pilgrims who had gone to Iraq. On their way back, they have come to Iran, and they are stuck there. So there are many first-time visitors to Iran. They are in a panic situation right now because the overnight development will certainly create more chaos over there. They have to travel a long distance from anywhere in the near Tehran or Qom or the city of Mashhad. From there, any land border takes around 10 to 12 hours to cross to sort of get out of Iran to any other country like Armenia or Turkmenistan or other neighboring countries. So that would be a bigger challenge. India will have to ensure that while they are moving towards the border areas, they are safe from any kind of aerial strikes from Israel or US, if any, because Donald Trump has also hinted that they will continue to pursue Iran, push Iran to come for negotiations, and if that doesn't happen, they'll pursue the attacks yet again.
Shout outs. Look, Iranian news. That's crazy that you can actually watch some of their programming over there, here, Shout outs to War Master. War Master says, every time I watch the news, I feel like I'm 3 weeks ahead. The irony in that is that you probably are. You probably are. He said, I pity the fool that connects the laptop that controls the nukes to the internet without Norton's antivirus firewall. Yeah, you got to have big cybersecurity shit on your shit. Honeypots galore. You said Putin ain't giving shit to a country with no air defense while his planes got fucked up by cheap drones. Game over. Yeah. That's another thing. Putin couldn't tell them niggas to just chill out real quick. Hey, chill out, bro. We got some shit going on over here. We might need a missile from y'all. That's another thing too, I guess, why Trump don't want them to have missiles, because guess what? I'm pretty sure they will sell it to Putin. If Iran comes up with some nuclear missiles, they will sell it to Putin. Now listen, before we get into the educational side of today's show, which all of my shows are educational, y'all know I gotta poke a little fun at War Master. Check this out, y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all.
Yeah, that's all there. That's Microsoft money.
Okay. All right, so what does y'all mean? We need you to kill Nintendo.
What? Nigga, did you listen? That's not what we said.
Well, I think that's the fastest way to handle the situation.
Wait, but we're not gonna kill nobody. That's crazy.
Man, this motherfucker soft as fuck. Y'all think you gotta get some more?
All right, look. So they're saying the Switch 2 sold 3.5 million units in 4 days. Do you know how hard that is?
So, y'all want me to kill Nintendo because y'all hate me?
Kill? No, just follow them.
No, hold on. Ain't nobody hating. These niggas is lying. lying, and that's just me using my deduction skills. Triple platinum in a week? What the fuck these niggas think they is, a damn nigga? We in a recession, bitch. Look around. That bitch cost $500. Mario Kart World, $90. I don't even know 24 niggas. Plus, PlayStation ain't never did numbers like that. And we've been grinding for years, nigga. PlayStation. Yeah, you heard that shit before, huh? That's us. Yeah, I did hear that. I heard that. I know you heard that shit. And Xbox, look what Microsoft, Xbox.
Man, that's not my slogan, bro. Come on, man.
What's up? I mean, I don't know their fucking slogan.
Don't do
Y'all got a
that.
slogan?
You know we got a slogan.
Okay, what is it? So this is what we want you to do. Follow Nintendo, see if they lying, and even if they not lying, switch those down.
No, just follow.
That's the Switch 3.
No, just follow them and investigate. That's it.
Xbox. See, that's what's wrong with you, nigga. You ain't made a good decision since 360, nigga. What you gonna do? Re-release Gears of War?
We just announced that, yeah.
Re-release Halo?
We did that already.
Okay, so what y'all need me to do? Y'all need me to follow Nintendo or kill them? Because you know I need verbal agreement. Because
So 3.5.
He said, what's your slogan? Xbox. Xbox. Shout outs to War Master. Hold on, y'all.
Million units in 4 days. Do you know how hard that is?
So y'all want me to kill Nintendo because y'all hating?
Kill? No, just follow them.
No, hold on. Ain't nobody hating. These niggas is lying, and that's just me using my deduction skills. Triple platinum in a week? Who the fuck these niggas think they is, a damn nigga? We in a recession, bitch. Look around. That bitch cost $500. Mario Kart World, $90. I don't even know 24 niggas. Plus, PlayStation ain't never did numbers like that. And we've been grinding for years, nigga. PlayStation. Yeah, you heard that shit before, huh? That's us.
I did hear that. I heard that.
I know you heard that shit. And Xbox, look what Microsoft, Xbox.
Man, that's not my slogan, bro. Come on, man.
What's up? I mean, I don't know their fucking slogan.
Don't do
Y'all
that.
got a slogan?
You know we got a slogan.
Okay, what is it? So this is what we want you to do. Follow Nintendo, see if they lying, and even if they not lying, switch those down.
No, just follow.
That's the Switch 3.
No, just follow them and investigate. That's it.
Xbox. See, that's what's wrong with you, nigga. You ain't made a good decision since 360, nigga.
Damn.
What you gonna do? Huh? Re-release
Xbox.
Gears of War?
We just announced that, yeah.
Re-release Halo?
We did that already.
Okay, so what y'all need me to do? Y'all need me to follow Nintendo or kill them? Because you know I need verbal agreement. Because
Okay, well, we agree. Let's kill
Wait, hold on. Verbal agreement? I ain't never heard no gangster talk about no verbal agreement. And who voice was that? Hey, that's nigga cock.
Oh, man, wait.
What, nigga? Nigga, I got my Switch on me right now. Nigga, I'm ready to bomb shit right now. Nigga, this nigga an actor. This nigga's an actor. Nigga, what's up, nigga? And my niggas got Switches on them. Look at them. Look. We ready. Oh, I didn't even see them.
The
fuck? Niggas like demons.
Oh, they might be on something.
Oh, they from the underworld. They from the underworld. I can tell. They from the underworld.
Let's go.
Okay.
What you think?
He said they from the underworld.
Yeah, he good. I think he good.
man, come on, bro. Talk to me, bro. So y'all need me to kill or follow? Which one?
Kill, nigga. Kill Nintendo.
Okay, yeah. Can y'all say it a little bit closer? I couldn't.
You said closer?
Yeah, closer.
He said switch them niggas down and Nintendo don't give a fuck about no family-friendly shit. Cool. Kill them.
And Xbox on off on that shit, too.
Oh, okay, man.
Yeah.
We on it. Hey, it's just us two, man.
Nintendo, nigga.
What?
Run that shit. We
Nigga, cut y'all niggas. Should have trusted my first instinct.
Get on the fucking ground.
You said you had a switch.
Yeah, I still got a switch. I got a switch right here.
Oh.
What? Why y'all looking like demons? I could have sworn y'all was from the... Oh my.
Yeah, Nintendo, nigga.
Hey,
Yeah, I
shit
told y'all.
corny,
Get on
bro.
the ground.
Oh my God. Hold on, y'all.
You know, at some point, I thought I'd be done shooting Anime House. But I think I love the game. I love the hustle.
Yeah, I don't know about the wearing wigs, but that shit is crazy. I don't know about the wearing wigs, but that shit is crazy. But let me see what y'all are saying in the chat. Shout outs to War Master. We're gonna get back into this. War Master said Russia and Iran have a defense pact. Iran asked for help. Russia said to read the fine print. We don't have. Oh, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. You said this is Xbox slander. He's like, what's your slogan? He's like, Yo, look, that kind of is true. Xbox had so many slogans, I kind of forgot what their slogan is. I kind of forget what their slogan is. You said all of our ops are falling like dominoes, starting to look like Trump been quietly playing 3D chess. Hey, look. Hey, look, look. Shout outs to Devin D and the place to be. Look, y'all. War Master said Xbox slogan is everything is an Xbox. Oh man, as soon as I saw that, I said, "Oh, I gotta tag War Master in this, bro." Hopefully, he not driving. You said the highest selling console since the PlayStation 2. I was reading an article on the PlayStation 4 being the highest selling console. It was a smash hit. But yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2 absolutely was. Yeah, 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 yeah. Actually kind of do want to switch, you know. War Master says Slender. Beta. Beta. Game Boys in the Hood. UFO Kamikaze. He said their slogan is lava lamp. Is that lava lamp gasp? PlayStation. Yo. Beta. Shout outs to War Master as always. Dropping the huge 20 on the Cash App. War Master says, oh shit, I can't even see it. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I got a video uploading. Hold on. Give me like 5 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. We gonna let this roll real quick. I got you, War Master. Hold on. Let's go.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the
Where the wood? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside? Where the money reside?
I told y'all before, y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do on that all the time. And that's on who? Mary had a little lamb. Okay? Okay? Okay?
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Oh my God. Shout outs to War Master. Hold on. Why is this thing taking so long to upload? Lord have mercy. First, I didn't get the notification. Now this thing is taking forever to upload. Hold on, y'all.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master. Hold on. Almost done uploading. I can't leave this screen or else it's gonna stop. And it's at like 99%. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me put a poll in the chat for you guys. We about to educate ourselves real quick. Then we'll get into some fuckery. Hold on. Y'all, please hit the like button. Support the show. Let's keep the support going. 4 hours and 34 minutes into the madness. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Put this poll in the chat. Okay, hold on. All right. There's a poll in the chat. 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 Okay, good. It's uploaded. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. War Master said Sony's back at it again. Back at it again. Yes. I'm hearing a lot coming from Sony, but I'm also hearing a lot coming from Xbox because I can't wait. I can't wait till Persona drops, especially the new Metal Gear Solid. Oh my God, he found it! Ah! Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me see if I can download it. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Ah! Bro, I know when you found this shit, you was probably dying laughing. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me see if I can download this. This gotta be downloadable. Oh my God, I can't download it. Hold the fuck up. Come on, let me download. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me share this. Hold on. Bro. I can't find this. I know I got this video saved in like 5 different places on my computer. This is just despicable at this point. This is just despicable. This is just despicable at this point. All right, let me catch up on the chat. All right. You said Xbox slogan, watch our game footage, unlike Sony. Xbox have some really good game footage, and even for their Series S, the graphics are fucking awesome. You said him deals is the bomb. Him deals is the bomb. .com. Just say no to Crapple. War Master is always right. I need to learn how to use Linux, man. Who here knows how to use Linux? Don't all speak at once. I heard Linux is better than all of them, but I do not know how to prompt or code, y'all. Well, I do know how to prompt a little bit, but not coding. All right. Shout outs to War Master as always. Please keep the support going, y'all. Please keep the support going. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Devin D. Let me follow you on TikTok. I need to follow. Hold on. I need to follow. Hold on. I followed you on TikTok before, Devin D. TikTok be unfollowing people for some reason. I'm just now catching this. Dang, it won't let me download it. Hold on. Dang, it won't let me download it. I have to copy the link and go to another site and download it. Yeah, he was talking about being a Linux user, but I don't know. Keep It Techie be talking mad shit about me, so I don't know about Keep It Techie anymore. He be going out of his way to talk crazy about me, and I'm like, damn, I didn't do nothing to him. All I did was help him out with mic advice, and he was like, I went out of my way not to take Kuda's mic advice. I went out of my way not to take his mic advice. He not gonna say he created my channel, which I don't say I created people's channel. But that man, shout outs to Keep It Techie, but that's some sucker shit right there. You know. You said I remember that satellite technology used to discover what's beneath the pyramids. Best believe they know those nuclear facilities were destroyed. Well, a lot of people also say, and I'm saying this because it's relevant to this conversation. A lot of people also said that the facility that got bombed, the facility that got bombed, they moved all of their nuclear weapons. You know, they moved all of their nuclear weapons. They moved all of their nuclear weapons from their from those facilities. So some people are saying that, nice try US, but those weapons weren't there, you know. So this is the whole weapons of mass destruction, mass construction, destruction. This is the weapons of mass destruction get up all over again. This is the weapons of mass destruction get up all over again. So we've heard this over and over again. You said when did Keep It Techie talk shit? He be in the Discords gossiping. I didn't know Keep It Techie was like a chatty patty also, but hey, it is what it is. Shout outs to him. But I don't know. Niggas be going out of their way to diss me. So I'm like, okay, I see what it is. They have a high opinion of themselves. Main character energy. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you in your life you shouldn't be the main character, but don't let it overtake your life because it hinders your ability to learn. And honestly, I like y'all know right now I'm studying IT and I'm studying a lot of tech related stuff. I'm studying cybersecurity, right? So I have to learn Linux. I have to learn Splunk. I have to learn GitHub. I have to learn how to use some of these tools and stuff, right? And I don't look to the guys in this space for that knowledge. I follow the Josh Madakors, the what you call it, the Josh Madakors. I would have, until I kind of seen how most of the dudes in this space react. But I follow the Josh Madakors. I follow the Professor Messers and all the other cats. No, you're always the main character, but not in the side missions. Side missions, you could take a day off for that ego shit. Side missions. You said, War Master, we don't play no crap box. War Master playing Jedi mind tricks. He said, how long have you been an Xboxian? Xboxian is hilarious, bro. I've never heard nobody say that but War Master. So you gotta trademark that. You dig? Um Party said, I saw your boy Fanny Pack on a panel telling new streamers their equipment don't matter again. When the females was telling him the common thread between successful streamers was quality equipment. He don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He don't know what the hell he's talking about. You know? I'm not even gonna lie. If you can get over their accents, and they will teach you. If you can get over their accent, you damn right. Indians on YouTube will teach you a lot and give you a loophole and give you websites nobody knows about. You know. You said we have satellite images of those trucks at the facility supposedly moving nuclear material. Are people dumb enough to think we didn't track those where those trucks went? This is getting stupid. I feel you, UFO kamikaze. You know, and maybe we probably got radars where You know, maybe we probably got radars where we could tell if it's nuclear material or waste. Or you never know. But you never know how much underground tunnels they got. But then again, at the same time, we bunker buster. You know, I wonder what the Iranian president about to say. You know, hold on, I'm trying to download this TikTok downloader. I'm adamant about getting that clip back, Devin D. I appreciate you, man. All right. Well, let's get into it, y'all. Hold on. Let's get into it. Make sure y'all hit that poll. Get your booties to the poll. Let's get at least 2 more contributors. Let's open up this panel right quick. It's Player Talk Radio. You said I'm subscribed to a few tech Indians breaking down tech, AI, and marketing. Yeah. You said never believe anything the U.S. government says. Shit. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Oh, man. Hold up. Yo, RDC is funny as hell. Ah, oh, shit. Shout outs to Devin D, man. All right, so let's educate ourselves. How did the U.S. and Iran become arch enemies? Let's go.
The United States and Iran have one of the world's most complicated and controversial relationships. The United States is the world's most preeminent superpower with a population of more than 320 million, while Iran is a major power in her own right, with a population of more than 80 million. These countries represent 4% and 1% of the living human population, and for the past 41 years, they've had absolutely zero diplomatic relations, and have come close to the brink of total war on more than one occasion. At the beginning of 2020, war between the two sides seemed almost inevitable. The United States assassinated an Iranian major general in a drone strike, and Iran retaliated by initiating artillery strikes against American military bases across Iraq.
See, so it seems like the U.S. started the BS. As always, we do start the bullshit, but let's go.
And have come close to the brink of total war on more than one occasion. At the beginning of 2020, war between the two sides seemed almost inevitable. The United States assassinated an Iranian major general in a drone strike, and Iran retaliated by initiating artillery strikes against American military bases across Iraq. Had a war broken out from there, it had the potential to become the biggest conflict in human history since the Second World War. This time, that fate was thankfully avoided. But in order to understand how it got so close and why it could still happen during another crisis in the future, you've got to understand the entire history of the conflict between America and Iran so far. And that story begins back before the start of World War II. At the beginning of the 20th century, oil was first discovered within the deserts of Iran by the British. As more and more of these discoveries were made, it was revealed that Iran in fact contained the 4th largest proven reserves of oil anywhere on the planet, and that the country was an undiscovered and unrealized energy superpower. The only problem for the British...
Shout outs to Devin D. Devin D knows a thing or two about a thing or two. Yeah, they were targeting and destroying American troops, and they also blew up their own shit and shot down their own planes and shit like that, and then tried to pretend like they didn't know what was going on, and then their government tried to cover it up. So they were fucked up to their own people. You know? Not saying that gives us any right to do anything, but goddamn, you know? Y'all please hit the like button, support the show, hit the Cash App, hit the hit the PayPal. Definitely please support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Definitely trying to educate before we move any further. If you are enjoying the show, if you learned a thing or two about a thing or two, definitely throw something on the collection plate. Shout outs to Warmaster for sponsoring the show. Please support good content. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into this. This is going to be interesting. So it looks like, or how they try to make it seem like, is that America started the BS.
Of course, was that these discoveries were located within Iran, and Iran wasn't within Britain's vast colonial empire that already spanned a quarter of the globe. Not too worried about that pesky little detail, Britain negotiated a deal with Iran to share in the massive profits that were bound to come from the extraction of all this oil. They created the jointly owned Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, but it wasn't exactly set up very fairly. Iran, the country where all of this oil was actually located, was only entitled to 16% of the company's profits, whereas the other 84% of profits were going directly to the British. By the start of the Second World War, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company grew to control all of Iran's oil and had grown to become the largest company in the entire British Empire. But this massively valuable asset was coming under threats. Discontent at the company's unfair terms was growing within Iran itself, while at the same time in 1941, Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union and opened up the largest military front line ever seen in human history. Iran stood geographically at the Soviet Union's southern flank, and their intentions were considered suspect by both the British and the Soviets. Despite having declared neutrality at the onset of the war, Iran's ruling Shah, or emperor, was widely considered by the Allies to be too friendly towards the Nazis. If Iran were to have cooperated with the Axis, it could have opened up another southern front for the Soviets to deal with that would have diverted vital troops away from the critical Eastern Front. It could have jeopardized the Soviet Union's own oil fields in the Caucasus right on Iran's doorstep, and it would have potentially placed Britain's largest oil company in the hands of the Nazis. So in order to prevent any of that from happening, and in order to ensure that Iran could be used as a transportation corridor to get vital supplies into the Soviet Union, neutral Iran was invaded by both the Soviets and the British. Vastly outnumbered and far behind in technology, Iran never stood a chance and surrendered within just a week. The old, troublesome Shah was overthrown and replaced by the invaders with his much younger 21-year-old son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, whom the Allies felt would be far less capable of acting against their interests. Iran was effectively occupied for the entire Second World War by the Allies, which eventually saw the deployment of more than 30,000 Americans and the transportation of nearly 1/3 of all the supplies that America sent to the Soviet Union. After the war ended, the Allies left and ended their occupation, but the unfair terms that the British had established in regards to Iran's oil came back into question. By the early 1950s, Britain was still taking home the majority of Iran's oil profits, while the conditions for Iranian oil workers and their families remained terrible. At the same time, the British were also withholding all of the company's financial records from the Iranians, and had refused all of their requests at being audited. The support for nationalizing the company within Iran was getting overwhelmingly massive, and by 1951, Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh, with unanimous approval from the Iranian parliament, finally did so. Britain responded to this by immediately embargoing all Iranian oil, and then 2 years later, in 1953, Britain's MI6.
Yeah, I saw a couple of the articles that B2s were on the way, but my internet was down, so I really couldn't do anything about it, or say anything, or share it to my page, you know?
And America's CIA organized a military coup within the country to overthrow Mossadegh's government. As many as 300 Iranians were killed during the coup. Mossadegh himself was placed under house arrest for the rest of his life, while the Shah was elevated to being essentially an authoritarian dictator within the country. Having had his position installed and guaranteed by Western powers twice now, the Shah became widely viewed in Iran as little more than a Western puppet. And as the Cold War developed out of the ashes of the Second World War, Iran's strategic location at the Soviet Union's southern flank, her vast strategic reserves of oil, and her authoritarian leader who owed his position and loyalty to the West, made Iran a natural and valuable ally of the United States for the very first time. The Shah pursued a staunchly pro-American and pro-Israel foreign policy, and for decades, Iran became one of America's most important Cold War-era allies. But over the decades, the Shah's policies and cozy relations with the West alienated much of his home base support. He ran a vast network of secret police within the country who arrested thousands of political opponents, and many more, like Ayatollah Khamenei, were exiled. Widespread torture of political dissidents in prison was reported. He outlawed the Iranian Communist Party. He continued friendly relations with both America and Israel, despite nearly none of the rest of the Islamic world even recognizing Israel, while he carried out a domestic policy of modernization, secularism, and the enfranchisement of women. All of these policies combined alienated Iran's leftists, the working class, and the hardcore Shiite Muslim conservatives and clergy, and by the late 1970s, Iran's long-standing political unrest had transformed into full-scale revolution. A movie theater was set on fire in Abadan that killed at least 420 people, with the Shah's regime blaming Marxist and Islamist insurgents, while many of the protesters felt like it was more likely the Shah's own secret police. The following month, protesters gathered in the capital Tehran's main square, and the Shah's army opened fire on them indiscriminately, killing and wounding hundreds more. More than 5 million Iranians took to the streets demanding the Shah's abdication, and after defections from his army became rampant, Mohammad Pahlavi realized that his position was impossible to maintain, and he fled.
He had to flee. War Master says when Europeans, Asians, and Africans fought each other for centuries on their own continent, when Europeans conquered Asians and Africans, now it's a problem. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, don't kill my brother. Let me kill my brother. Brother? You know? That is true. You said these people think cameras and ring lights make them credible sources on shit. Meanwhile, there's people offline with knowledge and experience to access real shit. Yeah, I mean, I would think that if you have more smarts and I mean, even if you have access to software and stuff like that, but yeah, if you know your stuff in the analog world, you're in a small percentile and you have access to some real information that people on the internet will pay for, whether they're going to use it or not, you know.
The country in exile in early 1979. The new radical Shiite Islamist government that replaced the Shah's regime immediately abolished the monarchy and invited Ayatollah Khamenei back to the country after 15 years of exile to become Iran's new supreme leader, and the modern Islamic Republic of Iran was born. And this new Iranian regime was radically different from the one that it preceded. It was a totalitarian Shiite theocracy that was staunchly opposed to the United States and Israel, and mass executions and purges of political opponents and members of the former regime were almost immediately carried out. To the United States and the rest of the world, Iran's Islamic Revolution came as an enormous shock. Almost overnight, Iran had flipped from being one of America's most important Middle Eastern allies to her greatest Middle Eastern enemy. After the Shah was overthrown, the United States welcomed him into their country for a cancer treatment operation, and the new Iran demanded that he be extradited back to stand trial for the crimes that he had committed throughout his reign against the Iranian people. Knowing that his return would mean a certain execution, the United States rejected all of Iran's demands, but that did little to dissuade.
So let me see if I can get this right. So what he was saying is that Dude fled to the United States and they wanted him back. And we protected him? So so in their eyes, we protected like a fugitive or a guy that they wanted back to face justice?
Iran's revolutionary paranoia. Since the Shah was actively inside America, and since Western powers had already initiated 2 previous coups in the past to install him over the will of the Iranian people, the paranoia was widespread that America and the CIA could be plotting yet another 3rd coup attempt from within their embassy inside Tehran. And so, in November of 1979, thousands of Iranian revolutionaries and students stormed the American embassy and took 52 American diplomats and civilians as hostages. America eventually sent the Shah away to Egypt, while the Carter administration worked for months to secure the hostages' release. But when diplomacy went nowhere, Carter authorized a raid by the United States Army Rangers in April of 1980 to attempt a rescue operation. But the raid turned into a disaster. Codenamed Operation Eagle Claw, a helicopter crashed into a transport plane before any—
That's one thing America's gonna do. If it's one thing America's gonna do, we finna lose a helicopter in Iran. He said, don't forget, Jimmy Carter sabotaged the Shah, the Shah in Iran. Dang. War Master said, facts. The media used propaganda and slander to claim, and then claim to be credible sources. That's true.
Any contact with the Iranians was even made, and 8 American soldiers lost their lives. Carter ordered the mission to be abandoned, and the hostages remained under Iranian control. It was at this point that the United States decided to sever all diplomatic relations with Iran's new regime, and they have been frozen ever since. But a few months later, something else incredible and unexpected happened. In September of 1980,
he said, I've seen these niggas on panels with no law enforcement training experience saying the dumbest shit about police with great confidence. People forget this shit is mostly entertainment. Absolutely.
Saddam Hussein's Iraq launched an all-out invasion of conquest into Iran. For years preceding this, Saddam had wanted Iraq to overtake and supplant Iran as the dominant power in the oil-rich Persian Gulf. But they were never capable of doing anything about it, because Iran had a colossally larger military, and they had the support of America and Israel, all of which made her vastly more powerful. But after Iran was thrown into chaos by her revolution and regime change, with massive purges and executions of government officials, and after she was abandoned by both America and Israel and was left without any major foreign allies, Saddam calculated that now was better than ever to take advantage and attack. Iraq expected a rapid victory, but the war that followed turned into an 8-year-long stalemate that most resembled the Western Front of World War I. After the massive Iraqi invasion, Iran was forced to reevaluate the American hostage situation, and they agreed to release all 52 back into U.S. custody after holding them for 444 days. America levied heavy economic sanctions upon Iran as a consequence, and then began heavily supplying Saddam and Iraq in their war effort that they hoped would destabilize Iran even further. The Iran-Iraq War would ultimately prove to be one of the largest and the bloodiest of the 20th century's second half, with as many as 400,000 Iranians losing their lives across the front line, owing in part to the widespread deployment of chemical weapons and landmines from Iraq, who is being heavily supplied and supported with conventional weapons by the United States. Throughout the war, the U.S. contends that Hezbollah, a Shia Islamist militia organization operating out of Lebanon who is a client of Iran, carried out multiple anti-American terror attacks across the region. In 1983, they carried out a bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, which killed 17 Americans, and later that same year, they carried out another massive truck bombing attack against the barracks of a military compound in Lebanon, which killed a further 241 American and 58 French soldiers. These events and others contributed to the United States placing Iran on their state sponsors of terrorism list the following year in 1984. By April of 1988, the Iran-Iraq War was still raging, and Iran had mined a large section of the Persian Gulf in order to counter the Iraqi Navy. An American frigate who happened to be passing through struck one of these mines and became severely damaged and almost sank, but with no loss of life. Regardless, America decided to initiate a retaliatory attack against Iranian targets and initiated Operation Praying Mantis. It was the largest U.S. naval combat operation seen since the Second World War. And it saw 2 American surface groups launching coordinated strikes that blew up 2 Iranian offshore oil platforms and sank 6 of their warships. The attack destroyed or severely damaged half of Iran's entire fleet and killed 56 Iranians, while resulting in only 2 American deaths. Just 3 months later, in July of 1988, an American cruiser strayed into Iranian territorial waters and received warning shots fired from Iranian speedboats. At the same time, Iran Air Flight 655, that was taking its normal flight route above from Tehran to Dubai, and was at this point flying over Iran's territorial waters above the Strait of Hormuz. The American cruiser misidentified this commercial aircraft as an Iranian fighter jet, and, assuming that they could have been under attack, they launched a missile that targeted and then completely destroyed the whole plane. There were 290 people on board that flight, and 254 of them were Iranians. None of them survived the missile strike, and it was the deadliest aviation shoot-down incident in history until the horrible shoot-down of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 over Ukraine by pro-Russian rebels more than a quarter century later. These deadly events between both sides sharply escalated tensions between America and Iran, and each felt that the other had done grievous harm towards them. In 1995, the Clinton administration enacted a total embargo on all dealings with Iran by any American-based company, which effectively killed all trade between both countries. In 1996, the Iranian client Hezbollah carried out yet another terror.
All right, y'all, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to where we are today. So now you notice that America has a crazy ass relationship with Iran. Iran is like a baby mama. God damn.
Bombing strike against a U.S. target in Saudi Arabia, this time killing 19 American Air Force personnel and wounding nearly 500 others. And then, 5 years after that, came the September 11th attacks. Just 4 months after 9/11, U.S. President Bush made his Axis of Evil speech, in which he lumped Iran, Saddam's Iraq, and North Korea all together as an axis of evil conspiring against America. Just a little more than a year after that speech, the United States used the pretext of Saddam possessing weapons of mass destruction to invade Iraq and completely toppled his regime in around a month. No
Yeah, we remember that.
weapons of mass destruction were ever uncovered, and the message sent to both Iran and North Korea was clear as day. It was either develop nuclear weapons, or you would be next. North Korea managed to successfully test an atomic bomb just 3 years after the American-led invasion of Iraq, while Iran hastily carried out their own nuclear weapons research as well. However, the United States made it clear that a nuclear-armed Iran would never be tolerated, and a combination of sanctions and diplomacy were used for years to try and convince Iran to stop.
So the U.S. has a history of telling them, don't do that.
By 2015, the Obama administration had successfully negotiated the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known colloquially as the Iran nuclear deal. The treaty's terms are complex, but the TLDR is that the U.S. agreed to end a sweeping series of sanctions they had previously placed upon Iran, while Iran agreed to give up their pursuit of nuclear research and allowed foreign inspections to routinely investigate them.
Shout out to oh my God, you going in on D Chicago. You said D Chicago thought going to the Essence Festival was some shit that mattered to a loser like me. Told him he had no clue who he was talking to. You gonna summon him out of nowhere. D Chicago like, look, I'm in the clouds trying to chill. UFO summoning Voltron. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. War Master says, we sold chemical weapons of mass destructions to Iraq. That part. I'm looking at the camera like I'm doing a fake camera zoom in. I'm looking at the camera. Yes. That part. The media named a dude Chemical Ali because he used WMD on the Kurds when Bush 43 attacked Iraq. The media said there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Wasn't it like yellow tear gas or yellow gas or something like that? Yellow cake. Don't drop that cake, nigga. What's the mathematics? What's the mathematics? Well, it wasn't yellow cake, but you know. Um, correct though. We did sell them the weapons of mass destruction, and also too, um, we sold them the weapons of mass destruction, and we also George Bush, baby Bush, came to clean up the mess that his father made years prior. You know, baby Bush came to clean up the mess that his father made years prior. Okay. War Master says also we did find weapons of mass destructions in Iraq. UN resolution 1441 said Iraq had to prove it had no weapons of mass destructions. This documentary is lying. Yeah, this is something that I found in interesting. I think it's called Nebula, if that's the name of the website. This guy usually makes these documentaries on Nebula, and this is like his first time. You know, this is like his first time. Well, not his first time, but this is like his. He basically took this off of Nebula and put it on YouTube, if that makes sense. You know, so I'm not saying he's right, but this is an interesting, documentary to kind of give you guys a background story on America's relationship with goddamn, Iran. I didn't know all of this happened, but he did make it seem like we started this shit. So
Iran's and America's relationship was beginning to show some signs of rapprochement. But then, things took another curveball. In 2016, Donald Trump was elected the new president of the United States on a platform that included a vow to fully withdraw the U.S. from the Iran nuclear deal and to reinstate tougher economic sanctions. In 2018, Trump carried through with these campaign promises, and Iran counter-threatened that they would continue on with their nuclear program and even close the Strait of Hormuz to international shipping if things escalated any further, which would have completely crashed the global oil economy. Relations between the two were back to being tense, and then things got even worse the next year. In May and June of 2019, several merchant ships traveling through the Persian Gulf were damaged in two separate violent incidents. The West blamed Iran, and then Iran denied all involvement. In June, Iran shot down an American drone that was flying over the Strait of Hormuz, and tensions increased even further. And then in July, an Iranian oil tanker was seized by the UK as it was passing through the Strait of Gibraltar on the grounds that it was shipping oil to the Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria, in direct violation of EU sanctions. Iran countered this by capturing a British oil tanker and taking its crew hostage as it was later passing through the Persian Gulf. Both sides eventually released the other ships and crew, but it was clear that tensions were reaching a boiling point. And then they dramatically escalated near the end of the year. On the 27th of December 2019, a rocket artillery attack from some assailant on America's K-1 military base in Iraq left one U.S. civilian contractor dead and 4 other soldiers wounded. America blamed the attack on Hezbollah and other Shiite Islamist militias supported by Iran, though both Hezbollah and Iran denied all responsibility. At this point, there were about 5,000 U.S. troops who were stationed in Iraq who were helping in the ongoing fight against ISIL, and 2 days later on the 29th, they decided to initiate a retaliatory strike against Hezbollah's weapons depots and command centers across both Iraq and Syria. These American airstrikes killed 25 Hezbollah-affiliated militiamen and wounded nearly 60 others.
yeah, some of these guys, I agree with that, War Master. That's why you always have to know. Some of these guys, they go off of what the media says, and it's like, The media lied about that, you know.
Escalating things even further a couple days after that, on December the 31st, Iran-backed militiamen stormed and attacked.
Those numbers weren't accurate, you know.
The United States Embassy in Baghdad. The embassy was heavily vandalized, but nobody on either side was killed, and the US blamed Iran once again for the provocation. And then came the 3rd of January 2020, when the already high tensions skyrocketed to levels never seen before. Qasem Soleimani, an Iranian major general widely believed to be the second most powerful figure within the Iranian regime, had just arrived in Baghdad on a flight. He was scheduled to meet with Iraq's prime minister later on in the day, but as he departed the Baghdad airport in a convoy of vehicles, a US drone that had been hovering nearby overhead fired a series of missiles that completely destroyed them. This missile strike had been personally authorized and ordered by President Donald Trump himself, and resulted in the deaths of Soleimani and 9 others. This event profoundly changed the crisis between Iran and the United States. It was the first time that America had assassinated a major military leader of a major foreign country since the plot to kill Isoroku Yamamoto of the Japanese Imperial Navy back in 1943.
See, so they're trying to say Donald Trump did this. You think this is leaning to the left, y'all? To the left, to the left. Cynical, where you at? Is this leaning to the left? Obama created ISIS by pulling our troops out too quickly. Some people say that those were American soldiers and people under those robes, War Master. What are your thoughts? Some people said that it was American soldier under those robes. Couldn't see their face. DM says, create the problem, solve the problem, lie about the problem. Sounds about right before you present it to the people. Kill dude with a Jinsu bomb. Oof.
Who had been the mastermind of the Pearl Harbor attacks.
What's a Jinsu bomb?
2 days later, Iran announced that it would no longer abide by any of the terms of the 2015 nuclear deal and demanded that Iraq remove all of the American presence from their country. And then, on the 8th of January, 5 days after Soleimani's death, Iran launched its own retaliatory.
So this was during Trump's first term?
Strike against America, codenamed.
I don't know if I've ever reported on that story.
Operation Martyr Soleimani. Iran initiated multiple ballistic missile strikes against 2 US military bases within Iraq, and the entire world held its breath. This was the closest that America and Iran had ever come to full-scale war, and the crisis could have easily escalated into that. America had already rapidly deployed thousands of soldiers.
You said BS, ISIS were illegal combatants.
To the Persian Gulf from the US East Coast in the days between Soleimani's death and this Iranian artillery attack. But thankfully, nobody was killed by it. The bases experienced significant damage to buildings and infrastructure, but everybody present remained alive. And this was sort of a godsend because it gave both Iran and America the opportunity to de-escalate without losing any face. Iran got to look strong and powerful by firing rockets at American targets, and without any casualties, America was given the option not to retaliate, which is what they chose to do. Unfortunately, though, tragedy still managed to find a way to strike. While Iran likely designed the attack intentionally to not cause any American casualties, Iran didn't necessarily know that the US wasn't going to retaliate, and their anti-air batteries across the country were on high alert for any kind of response. One of these missile batteries detected what they believed to be an American cruise missile on their radar, and they opened fire on it with 2 surface-to-air missiles. It turned out that the target wasn't a cruise missile at all, but was just a regularly scheduled commercial airliner that had just taken off from Tehran International Airport mere minutes before. The plane in question was Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752, traveling from Tehran to Kiev with 176 people on board.
See, this is why the USA, when they see an unidentifiable object in the air, they send a couple of jet planes out there to assist it. So people can see with their naked eyes, not no goddamn dot on no goofy ass screen, so people can see with their naked eyes what the hell it is. These trigger happy fools seen a damn dot on the screen. I'm pretty sure y'all can guess what happens next. War Master said this dude skipped right over how Iran almost sank an American destroyer in response to Reagan destroyed half the Iranian Navy in the 80s. I think he said something about that. Hold on, let me let it. No, I think we passed that part. I think you're right. Because he did talk about a tanker getting destroyed.
The Iranian missiles completely destroyed the plane and killed everybody on board, including 82 Iranian and 63 Canadians.
Bro, imagine being on a plane and you see a missile coming toward. Oh my God. As a civilian.
Citizens. Initially, the Iranian government denied all responsibility and attempted to
lied they ass off and try to cover it up.
Cover the disaster up by blaming the crash on technical faults with the plane itself. But
a couple baddies on that plane too, damn.
After raising suspicion when they wouldn't allow
skip therapy and cover it up.
Allow any investigators access to the
skip therapy and cover it up.
Crash site, the government finally admitted to mistakenly shooting the plane down a few days later on January 11th. That attempted cover-up sparked massive protests across Iran and against the regime, and the brink of war against the United States had just narrowly been avoided. Hundreds of innocent people died as a result of the conflict between Iran and the United States in 2020. But of course, it could have always been far worse. Had the conflict escalated by any number of countless different ways, all-out war could have broken out that would have resulted in the deaths of many, many more. I only hope that peace between my country and Iran can be maintained in the future. But at the same time, I'm aware of how precarious this peace is and the history behind all of this. And I'm fearful that one day in the future, we might not get as relatively lucky as we did at the beginning of 2020.
This video was originally released on Nebula as a part of my exclusive Modern Conflict series nearly 4 years ago in September of 2021. A lot has happened between the United States and Iran since then, which is why I decided to release this video on YouTube now. I'll be making videos about the current changes in the U.S. Iran conflict very shortly. But in the meantime, if you'd like to help support my channel, the best way that you can possibly do so is by...
Shout outs to this brother. Let's see if he updated. War Master said he's missing a couple of things. Wow. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on him. You know, I'll sub to his channel. We'll keep an eye on him. You said the fat electrician has a really good video about Iran getting reamed by Reagan's Navy. Do you have a link to that? I'll definitely check it out with you. I'll see. My thing is that y'all see how I'm quiet. I sit back and educate myself, you know. So I appreciate that. Yeah, if you have a link to that, War Master, we could check it out. That would be fucking interesting. You know, because I would rather have the facts. You know, I don't want to repeat something that's not a fact. That's why you kind of see. That's why I kind of y'all see how I just let certain things play, and then you know, something that I've looked at a little bit, and then you know I let you guys pick at it because you know I know you guys have a lot more. You know, y'all are a lot more astute on these topics than I am. You know, I just didn't know that Iran and America had this type of history. Obviously, America has history with everybody, you know. Okay, I got you, War Master. Absolutely. While he does that, this is what we can do, y'all. If y'all could please hit the like button and support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. 5 hours and 25 minutes into the madness. Overly dedicated. It's Player Talk Radio. We are back on. My internet was sabotaged yesterday, so we're kind of behind the show or two. This is what I wanted to play for you guys yesterday also. So let's check a little bit of this out before we get back into that.
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,050?
Shout outs to MTR. Shout outs to Bonnie Blue, who literally has her ass out on the camera. That's very classy. Slept with 1,000 men, I think, in one setting. And the pimp and Andrew couldn't let this slide. Andrew gave a pimp's answer, which is hilarious. A lot of people don't pick up on it, but I'll break it down for you guys. And I don't know. This is just funny. All right, let's go.
57 men.
Damn. How honest should I be out of 10?
I want you to be honest.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in. This is the end result of feminism.
Yeah,
you are
equality.
the perfect end result of feminism. In the world I believe in the conservative, traditionally masculinely ruled world.
Look at that. She slept with a fuckload of niggas, and he told her that I if I do say so myself. Okay, that's it, War Master. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me. Can't copy the link on here. Hold on. Okay. Give me like 5 minutes and we'll get back to that and we'll get back to this. I do wanna mention something with this though, y'all. That was a masterful answer. He told her that she is the end result of feminism. Ain't that crazy? That is a crazy fucking response, but it's spot on. That she is the end result of feminism. She is the epitome of what feminism fought for. To be a goofy ass chick. To be a goofy little bastard. Destroying herself.
Andrew, what do you think of Bonnie Blue sleeping with 1,057 men?
Damn. How honest should I be out of 10?
I want you to be honest.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, go on.
I don't understand why men sit here and try and lecture you about it. I don't understand why men sit here and say you shouldn't do it. It's your body, your choice, right? This is the world we now live in.
Right. Perfect. Right.
This is the end result of feminism.
Yeah,
you are
equality.
the perfect end result of feminism. In the world I believe in the conservative, traditionally masculinely ruled world, a man would be in charge of his daughters until they're handed over to their husbands or boyfriends, and there would be a degree of masculine guidance. But feminism didn't want that. You know, women complain that men don't want to get married. We did actually want to get married when we got obedient virgins, but they disappeared, and they complained about the patriarchy, and they were tired of us giving them a house to live in and kids to raise, and they wanted to make their own choices.
Yeah.
So she's making her own choice. That's a fantastic thing. I actually have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
What if it was your daughter?
Well, that won't happen.
But she's her own person.
I never said my daughter's her own person. I said women want to be their own people.
Hold on, we gotta run that back.
Giving them a house to live in and kids to raise, and they wanted to make their own choices.
Yeah.
So she's making her own choice. That's a fantastic thing. I actually have a lot of respect for you because you own it and you're honest about it.
What if it was your daughter?
Well, that won't happen.
But she's her own person.
I never said my daughter's her own person. I said women want to be their own people.
Oh my goodness. This guy is like a damn feminist also too. You know? War Master said she threw panties at him. She did? Oh my god. Did you see this? I wanted to play this yesterday, but my internet was the Wi-Fi was down. All right, let's go.
But my point is, there's so many women who go to Magaluf for a weekend, and do something very similar, and then they come back to England and get with some fucking guy and start asking for presents from him and talking about how they deserve a traditional relationship and they want to get married and they want a Christmas present and all this bullshit. Most women do exactly what Bonnie does. I don't see you any different than most women. And I'm not saying that in a degrading way.
Most women don't sleep with 1,057 men in a day.
1,000? Does it fucking matter?
Nah, they sleep with a lot. But, yeah, I wouldn't say 1,000. Well, the numbers do rack up. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Their numbers is up there. I can't say for sure where it is, and a lot of them can't say for sure because a lot of women don't count one night stands as a notch. Okay? I need you guys to do me a huge favor and please support the stream. Let's get at least 1 or 2 more contributors to reach our goal. You know, been entertaining you guys all morning. Please support the stream. 5 hours and 31 minutes into the madness. Are you not entertained? Please support the hardest working man on YouTube. It's Player Talk Radio. You said you saw a clip. You said if I had a child that wanted to do XXX, they will get disowned. I would say you might look at it different in the future, but fuck it. You're right. I would too. They would get disowned. You know, even if it was a boy, he would probably get disowned from me. You know, stop. That's gay. You said Iran launched an airstrike on U.S. base in Qatar. Trump about to bring the pain like Method Man. They launched the man, and you know what's funny? The cyber security places that I'm looking at is in Qatar. Let me see if I can find that. Damn, y'all making me work overtime today, man. Fuck. All right, let me see if I can find that. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Please support the stream, y'all. Working my ass off. Let's get it.
Matter?
I think it does.
I don't really think it does.
So
it's all disgusting to me. If I met a woman and she said, I just sucked a dick yesterday, I'd say, well, I find you repulsive. I don't want to sleep with you. Goodbye.
What, so you're only going after virgins?
Well, it's not about only going after virgins, but I think if you're a straight man, the idea of having a bunch of men fuck a woman that you're with is pretty repulsive.
But everyone has a past.
But see, this is the kind of shit white people say. I don't know what's wrong with people. Everyone has a past. That's not acceptable. In fact, let's analyze that. Everyone has a past. You're right. Everyone does have a past. It's true. But isn't the primary objective of a man to find a woman with as little past as possible? Would you argue that's one of the precursors to finding a wife?
Absolutely.
Considering that wives were supposed to be virgins. This was the deal. The reason I'm proud of Bonnie, and I am genuinely proud of you, I like Bonnie. I like what she's doing. Because the deal was...
Are you not, contradicting yourself here?
In what way?
Well, you're proud of her sleeping with 1,057 guys, but women should be virgins.
No, I'm saying that the social contract, the construct of society that made family function, was women were obedient virgins, and they found a man who provided for them, and they listened to that man. Women have then said, we don't like the patriarchy. We're tired of being provided for. We're tired of being taken care of. We don't want to listen to anybody. We want to make our own decisions. That was women and feminism that ended the traditional family unit. And now women can make their own decisions. So I'm glad that Bonnie's making her own decision.
Yeah,
I'm not here to tell you not to do it.
I take women back 100 years. I'm like, no, I'm the clear example of how to be empowered. I use my body. I do what I want, when I want.
True.
And this is the thing you've been banging on about for years. And when I get hate, when I click on the comments of these women that are like, oh, you're taking us back 100 years, then in their bio it's a stay-at-home mom of 2. I'm thinking, what the fuck was you rooting for?
It actually makes absolutely no sense. You're not taking... This is the future. You know, all them T-shirts that they had back in the day that said the future.
Dang. So another woman told her that she was taking women back 1,000 years. And she had to tell that woman, you're a stay-at-home single mother, blah, blah, blah. What was he rooting for? Dang.
futurist female. That's what Bonnie Blue is. Now, to normalize 1,000 bodies into one body, as what Andrew Tate is doing, I do not agree with that. I still think that the numbers, the low-ass numbers matter, baby, because we're so much in the futurist females that to expect virgins is literally, it's impossible. And while I agree, watching podcasters talk to Bonnie Blue as if they're trying to fix her, it makes absolutely no sense. There should absolutely be content that is critiquing what the hell that she is doing, because if you allow women like her to just go unabated, critique-free, consequence-free, you're going to create more versions of them. Normalizing her level of degree of debauchery is the fall of that modern-day society. It's gonna be Sodom and Gomorrah, baby. Anyway, let's keep going.
That's right. That's right,
Bonnie. See. All right, we're gonna get back to this. Yeah, everybody's looking at Trump DM saying that there would be no retaliation. I mean, he put old boy in position. He put old boy in position to strike back. You know, he put old boy in position to strike back. Everybody looking at him like, what you gonna do now? And it's like, bro, that's sad. That's scary when Trump like, hey, I know where you at. This your front door right here? All right, yeah, they attacked Qatar. Shit, they're watching it right now. Hold on, let's look at this real quick. Dang. Yeah, all of their missiles are getting shot out the sky. Your retaliation is futile. Dang, this shit is getting close to Southeast Asia. Your retaliation is futile. Dang, they missiles getting shot out the sky. The shit look like fireworks. Dang, you saw that? The missile just got shot out the sky. Hold on. Dang, they shit getting shot out the sky. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
The missile's slow as shit. Slow ass missile. Look at all these racist white people in the chat. F Qatar, go pray, monkey. These white people, by the way, y'all.
Allahu Akbar. Madam.
He said MAGA means make Ayatollah great again. This nigga running in his crib. Yeah, nigga, you're running your crib. Hell yeah. Dang. Dang. All Iranian missiles intercepted with no damage. Yeah, your missiles is futile. Revisionist voters and supporters. You said at this point, I'd rather watch YouTube men cry about Becky doesn't want to listen anymore. Right. Very psychotic by nature. War Master said a few months ago, Iran fired 100+ missiles at Israel, and they were all shot. Damn. Don't tell me that Israel can play Young Dolph's 100 shots for Iran. 100 shots. 100 shots. How the fuck you miss a whole 100 shots? I was just watching the Dolph documentary the other day. Damn, boy. He thick. That's a thick ass boy. Damn.
Ah, yes, the time that the U.S. Navy got upset and destroyed half of Iran's entire naval fleet in a single 8-hour workday. Today we're talking about Operation Praying Mantis. But real quick, this video is sponsored by Zydax Custom Gaming PCs. They are all built right here in America with American-based tech support and a lifetime warranty. It's the computer that I use and the one that I would recommend. I'll have them linked down below if you want to check them out. Let's get to this video. All right, important background info. 1980, Iraq decided to invade Iran. Why? Don't really care. Not pertinent to the story. However, at the end of that war, Iran decides, hey, we're going to pull a page out of the old Art of War by Sun Tzu. We're going to cut off the enemy supply lines, deprive the enemy of nice things. It's going to work out great. Iraq's got a weak navy. We're going to wipe out their navy.
We bombed Pearl Harbor. They never fuck with us again. Yeah, okay.
And then every time they send out an oil tanker through the Persian Gulf, we're going to blow that up. So they can't sell any liquid dinosaur. They can't make any money. They go broke. We win the war. Hooray. It's a solid plan. So they do exactly that. Then Kuwait comes out of left field and they're like, hey, we've been financially backing Iraq through this entire war for the past 7 years. We need to make sure they win so we can get our money back. So we're going to go ahead and let Iraq use our oil tankers to export oil. So Iran is like, well, that's an easy problem to solve. I'll just blow up all the Kuwaiti oil tankers as well, which is exactly what they do. But here's the catch. Kuwait at this point in time is like the one major exporter of oil that wasn't really part of OPEC, meaning that they were selling oil on the global market significantly cheaper than everybody else, driving down the entire oil market. And now that their oil tankers are getting blown up as well, it means that Kuwait can no longer sell oil on the cheap, meaning that Iran has now inadvertently committed the cardinal sin of the late 20th century, raising gas prices. Now the entire Western world looks over at the Persian Gulf like, the fuck? The ghost of Sun Tzu's sitting there shaking his head like, that's the one exception. I would have messed with any supply line except for that one, because we all know what happens next. Yeah, America then proceeds to assemble the largest...
Bro, America is like world heroes, bro. Even though it's effed up. You should see what they did here. I don't know why niggas don't learn their lesson. America has endless weapons that they stockpile. America has so much weapons. They don't know what the fuck to do with them. It's like a nigga with a new gun, waiting for any reason to use it. You would think not to play with that person, because he's going to find any single way that he can to use it. Fuck.
Naval convoy operation since World War II, send them into the Persian Gulf to protect Kuwaiti oil tankers. It is at this moment that Iran should have been like, well, that's unfortunate, time to figure out plan B, because this obviously is not going to work out. However, they decide that they're going to double down. What they're going to do is they're going to take a bunch of magnetic underwater mines, and they're just going to spread them out all over the Persian Gulf in international waters, and that's not going to have any consequences at all. So fast forward, April 14th, 1988, the USS Samuel B. Roberts, a guided missile frigate, which is basically brand new at this point, this is like its first big operation, is out there escorting a Kuwaiti oil tanker, and it runs into a minefield, hits a mine, blows up the keel of the ship. The keel is this bottom part right here. It supports and stabilizes the structure of the entire ship, and it gets blown completely in half. At this point, The only thing holding this boat together is the actual deck. 1 second, everything's fine. The next second, there's a 15-foot wide hole in the bottom of your ship. Everything's on fire and water is rushing in. The USS Samuel B. Roberts took on half of its weight in water in the first minute. This is a catastrophic amount of damage that would sink 99% of ships, but as fate would have it, the crew of the USS Samuel B. Roberts had already been winning competitions for having the best damage control crew in the Navy. So the entire crew gets to work. They're putting out fires, they're plugging holes, they're literally cinching the hull together with steel cables trying to stabilize it because the only thing holding it together is the deck at this point. Over the course of the next 5 hours, the entire crew fights their ass off and somehow manages to get the situation under control and limp the ship all the way back to Dubai where they can get it to a port. And the most incredible part of all of it, not a single American was killed, only 10 men were injured during the fire and the initial explosion. So the crew survived, the boat's basically completely destroyed. Then America sends in an underwater crew, figure out what happened. They find the remnants of the mine, they check out the other mines. Yep, they're Iranian. At this point, now somebody has to inform the president because this
Right, like they don't understand. Like we collect weapons for the fuck of it. We can't wait to see what some of the shit we got can do.
This is a big deal, and the president at this point in time is, let me check my notes, fucking Ronald Reagan.
I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
So they go ahead and they brief Ronald Reagan on everything that happened. He's super happy that everybody survived, and he's like, okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna issue a proportional response. And what the U.S. Navy heard was awesome. All right, so here's the plan. Iran currently has 3 oil rigs in the Persian Gulf that are not being used for drilling oil, but as military bases for their naval operations. So the U.S. Navy is going to go ahead and take out all 3 of those. Now, I don't really know what the guided missile frigate to oil rig exchange ratio is, but we're going to go ahead and err on the side of caution and say that it's not quite proportional enough yet. So Iran also really only has like 2 modern naval vessels. That's the Iranian frigate Sahand and the Iranian frigate Sabatland. They're going to go ahead and take out at least one of those, maybe both. We'll see how proportional they want to get. And then by the time they get all that done, that should be a nice 8-hour workday. It'll be time to clock out and go get some ice cream. So in order to get all this done by quitting time, they're going to go ahead and establish 3 different surface attack groups. Each group is going to have 2 destroyers and 1 bonus ship. That bonus ship is either going to be an amphibious landing ship or a frigate. Either way, they're all going to be identified as Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. Bravo group is tasked with taking out 2 oil rigs, Charlie group is tasked with taking out 1 remaining oil rig, and Delta's mission is to go hunt down those 2 frigates and take them out. And then, just for insurance purposes, we're also going to have the U.S. Enterprise parked right outside the berth to provide air support, you know, in case we need it. So, April 18th, 1988, 4 days after the mining of the USS Samuel B. Roberts, Operation Praying Mantis goes into full swing, and Bravo Group shows up at their oil rig first. At which point, they radio over to the oil rig and inform them that they will be blowing it up in 5 minutes and that they should all leave. So, a bunch of people start leaving. They hop in tugboats and take off. Bravo Group, seeing that they're making an honest effort to actually evacuate, agrees to give them 15 more minutes. So, fast forward 20 minutes later, they send out another radio message, hey, time's up. They then fire the 5-inch guns right over the top of the oil rig with the round set to airburst, hopefully scaring off any stragglers. And it is at this point that some Iranian military member decides that he is going to audition to be the main character of this story because he hops on a 23mm anti-aircraft gun and opens fire on Bravo Group. And without skipping a beat, one of the 5-inch guns on one of the destroyers just goes, nyeh, poof, and just fucking direct hit smokes this dude. Barely touches the rest of the oil rig. This guy, definitely not the main character, but the silver lining, he at least made it into the credits as Boney Miss Cloud number 1. Now, obviously I'm paraphrasing here, but at this point, Bravo Group radios over to the oil rig one last time, something along the lines of, hey, does anybody else need to find out what it's like to chew 5 gum? Or you fuckers ready to quit? The oil rig finally radios back and is like, yeah, please cease fire, we're gonna leave. So all the Iranian military members leave. Bravo Group decides to open up on it for a little bit with the 5-inch guns before sending over a couple of Hueys full of Marines. The Marines hop
out. Yes, sir. You're right. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm sitting. Let me subscribe to this nigga's channel. God damn. I'm sitting up here getting laced. I like this channel, man. War Master always putting me onto the good shit. You see that? The fat electrician. He not even fat. Sort of. All right. Shout outs to War Master. Yeah. I like this. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Man, My bad. I'm so into what he was talking about. Shit. You said, yeah, 5 gum is hilarious. I need to get some gum because that shit helps. I heard gum helps you concentrate. I haven't chewed gum in a good minute and stuff like that. I might get a stick of gum. All right. Um, I gotta catch up. I gotta email. I gotta respond to some emails and stuff like that, guys. And we gotta go over this Andrew Tate roasting this hoe for sure. You know, the Navy got this shit figured out. What do y'all think is gonna happen to Iran today? You think Trump gonna do something to today? I mean, obviously, it's like what UFO Kamikaze said. He's like, they tried to attack us. That shit didn't work. So, bruh, one master said them niggas shot 100 missiles, 100, and they all were shot down. How do you shoot 100 missiles and they all get shot down? I would say fire the person that's in charge of the military, but he probably got shot too. I came, I saw, I conquered. Hey, I shot you down.
Out, place some demo charges, hop back on the helicopters, take off. The entire oil rig blows up, and already things are getting more proportional. And while all that was happening, Charlie Group made it to their first oil rig as well, and pretty much the exact same thing played out. The only differences were Charlie Group didn't have Marines to place the demo charges, they had Navy SEALs, and when the Iranians opened up with the 23mm anti-aircraft guns, they just decided to keep firing 5-inch shells at the oil platform until it burst into flames and burnt the entire thing to the ground. At which point, the commander of the destroyer kind of looks over at the Navy SEALs and is like, sorry, I guess you guys get to sit this one out.
Oh, mission got canceled. Good.
And while all that's going down, Bravo Group's already making their way over to the third oil rig, at which point they pick up something on radar, and it's definitely another enemy ship headed right towards them. And at this point, you have to remember, this is the late 1980s. None of the American sailors have seen naval warfare on this scale. The pucker factor is on. They are getting harpoon missiles ready, and they are about to get in like one of the biggest naval fights since World War II. At which point, whoever's in charge of Bravo Group...
One master said, "Fat F.A. the habitual line crosser, yeah, are hilarious." He said, FA is a history buff. And HLC is a geopolitics and air defense subject matter expert. His missiletisms are very informative. Okay. You know, every so often, I mean, I like airplanes too. Like I'm a aviation guy also. But like I gotta admit, I haven't really been into. I've been slipping on my airplane, facts and stuff. You said also don't drink anything when Grandpa Buffett starts talking. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get electrocuted. Okay. Are these guys also on Rumble? I'm pretty sure the truth that he just sit he like me. He just sit up here, prepare his whole show, get in front of the camera, just start talking truth.
Decides to take a deep breath, and they're like, okay, let's send up a helicopter real quick just to verify that it's actually an enemy ship. So the helicopter goes up, radios back to Bravo Group.
Why couldn't Iran do this before they shot down that damn plane?
It's definitely a warship, but it's a Soviet destroyer. At which point, everybody's like, what? What is happening right now? So they radio over to this Russian destroyer, and they're like, what are your intentions? And the Russian commander radios back in broken English. I swear to God, this is a real quote. I'm just here to take pictures. for history. Look, I know that I bash on the Soviet Union and communism every single chance I get, but this time around, I gotta give it to them. These guys know how to party. Just straight up rolling into the middle of the largest naval operation since World War II to eat popcorn and watch. It's incredible. At this point, Iran finally figures out that there's something going on, but they don't really know what, so they just begin attacking any ship they can find, and the first ship they found was a civilian cargo ship called the Willie Tide, that they begin attacking with Boghammer-style speedboats. So the Willie Tide radios for help, the USS Enterprise responds by sending up a bunch of A-6 intruders, as well as F-14 Tomcats. The A-6 intruders show up, start dropping cluster bombs, they end up hitting one of the speedboats and scattering the rest. The civilian cargo ship is saved, hooray, cutting back to Charlie Group. Now there's an Iranian fast attack ship coming right at them. So they radio over like, hey, yeah, we're kind of going around blowing up all your stuff, but also we've got a very specific list. You're not on it. So how about you just go away and we'll forget we saw you. The Iranian fast attack ship messages back, sounds good, we'll do that. And then they just keep driving right towards them. And then this Iranian fast attack ship gets...
Somebody gonna step in and have to tell Iran they tripping. Who gonna do it though?
Within like 15 miles of Charlie Group, which is like point blank range for a naval battle. Charlie Group radios again, dude, what are you doing? To which they respond, I'm following orders. And then they proceeded to lock their radar on Charlie Group, which Charlie Group can see. At which point Charlie Group immediately launches 5 missiles directly at the Iranian vessel. The Iranian vessel fires a harpoon missile back at Charlie Group. Both groups now have missiles in the air screaming towards one another. The Americans launch countermeasures, shooting up chaff rockets that end up catching the harpoon missile, detonating it air.
I'm pretty sure the chaff rockets are to like if those missiles are quote unquote heat seeking, the chaff rockets are to basically they're flares, you know, they light up, they get really hot, and then the missiles deviate from their original target to basically explode. You said okay. You said that base attack could have been nukes if Trump listened to liberals, fucking morons. Yeah. That's the thing, like Trump, that's the crazy thing about war. Like you gotta attack people, but you gotta be morally immoral. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be morally immoral. Like you have to have some type of morale, but you can't be fucked up when war is fucked up. You know, you kinda have to have a PC war, sort of.
The vessel, on the other hand, did not have any countermeasures capable of stopping the newer technology behind the American missiles, and it would end up getting sunk pretty much immediately. Then, before anybody can really even fully digest what just happened, radar picks up 3 Iranian F-4s screaming towards Charlie Group. Charlie Group then turns, fires a bunch of surface-to-air missiles at the F-4s. The F-4s see them coming, they're like, oh shit, they pop a U-turn and try to outrun them. F-4s, while they are extremely fast, can't outrun missiles, so one of the missiles ends up blowing a wing off one of the F-4s. Now America has taken out an entire naval vessel and an F-4 that they did not plan on taking out, and it's throwing off all of our proportions. And because of that, American leadership orders Bravo Group to stand down. We're not going to go take out that third oil rig. And right as soon as that order gets given out, Delta Group chimes in and is like, hey, we found that frigate we were looking for. So now nobody knows what to do, because on one hand, things are already getting out of control, but on the other hand, we really want to take out these frigates. So American leadership decides, well, we might not even have to make a hard decision. Maybe that's not even the frigate and the radar's wrong. Why don't you go ahead and send a couple A-6 intruders over, do a flyby. They can verify that it's actually this new modern frigate, and if it is, we'll make a decision from there. Or so they thought, because the A-6 pilots are about to decide that they are in fact the main characters of this story. You see, the USS Enterprise and its aircraft aren't really supposed to be doing a whole lot. They're more or less just there for insurance. In fact, they're only allowed to engage the enemy under one of 2 conditions. One, the President of the United States signs off on it, which is actually what happened with the speedboats earlier. Or 2, they get fired upon first. So they got told to go fly by this boat to verify that it is in fact the new modern frigate, but they didn't get told how to fly by the boat, so they dropped down 50 feet above the water and just gun it and they buzz the entire ship. So the ship opens fire with its AA guns, but these planes are so low to the water, the AA guns can't actually aim down low enough, so all the anti-aircraft fire goes right over the top of them. They continue to stay low enough till they get out of anti-aircraft gun range, and then they pull up, at which point the ship launches a bunch of surface-to-air missiles at them. They drop chaff as a countermeasure, takes care of those, no big deal. They then go around, do a U-turn, send a radio message to this frigate, "I'm going to sink you now," which they can now legally do, because remember, the ship fired on them first.
Victim to one of the classic blunders.
So the A6 fires an anti-ship harpoon missile, and the second they pull the trigger on that, the fire control team from the USS Enterprise is like, "What the fuck are you doing? We're not supposed to be killing things yet." And the A6s are like, "Look, they fired at us first. That's the rules." And the USS Enterprise is like, "Holy shit, okay, I guess."
I mean, half this shit is cleaning up soldiers and stupid people's mistakes, but okay.
Let them have it. Then the harpoon missile finally makes impact. It's a bullseye. The A6s do a U-turn, go, drop another 500-pound laser-guided bomb right through the deck of this frigate, fly past it, do another U-turn, come back, drop a 1,000-pound bomb on it. Then they radio over to the Enterprise and like, "Yeah, it's definitely gonna sink. We're gonna head back." So the A6s take off, headed back to the Enterprise, and like 5 minutes later, Delta Group shows up with their warships and begin firing on the already sinking frigate. They hit the magazine, the frigate explodes, rapidly sinks to the ocean floor. At this point, naval leadership is like, "Okay, Jesus Christ, everybody stop killing things. We need to figure out what all happened. We got to keep this proportional, remember." So they start radioing back and forth. Everybody's figuring out what everybody did, if anybody's hurt, what's going on, the whole story. And then as the A6s are making their way back to the USS Enterprise, guess what they happen to fly past?
Uh-oh.
The other modern frigate. So now the entire US...
God damn it. That's the word of the month, y'all. God damn it. Frigate. Frigate, y'all. Let me see what you guys said on these polls. We have a poll that was put in the chat an hour ago. We got 10 votes. Yeah, the Navy wasn't bullshitting at all. And the question that I'm asking is, did Trump make the right decision? 70% of you guys said yes. Fuck him. God damn, y'all are heartless. 20% of you guys said, hell no, we finna get cooked. World War III. 10% of you guys says, I don't care. 0% of you guys says, Doom Coons never learn. Interesting. Very interesting. I got a lot of pre-records. I got a pre-record out right now, y'all. And I got... pre-record out right now for you guys to check out. And I got some YouTube shorts for you guys to check out that dropped while we were live. So when the show goes off air, you can still support the show over there. Okay? And be entertained. Okay? Let's get it. It's player talk. Give me 1 second.
U.S. Navy's looking at this last frigate like SpongeBob looking at a jug of water.
I don't need it.
But also, like, realistically speaking, the A6s are pretty much out of...
So people are also saying that Iran... People are also saying that is true, War Master. Yeah, you know, yeah. This is like a beat down. This is like a shut the fuck up. It's like one of them joints. This is like a modern beat down. But no, what was I about to say? People are saying that Iran might start turning weapons towards Europe. But seeing that, you know what I'm saying? They getting all their missiles shot down. Yeah, Europe might shoot their missiles down too.
of ammunition. The only thing they have left are 2,000-pound bombs, and those just aren't going to be enough by themselves without a harpoon missile to take down this ship anyways. So they really are just going to fly by and verify that it's the modern frigate. So the A6 intruders go ahead, they do their flyby. It is in fact the new frigate that they thought it was, and it does in fact open fire on the A6s. A6s make it out completely unscathed, at which point they pop a U-turn, and one of the A6 pilots is like,
It's the bullseye womp rats, my T-16 back home.
So the A6 pulls up, gaining altitude, and then dives down, aims its nose right at the frigate at like a 35-degree angle. They're doing a good old-fashioned dive bombing run like it's fucking World War II. The AA guns start firing, there's bullets whizzing past the plane, but they're committed.
Man, Trump is up here wildin', bro. That's the thing. You got to be able to meet people where they stand, bro. Like, if you can't meet a nigga halfway, don't even go, bro. Trump just tweeted, did I hear a former president, did I hear former President Medvedev from Russia casually throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying he and other countries, it's like having 50 Cent as your damn president, y'all. Throwing around the N-word, nuclear, and saying that he and other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran. Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, if confirmed, please let me know immediately. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin is the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have 20 years advanced over the pack is our nuclear submarines. They are most powerful and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. So in addition to our great fighter pilots, thank you to the captain and crew. Dang, he said all 30 Tomahawks hit their mark just perfectly. Good God. You said the N-word said Trump. Y'all, I'm about to be working overtime this week, man. I gotta study. Fuck. We haven't even gotten close to our goal this show, man. Well, thank you everybody that's supporting the show. Fuck. I'm gonna have to do a second show, y'all. Jason Whitlock is going off. All kinds of people is going off. We got a lot of work to cover. Fuck. Oh Lord. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. If you catch the pre-records I got, definitely support those. Y'all know how to support at this point. We're gonna have to do another show today. Fuck. I'd rather talk about hoes at this point. God damn.
Now they're closing in. The bombardier behind the pilot.
Trump is double using that N-word. You see how he's doing it, y'all? You see how he's kind of double splaining the N-word, y'all?
Lets the pilot know, hey, I'm locked on. At which point, bombs away, the pilot pulls up, and the bomb goes right down the fucking smokestack of this boat. Blows up, completely destroying the entire engine room. That frigate is now dead in the water with no power. The A6 go ahead radio in that they have completely disabled this frigate, at which point the American leadership calls a complete ceasefire. They're going to go ahead and let that frigate survive.
Maybe Ted Cruz wasn't wrong for saying we're bombing Iran. And then when Tucker said, the Trump administration said we're not. And then he says Israel is bombing Iran. And then Tucker said, you just said we were. And then he says Israel is bombing Iran, and also we're bombing Iran. Because guess what? We woke up and bombed Iran. Goddamn.
Get towed off, potentially be repaired. With the U.S. Navy having effectively disabled or destroyed over half of Iran's functioning navy, the U.S. military decides to call it a good day, ends Operation Praying Mantis, we all get to live happily ever after. Except, later that night, Iran decided that they wanted to fight a little bit more, and they launched a bunch of silkworm anti-ship missiles at American vessels. Luckily, no American vessels were actually hit. However, this is now a huge political problem because
I ran, she ran, he ran, but neither of us had a plan. Shout outs to Warmaster. He said American boomer submarines are terrifying. Someone nicknamed an Ohio class the Continental Killer. God damn. Continental Killer? Oh my God.
America has been mad at the fact that Iran even had Silkwood missiles.
Not Continental Killer.
For years at this point, and the American government has made it very clear to Iran that if they ever used them, they would be going to war with America, period. That's set in stone. So the Reagan administration, not wanting to kick off World War III in the 1980s, reaches out to the Iranian government and is like, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go ahead and admit that that was an accident. I'm going to sweep it under the rug, and we're never going to talk about it.
He said one Ohio can turn all of Russia into green glass. If you have a link to that also, please drop that, because next show is finna be lit. Continental Killer.
Again, because if this makes headline news and the American people find out, I'm gonna have to get real proportional around here. So Iran's like, okay, fine, whatever, it was an accident, let's sweep that whole thing under the rug, but I am still gonna take America to international court to try to prove that it was a war crime to take out my oil rigs, that way I can get reparations and make America pay for it. So they go to international court, they lay out the case. The international court is looking at America like, okay, well, first of all, you're the fraction people. I don't know how you think that this is proportional, but it definitely wasn't. Second of all, according to the Amity Act, you absolutely should not have attacked their oil rigs. This is probably a war crime. At which point, the representative for America was like, well, actually, if you read the Amity Treaty between Iran and the United States, it only talks about ships and boats. It don't say shit about oil rigs, meaning I wasn't obligated to not attack those oil rigs. At which point, the court is like, hold on. Fucking, he's right, son of a bitch. Okay, well, I guess America's innocent, because I've said it once and I'll say it again. It's never a war crime the first time. And now for the best part of the entire story. America now proceeds to go over to Dubai, pick up what's left of the USS Samuel B. Roberts, tow it all the way back to Maine, then take the ship out of the water, get it in dry dock, cut out the entire damaged section of the ship, including the engine compartment, build another module to fit in its place. This thing weighs like 300 tons. They jack it up, weld it right where it's at, get everything rehooked up, reconnected. This boat is back out on the ocean 1 year later on April 1st, 1989. It then goes on to get recommissioned and serves in the Navy until 2015. I mean, playing Battleship against America's gotta suck, right? Like, haha, I've sunk your frigate, and America's like, first of all, no you didn't. Second of all, fuck your entire Navy, as it picks up your board and just throws it at the wall. So in conclusion, if you do ever find yourself being the leader of a foreign nation one day, the best advice that I can possibly give you is A, do whatever you can to not raise gas prices, and B, whatever you do not fuck with America's boats. We do not like that shit. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the channel is like, comment, subscribe, maybe go...
Yeah, and they've been playing games with a lot of American naval vessels and stuff like that, you know. Damn straight America don't like y'all fucking with they boats. First of all, why are you fucking with they boats? What's the matter with you? Why you fucking with our boats like this, huh? A lot of these countries think they're unfuckwittable. That's crazy. Well, shout outs to the USA. I guess Iran is gonna pay. Trump finna have fun this week. And so are we. Shout outs to the mods. Shout outs to everybody here. Peace to the family. Fuck, I'm gonna have to. I need a break, bro. Y'all killing me this week, bro. I'm gonna be doing a bunch of shows. You know, y'all make sure y'all hit the like button and support the shows, please, as always. Share the shows too in y'all discords and everything. Damn. Gonna have to work harder this week, all right? It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Listen, we're gonna go over some more. We're gonna have to get into Piers Morgan, Jason Whitlock. It's on and popping today. Also, too, we're gonna cover Andrew Tate. You know what I'm saying? Going in on the feminists, just to give us a break before we reassess this whole thing that we got going on here. You know what I'm saying? So I love you guys. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Please support the show on air, off air. You support the show because you care anywhere. Hey, listen, head over to hempforfitness.com. God bless America. Thank you guys. Shout outs to War Master. War Master says, I love who for Red October until the internet Russian tech's a little bit better than Temu China. Yeah, they probably got a little bit more better build quality, you know. You dig? Shout outs to Party. Party said, I just got ingredients for beef soup. No Tyler Perry. Wait, what do you mean, Party? My man got the beef bouillon. You dig? No baboon steaks for Party. Let me stop. Shout outs to Party, man. But listen, y'all, 6 hours and 15 minutes. That was today's show. I got another show coming for you guys very soon. You know, I'm gonna be working overtime. So please hit the like button. Support the show. On air, off air. You support the show because you care anywhere. It's Player Talk Radio. We out. Peace.